Guys, we have the doctor here. We are ready to get underway. It's Pinnacle Fighting Championship 6. We send it up to the MC, the main man inside the cage, George Phillips, as he is going to bring the first fighters out. Take it away, George.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 rounds and takes place in the amateur 175-pound weight division. This bout is being brought to you by Rivertown Brewing. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Roger Williams.
Roger Williams comes to the cage, 5'9", 175, fighting out of the Chainsaw Army in Watertown, New York. And Kyle, you've got some familiarity with that area. You grew up around there, but what I'd like to ask you about, especially with Williams, comes in at 36 years of age and it's his first time in the cage. What's going through his mind?
I can't speak as far as a 36-year-old man going into the cage for the first time, but as a fighter, it is a very daunting thing. You come into a building expecting to get into a fight, you can deal with that mentally. But once you get down that aisleway and you understand that door closes, you have to do it. It is a completely different mindset, and the adrenaline takes over and your heart goes crazy. I can only assume that with maturity and hopefully wisdom of age and years here, that he takes a little better than I did my first time out.
And the other issue for Williams, Dave, that we need to think about is that there was a delay due to the doctor. So those jitters while he's waiting in the back, waiting for this music to hit, got extended a little bit. We'll see how that affects him when he hits this cage.
Yeah, you know, that's something that's always huge, especially your first fight. But, you know, I think once that cage door shuts and the fight starts, those all go away.
And what we have to remember as well, guys,
as we're going to get George Phillips to bring out the second fighter, Mike Baker, to the cage.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome Mike Baker.
Now, as I was saying before Baker was announced here, what we have to remember is both guys are making their debut. So it's not just a problem here for Williams. Baker also is feeling those same debut jitters. And I have to say, despite being in the amateur division where sometimes the shin guards make you look a little less than daunting, Williams inside the cage right now is an absolute scary sight for anybody, let alone a debut fighter.
And you mentioned the shin guards. This is the amateur division. The rules, when you have less than 3 fights, there are shin guards. There's no strikes to the face on the ground, no head kicks. As we take a look at the tail of the tape, Kyle, what stands out to you?
The main thing that stands out to me is the difference in the age here. We have Mike Baker coming in at 24 and Roger Williams coming at 36. That's a 12-year difference. Now, we can say that both men are mature enough for the man strength, if you will, but I have to think that the age difference will come into play later rounds if it goes that far. The youth will take over, perhaps the cardio. I mean, Williams is a thick man with a lot of muscle to provide oxygen to, so that could also play a factor in the rounds 2 and 3.
Mike Baker, as he gets greased up by his corner, slapping himself in the face, getting pumped up.
Well, a guy with a lot of experience, actually, comes from a smaller gym, a new gym. They used to train in a garage, and now they actually have a new gym, underground grappling, out in the Greensburg area, which is just outside of Pittsburgh. And while he does, this is his first MMA fight, he does actually have a lot of experience in other combat sports. He has a lot of grappling experience, a little bit of striking experience, and he's just ready to make his MMA debut here tonight.
Well, let's get this thing started. We send it up to George Phillips to introduce the fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 rounds and takes place in the 175-pound weight division. Brought to you by Rivertown Brewing. Your referee in charge of the action is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, this mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed in at 172 pounds. Tonight, he makes his MMA debut inside this cage. Representing Chainsaw Army, he hails from Watertown, New York. Please welcome Roger Williams. His opponent across the cage to my right, fighting out of the red corner. This mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed in at 173.5 pounds. Tonight, he makes his MMA debut inside this cage. representing Underground Grappling. He hails from Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Please welcome Mike Baker. 2 debut fighters, so someone has got to go.
We're underway, first fight, Pinnacle FC6. It's Roger Williams in the white shorts. Mike Baker in the black with the red trim. Ryan Cavanaugh, Kyle Rozeski, and Dave McKinney bringing you all the action. 175-pound catchweight division.
You know what, neither one of these guys, even though they're debuts, neither one of these guys seem to have a lot of jitters coming out in this fight.
See, I was actually seeing something different. Ooh, good flurry to come out. Now both guys throwing lead leg teeps into some dirty boxing here, but I was actually saying something different, David. I said that Williams actually looked a little bit more timid coming out than Baker did.
At the weigh-ins yesterday, he did look intense, and right now it's Baker. A lot of shoulder pressure, pushing Williams up against the cage, working the body, but you know the underhook on the left side by Williams, and look for him to try to turn him here and put Baker up against the cage.
Now see, here's where we are going to have a little bit of problem trying to figure out what the next move for each man is, as we don't know much about either of their backgrounds. Both are really content with just sticking on the fence, grinding out some dirty boxing in close quarters here.
Well, I think what we're seeing here is that first fight. Let's, throw some punches, exchange. They both got hit. It kind of broke that sweat. The fight doesn't start until you get hit. And here they are now working the clinch.
Yeah, and Baker, if he wants his takedown, needs to get his head on the other side of Williams' head.
I think first he needs to fight off that good break apart there by the referee. Bring these men back out to the center of the cage.
With a lead left by Baker. Connects in. Williams with the right. Baker's down.
Williams connects, but Baker was actually trying to secure a single, but now turns his back in a strange fashion where he could get his own back taken for this.
Kyle, can he choke him out from this position?
It's going to be very hard to. He potentially could right now, and he's going for that guillotine as we speak, but he needs to get that left leg around, control the hips and the lower half of Baker's body here.
And it looks as if Williams has the left arm of Baker caught. He gets it out. But a big shot by Williams, a right counter right off the exchange, drop Baker. Baker looks to have his wits about him.
And just the way he recovered so quickly makes me wonder if it was more of an off-balance thing than an actual physical strike that put him down. And now we see the unfortunate part, though, of these intermediate amateur rules where we do get to the ground and pound portion, they aren't allowed to really hit in the face here. They can go to the body, but that's about the extent of their offensive capabilities.
These are also 2-minute rounds in the original amateur division. And that does it for round one. Baker looks to help Williams up somewhat half-heartedly. Guys, we're going to go to you all night in these rounds as we have two guys who know a few things about MMA. Dave, we'll start with you. How do you score this first round between Baker and Williams?
That was a tough round to score. I think that just based on it's pretty even, but Baker seemed to be a little bit of the aggressor there. He did get clipped and dropped there, but he was definitely the aggressor. Kind of was the guy kept moving forward and had good position for most of the round.
I would have to agree with that opinion. It's tough to score damage, especially in this particular division, because we don't see a whole lot. Unless it's a clean knockout in this particular portion of the amateur division, it's really hard to gauge who got the better of who.
And another difficult thing is that guys don't really have enough time to work. It appeared as if Baker was able to spend most of the time on top, but not do all the damage. Round two, get a good look at Roger Williams.
He is definitely a very cut-up individual. Coming into the cage, just a physical presence really to be reckoned with, but as I kind of thought, he is breathing. Oh, wow. Baker went to swing huge and absolutely
Baker
whiffed.
lost his mouthpiece there when he got clipped by Williams.
Yeah, somebody's mouthpiece is out. I think it is Baker's.
Really surprised referee Chip Snyder not stopping this fight to put his mouthpiece back in, especially because these guys are brand new in the cage. You want to be able to protect these guys as much as possible.
And almost on cue, David McKinney goes to get the mouthpiece out.
It appears as if he's going to keep him in the same position.
Now, see, this I always agreed with. I don't think that it's fair to reset fighters who have earned that position because the other guy's mouthpiece went out,
But it is nice of the ref to say, take your arm off him while we get the mouthpiece in.
Right. Well, I think it might even be for Williams' benefit here as he is heaving heavily. You can visibly see his lungs moving up and down.
Williams has been able to land the big shots, whereas Baker has been able to control the fight on the ground as we see him taking top position once again.
Definitely see Baker as more of a grappling fighter. It looks like Roger Williams wants to win this fight with his striking.
And now, one thing that I really abhor in MMA is grabbing the head from the bottom position as Williams is doing right now in an attempt to stand up. He's really exposing his back a lot to Baker, and this could be the beginning of the end if Baker gets his head out. Oh, Baker again dropping levels when he really only had to go the back door.
He might finish it here. Williams grabbing that guillotine. Looks like he.
Second leg, and he ends up in mount. Williams is mounted, but again, no strikes to the head. In this
and he actually just threw one, and I did not hear anything from the referee.
I did see the referee warn him there, just briefly.
Oh, no, look at his mouth is bleeding from that one strike, which really kind of shows you the power of Williams.
Williams is a big, thick fighter.
I mean, look at
175-pounder, he packs a lot of power.
Absolutely. And there's dynamite between those shoulders. You could see now just a muscular frame. And that's not a man you want sitting on you and hitting you. If there is a man in the world that I would want sitting on me and hitting me, it would have to be my man to my left, David McKinney.
And Baker switching positions.
There we go. There's good head positioning by Baker. Looks like he just got knee in the low there.
Very impressed with the grappling of Baker. He's good in scrambles, and he seems to have more power as we come to near the end of round 2.
Nice power double leg right there.
Now, I would almost even say, not to take anything away from Baker, but Williams seems a bit lost when it comes time to clinch up. I haven't seen him fight for underhooks. He's going for head control. I mean, even now, he's on the bottom and he's holding onto the head. If you're trying to get up, the last thing you want to do is hold your opponent to you.
That does it for round 2 between Mike Baker and Roger Williams. This round may have been more difficult to score than round 2. I'm glad I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to put you guys on the spot. David McKinney, how do you have this fight after 2 rounds?
You know what, despite the fact that he keeps getting clipped, Baker is winning the majority of the round. He's done that both times. You can't win a round with 1 or 2 big shots. That's what Roger Williams seems like he's trying to do, but he keeps ending up on his back, and that's not a way to win a fight in MMA.
Yeah, I would have to agree totally. Baker is absolutely controlling where this fight is going. He came out flying, guns blazing, missed a huge right hand, but still managed to control the rest of the round, staying on top of Williams and absolutely gassing him out. You can see in the corners right now between the rounds, Baker looks much the fresher of the two.
Sure does.
Exactly.
And one of the points that'll be interesting for the judges is the takedown by Baker at the end of the round. I may not agree with it, but judges seem to score takedowns more heavily than other action in a mixed martial arts fight.
I wonder if 2 things are making a difference in this fight so far. Number 1, Baker's grappling experience, and number 2, Roger Williams' age difference, 36 years old. Of course, that cardio is never there. It's tough, and also he's a very muscle-bound guy.
Third and final round, Mike Baker in the black trunks, red trim, throws a leg kick, and a quick left by Roger Williams.
Oh.
Baker's hurt.
Williams.
Autopilot again, shooting for the leg.
Absolutely. Williams connected with a great uppercut that seemed to stun Baker, and then Baker by instinct drops the levels again and takes Williams down. And honestly, if he was smart, I would ride the fight out here. It looks like now Williams going for an out-of-position guillotine might be met with a Von Flue choke for his efforts.
And you spoke
Looks
about
like
the
that's
Von
what
Flue
Baker's
choke
going
on
for
your
here.
guys' radio show this week, and that
I
can't believe
did.
it's happening, but we might be seeing it right here. Of course, Kyle, Von Flue choke is the head pushing the shoulder of Williams on one side and his arm on the other.
We
to
just
cut
saw
off
the
the
power of
carotids.
Williams right there. Pull Baker into his guard, basically by from side control, pull Baker into his guard.
And we've got a stoppage again by the ref
Apparently.
for a mouthpiece.
And guys, the way to stop that is get a fitted mouthpiece. Spend $35 and get a fitted mouthpiece.
The interesting thing about that stoppage is that he was working on the ground. There was
Exactly.
ground and pound going on. He was mid-strike when the ref stepped in. And,
Now-
and Dave, you mentioned, I'm sorry, Kyle, but you mentioned fresh fighters, surprised they didn't take the mouthpiece out. You can't strike on the ground to the head, so it shouldn't be a concern.
Absolutely. And it's another thing, though, is that a safer thing to do for the ref with the fighter's health in mind, or is it not, to stop somebody mid-strike? I mean, you never know where it's going to land, where he's planning to aim on it. I mean, mid-motion, it just seems like a bit crazy to do for a stand up there. I would wait for the lull when the guy's actually gripping.
We're into the last minute of a very close fight. Mike Baker, Roger Williams. Baker on top of Williams, continuing to work those ribs. David, what does Williams have to do to get up from his back here?
Well, the big thing here, he has to stay off of being flat off of his back. Needs to get his hips up off the ground and look to buck Mike Baker off of him.
He needs to move. Honestly, I wish that. There we go. And he's flat as back. You're not going anywhere with your hips attached to the ground. And I would think that his corner would have more desperation at this point. Oh, wow, a double of his own. And Williams puts Baker on his butt for that. Baker with an easy sweep, though.
Williams safe from the choke here. This is just a body lock by Baker. 15 seconds left in this fight, and I think this is where the fight's going to stay on the ground.
essentially, it seems now that both men are kind of content to ride it out, just staying safe and not taking any big chances.
And William looks gassed here. He just basically gave that mount to Baker here.
Gave up the mount. Final 10 seconds. Mike Baker in the mount on top of Roger Williams. Can't strike to the head. Works position, and that fight is in the books. Baker helps up Williams. You know, for two guys, for their first fight, they both look very technical and skilled, and they put on quite an even battle. Kyle, how do you see this fight?
First of all, I want to mention I'm very impressed with both men's composure in this fight, both making their debut. I feel like Williams could have done more, and perhaps that lost him a decision in this case. But I do put some of it on Baker as well for not finishing. He had ample opportunity to do such, and if he does lose this fight by decision, which really could go either way at this point, I wouldn't be surprised then either.
Dave, you are not one of the official judges, but you got a scorecard in the Ryan Kavanaugh book. How do you see this one? Who do you give it to?
I think I gave all 3 rounds to Mike Baker there. He was definitely the aggressor. He did get caught with a couple of shots, but I don't think that was enough to give Roger Williams any of the 3 rounds.
I think it's going to be interesting if they lean more towards strikes or damage, because I certainly think Roger Williams laid the heavier leather, but control of the cage certainly goes to Mike Baker with his work on the ground.
Absolutely, and see, that's one of the things that has become an issue over the years is MMA scoring and judging. You don't know who the judges are, what their background is, and what they tend to score heavier. You might have a wrestler who was judged that night, or a Taekwondo expert who was judged that night. I'm really trying to push for a nationwide kind of like judges college sort of establishment to where we're all judging mixed martial arts as a whole. Not necessarily one facet of the game, but the fight in itself. Who came away looking the worst, who landed the most damage. If it goes to decision, we need some clear-cut criteria as opposed to just personal opinion.
I'd like to give some credit to Pinnacle Fighting Championship. You know, as good as this card is, it starts off with 2 fighters making their debut, and this is one of the best 0-0 versus 0-0 fights I've ever seen. We've got George Phillips in the ring, and he has the official judge scorecards. We send it up to him to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the scorecards, a round of applause for a hard-fought opening contest. The final bell has rung and your judges have spoken. Judge Phil Rogers, Todd Kroska, and John Lepsevic all saw it the same. 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision. And now undefeated inside the cage in the red corner, Mike Baker.
Victorious Mike Baker's going to have some words with Dave Click here inside the cage.
All right, let's give it up for Roger Williams from Chainsaw Army. Came out here from New York to take this fight. And now for the man of the hour. I'm here with Mike Baker, High Ground Wrestling, Underground Grappling, that's right, new club for us, out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania, training with some tough guys. You're gonna see his teammate, Jonathan Kaufman, coming out here and bringing the pain next. Mike, you're undefeated in the cage now at 1-0. Tell us how you feel now after your first official cage fight. Good. Mike has a lot to say tonight. I'm sure the adrenaline's just now starting to slowly not pump anymore. Anyone you'd like to thank before you get out of here?
Sean Zagouris and Travis Smith, everybody else that's been behind me from the start.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Baker, 1-0.
Every once in a while they come around. No, not yet.
First fight in the books here at Pinnacle Fighting Championship 6. 11 fights, 7 in the amateur division. Up next, we're looking at Jonathan Kaufman and Alec Holman. 135-pound division.
This is one of my favorite divisions personally, Ryan. It's always just action-packed. These guys are generally always in shape across the board, coming in and really throwing not so many knockout strikes, but a lot of strikes. The numbers in the CompuBox just go crazy. They're in the triple digits. You know, it's all around fast-paced action. David, you know, the heavyweights do bring it, but us little guys, you and I'm talking about, not so much Ryan over here, but us little guys really know how to bring the action.
That's right, it's like throwing BBs off of the cage and guys just pounding there might be, it's more volume than power. So it's more quantity over quality over in the 125, 135 pound division.
And last fight, Roger Williams, Mike Baker. You see the big overhand right by Williams. That answered some questions for us.
It did, and right there you can see it wasn't so much an impact shot to the chin of Baker, but more or less a club that came around in a hooking angle and kind of pulled him down to the mat. The inside palm of that paw of Williams sort of forced his head down and gravity took over.
Ready for Jonathan Kaufman and Alec Holman. We send it up to George Phillips to bring out the first fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 rounds and takes place in the 135-pound weight division. Brought to you by Out of the Cage and Your Fight. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Alec Holman.
Alec Holman 1-0 from the Brute Squad in Latrobe, PA.
Making his way down the aisle now, he's sporting a 1-0 record, standing ready 5 feet 4 inches tall, and he looks like one of those scary little people you just don't want to see in a dark alleyway.
Real good story about Alec Holman. It's been 21 months since his last fight, and that was off a win. Usually you don't take that sort of break, but you know, he was raised primarily by his grandmother. His grandma went ill, and he had to move with her to take care of her. He was too far from the gym to train. Just recently, another family member was able to step up, which allowed Holman to get back in the gym. So I'm very interested to see what that time off has done and what type of fighter Holman is. And you know, he's going up against a much more experienced John Kaufman.
Yeah, Jonathan Kaufman, actually, his last fight, Kyle, you and I called here back at Pinnacle Fighting Championships number 3. He fought in the 135-pound title fight against our champ Davey Crockett, who we'll see later on tonight. But the interesting thing is, Holman comes in here a pretty big experience disadvantage. Even though Kaufman is only 2-2, he's faced some pretty tough guys, and you know, also a little bit of a size disadvantage. Holman weighed in 132 pounds versus Kaufman weighing in right at that 35-pound limit.
Kaufman, known as a ground specialist, and Kaufman before the fight said he's interested to test his ground against Alec Holman. That's how good Alec Holman is on the ground. Very experienced, and we may get a chance to see a jiu-jitsu battle inside the cage here as Holman gets checked out by the doctors.
That'll be interesting to see what happens here in the novice division with the guys wearing shin guards, how they're going to grapple.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome John Kaufman.
And Dave, to your point about Kaufman and the shin guards, I asked Holman about wrestling and grappling with this, and he trains with the shin pads on in preparation for the fight.
Now, a lot of people do. As you see, the padding on the back of the shin guards that they use here is built specifically for grappling, whereas the striking shin guards will be the 2 or 3, you know, Velcro strap kind of setup. These have a Velcro-less sort of scenario, whereas you have one strap up top that is covered with an overlaying cloth to prevent any kind of those scratching, so you can safely grapple without killing your partners.
John Kaufman, another guy who took some time off from his last fight, and that reason was to work on his stand-up. He worked with his coaches. It's been a year now since he's been with some new guys, and he really feels like it's paid off in his stand-up. It'll be interesting to see, as I mentioned, very slick on the ground, but let's see if Kaufman wants to keep him standing as well.
And that was a big part of what won the fight for Davey Crockett. It was pretty even on the ground, a little bit of back and forth, but Davey Crockett definitely had the edge in the striking in that fight. And Kyle, I know that you actually scored that in the last fight for Kaufman against Crockett. It's interesting, when we look at the tail of tape here, we see Kaufman 4 fights to Alec Holman. This is just his 2nd fight. Kaufman coming in the younger guy, and Kaufman, like I said, weighing in at 135.7 pounds versus Holman, 132 pounds. Maybe even interesting, might be able to see Holman at the 125-pound weight division here in the near future, the flyweights.
Holman 3 pounds, almost 4 pounds less than Kaufman, but Kaufman said that Holman will have a strength advantage. He's very aware of the power and strength of Holman. We'll see how that plays out.
I really do believe the underlying story here is not the numbers that we see in the strength or you know, the height. It's the record. 2-2 is huge for this division. This is still the novice amateur division. This is as far as you can go numbers-wise while still maintaining an amateur status. And it's just, you know, one fight is a lot as opposed to 0 fights. But 4 fights to 1 fight is a mountain of a difference. And I really have to think that plays in Kaufman's favor tonight, especially with a title fight experience.
John Kaufman makes his way into the cage, and we send it into the cage with George Phillips to introduce the fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 2-minute rounds and takes place in the 135-pound weight division. Brought to you by Out of the Cage and Your Fight. Your referee in charge of the action is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, this mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed in at 132 pounds. He is undefeated in his MMA campaign with a record of 1-0. Representing Brute Squad Fight Team, he hails from Latrobe, Pennsylvania. Please welcome Alex. His opponent across the cage to my right, fighting out of the red corner. This mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighed in at 135 pounds. In 4 MMA bouts, he has an even record of 2 victories against 2 defeats. Representing Underground Grappling, he hails from Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Please welcome John Kaufman.
Though he may be short on the record side of this, Homan not short on confidence as he struts around pre-fight.
Alec Homan, black and white fight trunks. John Kaufman, black trunks with the red trim. Ryan Cavanaugh, Dave McKinney, Kyle Rozeski bringing you the action. Fighters touch gloves. Kaufman takes center and a big left. Straight left by Homan connects. And another right down the pipe.
Homan, the southpaw, is definitely throwing some power from that left hand, and he connects again directly down the pipe.
Kaufman is going to get ate up all night if he's going to keep his hands that wide.
I was just going to comment on that, David. His hands are actually very close to his face, but his elbows, I mean, I just have a really insurmountable gap there. And he needs to either get very quick in the next few seconds or just close that up.
See Homan throw an uppercut here, maybe.
A lot of inside leg kicks by both these guys so far.
Kicks by Homan.
Homan looks very composed and just like he wants this fight.
And compact, powerful.
Another left straight down the pipe.
I almost feel bad for talking about the experience here because Homan comes out looking like a seasoned veteran.
Homan looks like the champion of this division right now. He is unafraid to do anything here. He's catching another kick. Kaufman now with a nice body lock and 2 underhooks to go with it.
Kaufman looking to get good head position here against the cage as they're right in front of us here at the commentary booth.
Homan now has secured an underhook on his right side and is looking to negate the takedown of Kaufman. Kaufman with a nice rear knee to the inside thigh of Homan, and both fighters still jockeying for position and wrist control.
You know, it might have been a kiss of death when I said that this could be a great jiu-jitsu battle inside the cage as both fighters, and certainly Homan wants to keep this standing.
Ooh, big knee by Kaufman. And, you know, Cavanaugh, I'm not actually mad about that. If you jinx this fight into a stand-up war, it makes it easier for us. Oh, I love it. That's my kind of fight. Kaufman's still doing a very good job controlling Homan against the fence and throwing some nice knees inside.
Yeah, really nice knees there.
Homan looking for an underhook on the left side. Nice knee by
Homan now standing guillotine going.
Homan looked like his mouthpiece might come out here.
You know, that's actually a sign of fatigue right there. Look at how he's biting it. He's not trying to put it back in his mouth. He's contently just holding it at the end there, meaning that he feels safe that he's not going to get hit in the face for 1, and 2, he may be a little bit tired already.
10 seconds in round number 1. Kaufman digging for the takedown. Can he get him? And he does.
Oh, he secured it in the last 6 seconds. And
I'm not going to give him that takedown, guys.
I was going to say, even if he does secure that, I don't know if that's enough to really win the round for him. He was hit with 3 solid straight left hands, and he looks very much surprised right now. His mouth is bloody, and he just doesn't know what hit him.
Although, as we go into the second round, it may be the fatigue, as you mentioned, of Homan. Mouthpiece out, not showing any explosiveness as Kaufman had him up against the cage. Dave, we saw some solid punches landed by Homan. You don't want to give Kaufman that takedown, but the judges might. How do you see that round?
Yeah, I think I definitely think Alex Homan came out and won that fight. If nothing else, he looked like the guy who was winning that fight and looked very confident and was doing a great job cutting off the cage and landing that left hand there multiple different times.
Kyle, I mentioned that Kaufman has been working on his stand-up, wanting to test himself. Is that a bad idea, seeing what we just saw from Alec Holman?
I think right now it is. If you come out and you eat a guy's power hand 3 times, I mean, it's one thing to get a jab, you know, there's that feeling out process, but to eat somebody's power cross 3 straight times unanswered, you have to change your game plan at that point.
Credit John Kaufman. He ate those like Tic Tacs, kept coming.
Oh, he definitely snacked on him, and I don't know if that's a tasty treat he's trying to indulge again in the second round here, but I will say he looks fresher right now than Homan does.
Sure does. This is scheduled for 3 2-minute rounds in the amateur division here in Pennsylvania. You see the shin guards, no strikes to the head on the ground, no head kicks. And this time it's Homan who comes out to the middle. Southpaw, traditional stance from Kaufman.
Kaufman's got some very interesting footwork, and I think that is to say that. That's why he's eating those kicks.
Fighters exchange inside leg kicks, and Kaufman looking to make this a dirty fight, pushes him up against the cage in the clinch again.
As you alluded to earlier in this round, Ryan, this is where he's going to find the most success. He's going to find the least damage, I should say. I don't know if either fighter is really doing enough to say that they're winning the fight on the fence right now, but Kaufman for sure is taking less damage when he's against the cage.
Good knee by Kaufman, and Homan separates.
Nice
he wants
to
test himself again on the feet.
Another left hand. Homan has found a home for that, and his mouthpiece is out already. Look, you can see him loosely holding onto that.
Big inside leg kick, though, from Homan. Kaufman's got to start checking those. That's the second time we got the swinging gate from Kaufman's front leg.
What I've noticed, too, I'm sorry, David. I noticed both fighters are throwing hands down low kicks.
And Homan, you know, it looks like he has him for a trip, and Kaufman with a couple rights, and Homan releases the leg.
Knee there that landed.
You don't often see somebody punch their way out of a takedown.
Well, Homan didn't really commit to it. He had the leg, and it didn't seem like he wanted to take the fight to the ground.
And I don't blame him. If I was him, I'd be very content sitting here and winning the battle on the feet.
Now it's Homan who.
Oh, he's tight in that. He's tight in that neck right now. If he gets those hips forward, yep, just like that, this could be done.
It's Homan looking for the choke on the ground, and Kaufman
great
gets
defense.
Up, drives him back into the cage. Is Kaufman safe?
Yes, he is now. You see the body to the side. If he was straight on, he's actually able to secure a takedown himself here. And Homan needs to dump this. He's gassing his own arms out right now at this point. But once you are safe from your, if you're in the guillotine from your opponent's lower half, pulling guard, you're fine. If your hips are outside of his, generally you're safe. And still, Homan holds on.
Just as we said, these guys are using every inch of this beautiful Pinnacle Fighting Championship cage here. This 135-pound fight.
Inside 10 seconds of round number 2. It's John Kaufman working once again for the takedown as we near the end of the round. Homan doesn't let him get it.
Now that round I would have to give to Kaufman, just based on the control and the knees inside. He definitely can score more damage, and wow, Homan looks tired. And look at Kaufman routine rounds. He did this last round too. He closed his eyes and kind of centers himself before he sits down. It seems like it's really a good way to be resilient for him. It seems like it brings him back into the fight.
So important for fighters to take that first portion of your break to get your win back. Settle your body, and then the coaches will come in and give you the instructions.
Exactly. I think he did a great job there, almost getting all that bad air out of you. Doing a great job. We see the replay here.
And I think this is the knee coming. This is just old school wrestling right here, head to head.
No, you'll notice though. Ooh, that is a perfect knee by by Kaufman, who is winning the wrist control battle. While Homan does have that deep underhook, almost to a wizard with his right arm, Kaufman is able to control the wrist on the other side, and therefore kind of dictating where the upper body of Homan goes.
You see that little bit of a scramble there. Homan doing a great job getting into a position where he wants to be.
Third and final round, Alec Homan. There's Jonathan Kaufman, black trunks. Alec Homan in the white. 2 more minutes to decide this one.
This may be where the experience comes in this fight. Oh, another big left hand there.
Now, actually, I've been commenting on how good that left hand is the whole fight, but if I've been hit with 4 of them, as Kaufman has, I have to be confident in the fact that I can't get hurt by it. And Kaufman with a great flying knee to the body as Homan tried to close the distance.
Close to the head, which is illegal here.
It is. I have suffered such a blow in my career, and it's not fun, I'll tell you that much, Ryan Kavanaugh.
Kaufman digging for a double now. Good takedown defense by Homan, but Kaufman working, switches to a single.
It seems Homan's almost out of answers in the fence. He keeps going for that guillotine now, and he clearly did not have success with the last round. If I was his coaches in his corner, I'd be telling him to go for something different. Disengage, perhaps just circle out.
Interesting, putting his hand up against the pad, and the ref warned him for preventing that takedown. Homan reversal.
And back to a reversal by Kaufman again. Both men really using the underhooks very well.
Something interesting you see here on the cage, Kaufman keeping his head up. That's how he's getting out of those guillotines, so he's not getting caught in them.
Wild exchange, Kaufman getting the better of it. You see the welts on the back of Homan, and Kaufman lands a couple. Kaufman looking for the knees, lands them. And I think
Homan looks tired here.
think
That's
Homan's
why,
tired.
You see
Homan-
him dropping his hands after every punch, and Kaufman looks,
And again,
looks great.
the telltale mouthpiece. Oh,
Straight
great
back
spinning sidekick there by Kaufman.
Shades of Dennis Seaver.
Homan is without doubt gassed right now. He is closing distance and just grabbing the head. His mouthpiece has not been actually in his mouth since the beginning of round 1.
Kaufman hits it right, and Homan drops. I don't know if it was from the punch or being exhausted, but Kaufman is looking to maintain position. 20 seconds left in the round. Is that a takedown we just saw from Homan?
I think you'd have to score it that way, and the fact that he engaged and really tried
They've
to
been
finish.
counted in wrestling.
Absolutely. This is a tough run to score right now, but I don't think either guy has enough in him to put the other one away. Last 10 seconds here, David McKinney. How are we seeing this fight?
Either guy still has a chance to win
Oh,
here.
Kaufman with a late armbar attempt.
And I don't
Shrugged off
think he
by
even
Homan.
thought he was going to get that, but I think what he was trying to do here, unable to throw punches from the bottom, maybe at least going for something, at least try to maybe throw up a lazy submission attempt there, see if he can get the points from judges.
We go to a decision, but 3 action-packed rounds from bell to bell. Homan finding more success
Absolutely.
on the feet. Kaufman more success in the clinch. Guys, I have this fight 2 rounds to 1. Kaufman, after losing the first, I felt like he came back, and neither of you disagree with that.
I would throw the first round to Homan, second round to Kaufman. The third round's a bit of a toss-up right now, and it's really going to be.
I'm going to score that one a 10-10.
It's really going to be who we see now. Kaufman, they're seeing the replay here, having a great combination, comes in, but then eats a knee himself, gives one back, punches. These guys are just so back and forth. It's really going to be tough to score this last round, but I would have to give it to Kaufman right now, 2 rounds to 1.
Yeah, I don't know that Homan did enough here right at the end of that round. He did get that takedown, but he didn't really do too much when he was on top there. I don't want to give a guy a whole bunch of credit if he goes, and even if he's not really throwing punches to the body, and obviously you can't really do much ground and pound here. But I got to give that fight to Kaufman. A very close fight, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go either way.
I think we're in agreement that 3rd round is going to be the one that decides the fight. And
Absolutely.
as we saw in the replay, I give it to Kaufman based on those exchanges after the knees. He had a couple exchanges where he landed a flurry of punches, a 2-piece, a 3-piece, and I think that's going to be the deciding factor because, Kyle, as you know, in a fight that tight, it's going to be just a couple things that decide.
There are so many subtle nuances that aren't really taken into account. I mean, the damage on a fighter's face, how he reacts between rounds, how gassed he looks after the fact, or in this case, Homan spitting out a mouthpiece, several times. If I was a judge in this fight, which I'm not, but if I was, I would look at all those things and factor them into my scorecard.
Jonathan Kaufman, this is what you have to love about mixed martial arts. Sign of respect, mutual admiration. He comes over, he gives him a hug, and that's John Kaufman, just one of the real class guys to enter into the Pinnacle Fighting Championship, and he's pretty happy. It seems like Kaufman feels he did enough to win that fight.
And again, that's something you'll hear corners tell their fighters sometimes. Put your hands up, show everybody you won. And a lot of times, judges do play that in their heads.
And right now, Baker can't get the shin guards off fast enough. Baker also feels like, Homan feels like he won the fight, putting his hands up.
I think you've been in the fight, Ryan Cavanaugh. Maybe hit too many times. You're going back to fights that have already happened, my friend.
Look, they're both exciting fights. We got the Kaufman, Leviathan looking for a little water. Excellent fight though. As I said, you have decisions that are boring, 3-round fights where there isn't action. These guys left it all in the cage, and they went, well, in this case, the full 6 minutes, 2-minute rounds in the amateur division.
Yeah, a little bit of a testament there to the Pinnacle FC matchmaking.
And we've got the scorecards, and we have George Phillips in the ring with the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for a hard-fought mixed martial arts contest. The final bell has rung and your judges have spoken. One judge has it 29-28 for Homan. Another judge has it 29-28 for Kaufman. And your third judge has it 29-28 for your winner by split decision,
Alec Homan moves to 2-0. Dave Click in the ring
Not really
with
sure
the winner.
what these judges are doing here.
Wow. I mean, almost true to form. The atypical judge scoring.
All right, I'm here with Alec Homan from the Brute Squad fight team in Latrobe, Pennsylvania. Alec's mother called me this morning. She was looking for some tickets, and She told me that Alec likes to dress up as Spider-Man in his spare time. So, but it actually is for a good cause. Alec goes to the Children's Hospital and dresses up as Spider-Man for them to increase the spirits. So give it up for a move like that for Alec. But the reason why we're here, Alec's now 2-0 in the cage. He's moving up. I want to get his thoughts on it, but I have an idea in my head. We got a guy named Jonas Rubiano. Jonas trains at Henzu Gracie Jiu-Jitsu in Pittsburgh. He didn't get to fight on this show, but we'd like to get you guys going in May. So think about it and get back to me. But it's your moment right now. Walk us through the fight and tell us what you're thinking, brother.
Yeah, he was a warrior, tough guy, real strong. I knew if I kept my feet moving and planted a good, couple left hands, that I'd really catch him early and hopefully, knock him out. He has a pretty tough chin, so he was able to hold on to that.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank a whole lot of people. For starters, all my coaches, my training partner. I'd like to thank Olympus Fitness, Building Bodies, all those guys out there, my sponsors, Rocco's Pizza, Unseen Armada, all those guys, and my friends and family that came out here to see me. I mean, you guys are awesome. I'd like to thank work. They really been working with me and giving me time off to train for this, and thank all you guys out here. Pinnacle Pinnacle Fight Championship. I like you guys, man. You guys are awesome. This fight card is really stacked, and I just hope everybody enjoys the show.
All right, one more time. Give it up for Alec Spider-Man Homan. So this was the end of the non-advanced amateur rules. So you may have been wondering why you didn't see punches on the ground, or you may have been saying punching now. Now starts the advanced amateur rules. So what you see on TV is what you're gonna see now. So sit back and enjoy.
Dave Click lets us know that the real amateur fighting is about to go down, and we're gonna start it off in the lightweight division. Zach Grossman and Devontae Smith. Let's send it up to George Phillips and bring out Zach Grossman and Devontae Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for three-minute rounds and takes place in the 155-pound weight division. This bout is being brought to you by the Unseen Armada. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith from Evolve MMA, Medina, Ohio, training partner of my broadcast partner tonight, the Coyote.
That makes you guys Eskimo partners, I believe.
Absolutely. And there he is, also known as Johnny Cage. He's confident, is he not, Coyote?
He is full of swagger from the moment he wakes up to the moment the rest of the world goes to bed. Even when you're sleeping, Devontae Smith is taking selfies of his abs and lifting weights to really be the monster that he thinks he is.
Well, he's came to Evolve about a year ago. This is his first fight under that coaching staff, Dave, and he feels very confident that this was a good move for his career.
Yeah, you know what? I did a breakdown for this fight, and I said maybe he's very explosive, but puts himself into a lot of 50-50 positions and scrambles. And he said, I think he said that the biggest thing with this camp that's changed in his game is everything. He's a different fighter, a different guy than the last time we saw him in the cage. I'm excited to see what he has to offer here tonight.
Some fighters get tense before fights, some fighters get nervous, and they become unlike themselves. That man we're looking at is not one of them. Cool as a cucumber, of course, good friends with Rel Hodge and named Johnny Cage.
Absolutely. And it's almost like you guys are at Evolve. I mean, you got him described to a T, and is very much a Leo here. Loves attention.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome Zach Grossman.
Zach Grossman, Henzo Gracie in Pittsburgh, PA, comes in with a 3-2 record. David Grossman is, is known as an all-around fighter. Really feels like he's putting it all together for this fight.
Yeah, Grossman, like we said, he has shown in his last 2 fights he's actually won both of his fights with striking, even though he comes from a grappling camp at the Henzo Gracie Pittsburgh school.
Kyle, we look at the tail of the tape. What stands out to you about this fight?
Mainly, I would have to say the height disadvantage for Devontae Smith. He's giving up 4 inches of height and potentially reach. We don't really know the arm length or leg length of these guys right now, but I mean, it's very evident he's got 4 inches shorter, or I'm sorry, higher to go to get to Grossman's chin.
Of course, Devontae Smith, still just a babe in the sport, only 20 years old, but has as much experience as Grossman.
And I can't speak for Grossman's camp, but I know where Devontae's been training. I know that he puts it all in when he goes to train. He's one of those guys in the gym nobody likes sparring with because he hits so hard. I mean, it's just, he's got some explosive power in both hands, great takedowns, and I'm looking forward to him really exhibiting his athleticism.
Dave, as you mentioned, Devontae Smith somehow ends up dropping his opponent or slipping, having his opponent slip, or somehow getting on top of his opponent and then brutally finishing him on the ground. We'll see if he has that sort of capability tonight against Zach Grossman, as both fighters are in the cage. And we send it up to George Phillips with the introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds and takes place in the 155-pound weight division. This bout is being brought to you by the Unseen Armada. Your referee in charge of the action is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, this mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed in at 154 pounds. 5 MMA bouts, 3 victories against 2 defeats. Representing Evolve MMA, he hails from Medina, Ohio. Please welcome Johnny Cage, Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith
His
doing the
opponent
same
across
dance.
the cage to my right. Fighting out of the red corner, this mixed martial artist stands 6 feet tall and weighed in at 155 pounds. 5 MMA bouts, 3 victories against 2 defeats. Representing Renzo Gracie, he hails from the Steel City of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Please welcome Zach Grossman.
Devontae Smith and Cage doing the same dance he did on the way down, showing he's not nervous at all. Or maybe that's to cover up his nerves.
Devontae Smith, red trunks from Evolve Fight Team. Zach Grossman in the gray shorts from Henzo Gracie. This is a good one, amateur division, 3 5-minute rounds, lightweight. Fighters touch gloves. It's Devontae Smith takes center cage. Very athletic, faking the front kick.
Oh, wow.
There's a right hand from Devontae.
Great combos. A 1-2 by Devontae, hits in the chin, then he follows it up with some knees. Finds himself now underhooked by Grossman against the cage.
One interesting thing, Devontae actually started off that fight exactly how pretty much I've seen a lot of his other fights start off. He's a patient for the first few seconds, and then he throws a big combination there to go in, but wasn't very successful against Grossman there.
And it's not the combination that is concerning to Zach Grossman right now. It's the knee that landed below the waistline, and that one looks like it hurt as the referee steps in.
You know, that's an unfortunate thing, but that does happen, especially when a guy has a propensity to clinch fight, you know, so to speak. When you get up close like that and both guys are throwing knees, the reality of it is you're both exposing your groins. You know, so I really don't need to see the replay. I hope we don't, frankly, but it's just an unfortunate thing that does happen a lot in MMA.
Devontae Cook going over to his corner as we take a look at Grossman in a lot of pain right there. But you know, John Cook, his corner man, said no, get back over to the neutral corner.
We're actually not allowed to get coaching during injury time. I don't know if our viewers know this, but when there is a neutral break like this in the action, you're not allowed to get coaching.
And as well, Zach Grossman will have up to 5 minutes. That's at his discretion as to whether or not he can continue. He's got 5 minutes to shake it off if that's possible. And a lot of the male listeners out there know it's very difficult sometimes to just shake it off when this happens.
Well, it looks like he's good to go and is attempting to shake it off here. But, I mean, in essence, this is almost like freezing the kicker in football.
Well, we'll be interested to see, you know, if we've seen the refs tonight, the officials tonight, put them back in the position they were in, and it looks like he's going to start them neutral from neutral corners. which may benefit Devontae Smith. As Grossman lands a good outside leg kick, but it's Devontae who answers with the left.
Both these guys have actually touched each other in the chin with aggression and very cleanly, and neither has really shown wear or tear for it yet.
Nice job by Devontae to pummel under to get an underhook, and right away Grossman takes it right back.
We saw Devontae Smith actually smile after that shot landed, and that usually means, yeah, that landed, but it didn't hurt.
We're going to see the power of Devontae Smith here. I think Grossman's going for a ride.
Yeah.
Big slam!
Big dunk.
That's the athleticism there of a guy like Devontae Smith.
Now, understand, too, that this is a very large Grossman coming down from weight class that Devontae just picked up.
Good knee to the body by Devontae Smith. Very explosive, very powerful.
And this is what you have to deal with when you face an athlete of that caliber, and especially being a taller guy in Grossman, you have to kind of think that your hips are in danger.
Good base by Grossman underneath, looking to create some separation. He's trying to get that left leg in between, and he does.
Very good job to get back to a half guard there by Grossman, and now working to a full guard. Beautifully done. Very technical on the ground is Grossman.
Listen, you can't come from a Henzo Gracie fight team and not
Truly.
know how to handle yourself on the ground. They'll kick you right out of that gym.
That's a good point, Ryan Kavanaugh.
Grossman
Devontae
will be
Smith
allowed
looking to
back on
posture up
Monday.
here. This is something I've seen in a lot of his video. Get on his knees, or off of his knees, I'm sorry. Posture up and throw big punches.
And there's a right hand that hits Grossman, and another.
And Grossman, yeah, I was going to say Grossman's working for that triangle with that wrist control
Devontae.
on the left hand of Smith, but Devontae is just
Landed
throwing.
Big right that misses, and he's putting it together against the cage. Grossman looks for the takedown. Devontae up against the cage, prevents it. That's some fast action there from Devontae Smith.
Devontae is actually looking a little bit tired right now with Grossman grinding on his lungs, and rightfully so. I'd be breathing heavy myself, but Grossman is a Terminator, apparently. He just got hit with some solid shots in the face and is still being the aggressor here, and now takes Smith down for his efforts.
Lands in half guard.
What a tough round to score so far.
This has kind of been Devontae's Achilles heel so far in his career against guys who are good ground grapplers and submission fighters.
Look at how deep Devontae's feet were just caught in the cage, actually, David McKinney, and I thought there could have been an injury possibility.
Devontae Smith with a
Great
sweep.
sweep.
And look at him, he's going to go to knee.
Smith now on top. Grossman is starting to look a little discouraged in the bottom, even though he's still fighting. And great job back to guard again in the ground.
It's the raw power and athleticism of Devontae Smith that's frustrating Grossman. I'm sure he's thinking this guy shouldn't be able to sweep me like that. But this is a different type of fighter, Devontae Smith. We're inside the last few seconds of round number one. There's the horn. Devontae Smith ends up on top. You said it, Coyote. Difficult round to score as we get a good look at Devontae Smith. Who did enough to get that round?
I would have to go with Smith. I mean, it is kind of hard when you have an illegal blow that does kind of muddy the water, so to speak. But the reality is he landed the cleaner shots. He did have more takedowns in the round. I mean, we're looking right here as he ground and pounds his way. You know, I'd have to give him a 10-9 round here. David?
Big punch does not land by Devontae Smith. As we see him doing work, Dave.
I think Devontae definitely did land a lot more shots here, as we see Grossman with the takedown attempt here, and this is actually the one that he does. I think he eventually gets this one and puts Devontae on his back, but I still think that round had to go to Devontae Smith based on that big slam and a couple of big shots that he landed.
Well, the sweep, too, that Grossman took him down, but it proved ineffective.
One takedown apiece, the sweep. Of course, you mentioned the low blow by Devontae Smith. The ref did not take a point, so that's not going to factor in. And, of course, if you're judging style points, the big slam, Matt Hughes style by Devontae Smith would get it.
Right.
Devontae Smith, Johnny Cage
Smith
in the red trunks.
Smith breathing heavy, though, coming out. Grossman still looks fresh. Oh, big one, too, by Devontae Smith.
Grossman answers.
Firing back. I mean, he's got a solid chin on him.
Trade the outside leg kicks and another by Devontae.
Both men just chopping each other.
Grossman looks a little tentative on the feet here.
He does. And now against the fence again, Devontae's going to try to get that underhook on his right side, and he does. Now sporting double underhooks. We'll look to turn Grossman.
Has the strength to do it again.
Oh, nice little knee bump, takedown.
Very slick.
But now Grossman, look at, doesn't fall into a mount position, but into a butterfly guard. It's kind of hard to sweep or look for a bridge when the cage is right behind you, but he can go laterally left to right.
Well, and in this case, even going to Grossman's right, the cage is there. He's in maybe the worst place to be with your back against the cage in the corner and butterfly guards.
And he does get up to his feet now, blocked a few shots attempted by Devontae Smith, and now is looking to lock up an arm.
And Devontae is looking for a takedown. It might serve him to land some knees there, and he does. Knees to the thigh by Devontae Smith. Wear down the wheels of Zach Grossman.
And I have to think that's a good strategy against a taller fighter. David, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, kind of chop him down. And the other interesting thing here is Devontae kind of has his head a little bit low, maybe just trying to bring Grossman down to his level here.
I was going to mention that his head maybe would have been suspect for guillotine against a jiu-jitsu heavy practitioner in Grossman, but I think the tentative, or I'm sorry, the hesitation on Grossman now has become evident as Devontae Smith is landing more and more and kind of controlling more and more.
Devontae looking to come out the back door here, and he does turn him against the cage. Great job by Devontae Smith here to once again take control of this fight.
Real solid.
Another big slam by Devontae.
Devontae Smith. The only thing louder than the noise of Grossman's back was the ooh from the crowd. That was a huge slam by Johnny Cage.
I'd have to even say it takes a third to the beating of my heart now, Ryan Cavanaugh. I am about to fall out of my chair here with another one of those. It is showing up in the Richter scale how hard he's slamming him.
That's huge. That's his second one in this fight. What sort of effect does that have on a fighter, Kyle, to get slammed like that from a man who's been slammed like that?
Oh, I have been taken down so many times, Ryan, and it is very disheartening. It's not even so much that it hurts, it's just frustrating.
Oh,
yes, absolutely.
He doesn't have positioning here, though.
Nope, now that he's using it to sweep, though. Now Grossman finds himself on top. But now he's in full guard, and this is trouble for Devontae Smith. Now notice the side it's on, though. Grossman didn't have trouble with the cage in his way to complete the Kimura. Smith still, however, in trouble in full guard, and that is a strange thing.
Yeah, that was a horrible call.
Now that is
by
my
referee
teammate,
Chip
I have to
Snyder.
say right here. That was in trouble, and that got stood up. I don't agree with that, not one bit.
And you don't
You know
agree
what?
with it because of what Grossman was doing, not Devontae Smith, who was a man on top. And they're throwing blows. A right hand from Devontae Smith lands.
Devontae Smith has landed 4 solid crosses on the chin of Grossman, and Grossman still coming forward. Both fighters exchanging heavily.
Final 10 seconds of round number 2.
Yeah, I'm a little bit beside myself here. That was
Our
one of the
broadcast
absolute worst
partner,
stand-ups I've
Dave
ever seen in my
McKinney.
life. And if you see me on Twitter, follow me at MMA McKinney. I have a lot of fun tweets about Chip Snyder there. Chip fight to the death Snyder, one of the worst referees in the sport of MMA. Wow. He needs to be out of there.
Holding nothing back here and really not keeping anything. Oh, wow. We're looking again now at the replays, but we have the fighters in the corners between the rounds here. Grossman looking very tired, very disheartened. As I said, Ryan could be from those takedowns. I still do want to touch on not only the cardio of Smith right now, but that stand-up. That was just incredibly out of place, and I'm not too sure I can agree with that at all.
Big right hand there that staggers Grossman from Devontae Smith. Johnny Cage is absolutely showing his athleticism here. This is at the end of the second round. And then interesting thing you see here, Grossman still recovering though and getting the fight back to the clinch. And again, that was right after that horrible stand-up from referee Chip Snyder.
I think Devontae Smith actually looks more fresh after this round than he did round 1.
I would agree with that. Look at he's smiling now. That ugly green mouthpiece. Just
I think Chip Snyder actually prides himself on being the worst referee in MMA.
Round 3, we've got Devontae Smith right there in the red, Zach Grossman in the gray, a disgruntled Dave McKinney and Coyote joins me in the broadcast booth, and Devontae again lands leather right off the belt.
I love that Devontae Smith waving on Zach Grossman.
He just waves him in.
Come on, punch me in the face.
Well, I think Devontae just found his range of getting in and out, where he can strike and
I'm ready
Grossman
for
can't. Now notice he's just that half step back. Besides that heavy leg kick.
Devontae's coming with the big overhand. Oh.
Yep. Now Grossman's timing that right hand now, though. If you notice, every time Devontae goes to throw that cross, Grossman's changing levels, engaging, and then getting him pressed against the fence where Devontae cannot throw those big punches
That's an excellent
anymore.
point. Look for Devontae.
Nice turn there by Devontae.
Yeah, I almost expected Devontae to push off and release because it seems like he's got an advantage on the feet. Instead, he goes for the body lock takedown where he's had success. This would be 3 rounds in a row with a power slam if he can pull it off.
It just seems that he's taking more damage on the fence than he actually is on the feet. So if I was in his corner right now, I would be screaming to disengage and throw some hands again. I mean, he's clearly landing that 1-2 combination every time he throws it.
And it's created a situation.
Oh,
Nice.
wow, a creative takedown there by Devontae
Smith almost go all the way to a seated position and still able to spin and spin his hips around. Those are some awesome hips for a guy who isn't necessarily a wrestler by trade.
Well, again, that really plays into the athleticism we're talking about. It's a different kind of fighter, and that's exactly why 95% of the population that goes inside that cage is going on their back. Devontae Smith turns into a takedown of his own.
And look for Grossman to get active here, work submissions. We saw him put Devontae in trouble.
Nice shots there.
Absolutely, Dave. Good shots to the head there by Devontae.
I was thinking Grossman was going to start to wall walk, but then he kind of abandoned that early and decided to turn in, and now has given up the far side half guard.
And you saw Grossman almost baiting Devontae Smith in there to take his back.
We have a potential eye poke, or
And referee
was
Chip
that a
Snyder
verbal
calling
attack?
it off. I'm not sure exactly what happened, whether he got poked in the eye.
I think he stopped the fight, though, because Devontae Smith stopped because he was waving his hands. This is going to be interesting, even if he did get poked in the eye.
This is going to be a medical stoppage. We're not sure to what faculty as of yet.
I'm sure the truck will get us a replay right here and we can see, but I don't know if it's a medical stoppage as much as it is him calling off the fight. This is where it gets tricky, Kyle, because if he didn't see the eye poke, it shouldn't be stopped because Grossman said, I got poked in the eye.
I absolutely agree. It's hard to see what happened from the angle that we were sitting at, but we're hoping to get a replay here.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was an eye poke if Chip Snyder didn't see it.
Oh, here we go. And now, the fingers are out.
It's the left hand pinky that got in his eye.
You're absolutely right.
Time clock was obscuring it. We see the damage there.
Again, once again, Chip Snyder living up to his reputation. A horrible call there.
David McKinney pulling no punches from the broadcast booth here.
I'm not quite sure what the call was. I don't know if they've called it the fight. And now it looks, I see Grossman in the corner almost arguing, saying I got poked in the eye. I think this fight's official. I think it's a ref stoppage, TKO, and
it needs to be
that's
overturned.
Exactly what we have.
And it's going to have to be overturned.
We've got George Phillips in the ring. He's going to clear up the muddy waters for us and give us the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time, 1 minute, 40 seconds of round number 3. Your winner by TKO due to strikes. And a verbal tap from his opponent, Johnny Cage,
Devontae Smith, victorious, albeit controversial, is about to have the post-fight speech here.
He's going to have a word with Dave Click here. We send it up to Dave Click.
All right, I'm here with Devontae Smith from Evolve Fight Team coming out of Ohio, starting to be staples here at Pinnacle Fighting Championships. Heard a lot of good stuff from you from a kind of questionable guy named John Cook, but we'll leave it at that. Told me you were very explosive, which is just what happened. Tell us a little bit about the fight, how you think it went down.
I think it went great, obviously, for me, but I feel bad how they ended. I feel like I improved.
How did it end for those that didn't see it? I mean, it looks like there's a little bit of controversy. What happened?
I guess I was doing ground and pound. You know, I guess I opened my eyes.
Well, I think it's safe to say that up to that point you were dominating the fight. Heck of your debut here at Pinnacle. So I'm going to give you the mic. Thanks to people you'd like to thank, and definitely thanks for fighting for Pinnacle. I would say it's safe to say you should probably watch the fight between Fatty Schumann and Eric Bledsoe. You might be in that conversation now, so stick around.
Ooh. I want to give everybody a thanks coming out, showing me support. Mainly I want to give a thanks to my mom, who supported me through everything. She got her hands up, and man, I want to thank my new gym, Evolve. We got two of the best. We got two of the best coaches, John Cook and Steve Tracy, aka Steve Cancel Christmas. I want to thank all my teammates from Evolve, my brother Jarrell, and Kyle who's doing commentary right now. And thanks for supporting MMA.
Getting a shout out there.
There you go.
Devontae Smith from Evolve, Ohio.
We came here for the Pinnacle FC 6 show. It's live on pay-per-view, and we got a little bit of the Devontae Smith Johnny Cage show. Nice performance. Rule number 1: never take the microphone, and he did it. And then he made the cage his stage.
He is on stage wherever he goes. Always a performer. Always looking to please the public. Johnny Cage, aka Devontae Smith, just, I mean, a personality.
Up next, we've got exciting action, the 145-pound division. Two real solid amateurs. We send it up to George Phillips to bring out the first fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds and takes place in the 145-pound weight division. This bout is being brought to you by Intimidation Clothing. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Russ Beatrick.
Russ Berliedrich heads out from the Mat Factory Lower Burrell, as their name describes. Mat Factory, known for their wrestling.
known for the wrestling indeed out of the Mat Factory. 8-5, nothing to slouch on. That is a huge amateur record. I don't even know if there's anybody on the card to match those numbers as a professional. I mean, well, I can't say our amateur main event actually has guys with 10 plus fights, but that is 13 fights in amateur is huge, showing a wealth of experience and aggression. Russ Breetrick coming in looking to take on Jake Schilling, sitting at 4-1, fighting out of Fight Club Pittsburgh.
Breetrick, as we mentioned, the wrestling trained with Don Mazzata. Talk to him about what's changed since his last fight. He says his wrestling has gotten a lot better. Also on his ledger, lost to Mark Jericho. And he said at times he thought he could beat Jericho, so that 8-3 record with
Actually, yeah, 2 losses to Mark Jericho.
You take off the Pride of Bloomfield, and we're looking at an 8-1 fighter. So this guy has big things going on for himself here in the featherweight division, bantamweight division.
He's a very, very aggressive fighter. A good matchup for a guy like Jacob Schilling who wants to come out and also be aggressive. You know, interesting. If he wants to win this fight, I think he's going to need to throw some counter punches here against Jacob Schilling.
You know, he has a long layoff after the second loss that Jericho had said, and it destroyed him mentally. He took another fight after that, and while he won, he said his heart wasn't there for the king. He now comes back with a revived passion, a renewed passion for the sport.
A new gym.
And absolutely, that'll help you out.
I can empathize with that. There are times when you're just sick of seeing the same 4 walls, you don't want to train anymore, and it gets to a point where you just frankly hate MMA. To take time away where you miss it again, that is key.
We'll set it up to George Phillips to bring out Berlichik's opponent.
His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome Jake Schilling.
That's called a crowd pop, and the reason for that is the gym of Jake Schilling Fight Club Pittsburgh right around the corner.
One of 4 featherweights fighting tonight from Fight Club Pittsburgh, which is just an absolutely crazy stat. You know, and they actually have more featherweights and bantamweights on deck that aren't fighting tonight. Guys like Justin Steve, Cody Garbrandt. We look at the tail of the tape here. The big numbers you want to look at, the experience advantage for Russ Berlichik, 13 fights to Jake Schilling's 5. Also, Jake Schilling just 19 years old, Russ Berlichik 30 years old, and Berlichik with a 4-inch height advantage here, 6 feet to Jake Schilling's 5'8". Jake Schilling going to want to throw punches and bunches here, which is what we always see him doing. He's going to come out and pop his jab, has a great jab, and something I always say is I wouldn't be surprised to see him one day knock somebody out with his jab. I don't know if it's going to be tonight, but maybe someday.
Now, normally, David, I would say that being 19 years old could be a bit of a disadvantage against the experience and I would say maturity and wisdom of somebody that's a 30-year-old or, you know, even like 25 and up. But this kid has a wealth of experience to himself. I mean, don't let the age fool you. 4-1 is a grown man in amateur MMA. I don't care who you are. That is a lot of fights for this division, and he's not going to have any issue overcoming the age difference.
Of course, some of the toughest fights you have are not sanctioned. That's what goes on in the gym. It's called sparring. And he trains at what I call Alpha Male East. It is the camp of monsters in the 35 and 45-pound division. That's Fight Club Pittsburgh. So when you're going up against Kama Worthy, Mark Jericho, Justin Hawksteve, Cody Garbrandt, the list goes on and on.
Anthony Cornell right there in the corner.
Iron sharpens iron, boys. And you've got a very mature 19-year-old right there.
And something that I love about the mindset of Jake Schilling is Pinnacle commentators have told me he will literally fight anyone, and tonight that anyone is Russ Berlichik.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds and takes place in the 145-pound weight division. Brought to you by Intimidation Clothing. Your referee in charge of the action is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, this mixed martial artist standing 6 feet tall and weighing at 144 pounds. 13 MMA contests, 8 victories against 5 defeats. Representing the Mat Factory, he hails from Lower Burrell, Pennsylvania. Please welcome Russ Breetrick. His opponent across the cage to my right, fighting out of the red corner. This mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed in at 146 pounds. 5 MMA bouts, 4 victories against 1 defeat. Representing Fight Club Pittsburgh, he hails from the Steel City of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Please welcome Jake Schilling.
You know, if I had to make an MMA doll, I think it'd be looking like Jake Schilling. He's just like the prototypical fighter face and body.
Jake Schilling in the red trunks from Fight Club Pittsburgh. Russ Berlichik, black trunks, Matt Factory, Ryan Cavanaugh, Kyle Rozeski, Dave McKinney. Fighters' touch gloves were underway.
Body shot there lands from Berlichik.
Both fighters exchanging jabs early on.
See that left jab that you've talked about so much with Jake Schilling.
Well, you'll notice Schilling sits down in his punches, more of the weight's on his back foot, whereas Berlichik seems to be heavy on the front.
Heavy on the front, which would make him more susceptible to the takedown. Right on cue, Jake Schilling gets the single leg.
That's that karate style that a lot of guys, from the Matt Factory, maybe he learned. Dominic Mazada's kind of that same style.
Very easily moves into side mount, landing some lefts, and there you go. Berlichik gets it back into half.
This is something we saw from Schilling in the last fight. Using his wrestling. Obviously, he has a wrestling background, but kind of fell in love with striking because he was very successful with it early in his career. I think we've seen his growth as a fighter here now, using his wrestling, mixing all the aspects of the MMA game together.
Despite having a heavy stand-up background myself, I like watching the wrestling style of Schilling because he's one of the more active guys on top. Look at him here, just ground and pound 101, moving from position to position, keeping his hips in a proper, stable. I mean, he's just throwing leather now, and Berlichik is eating it.
Staying heavy on Berlichik, landing a play. One thing about his style, ground and pound, he doesn't posture all the way up.
Exactly.
Just enough to start throwing compact punches, and he's had success. Body, back up to the head. Schilling all over Berlichik early in this fight.
Again, and I think that's a testament to his experience. He's absolutely working at throwing powerful shots, but never getting in a bad spot where he can be swept.
And Berlichik, his biggest problem here is he's not controlling the posture of Schilling. He really is just trying to shrimp out here, but he's not doing a really that great of a job of it. And as Schilling passes there again to side control.
Well, you'll notice Berlichik was pushing with his legs, but wasn't pushing his own hips back. And that was the problem. It wasn't creating enough space to be rid of a knee on belly or a mount position like we're saying here almost.
It almost looked like he was going to take that left arm. It looked like he was going to isolate the arm
as
he went to mount.
He went around the world there for what looked like a far side armbar attempt, but is now content being the other side.
He's going for the armbar here again.
And there he is, reaching to the other side. Look for him to go around the head now. I mean, he's faking the knee on belly, but if he wants that arm, he's going to walk around the head to his right.
And to do that, is he going to secure his Berlichik's right arm with his left as he makes that transition around the body?
And you saw just something beautiful there. His hips turned over as he was in side control. Now he's back in half guard, posturing up, throwing a couple of big shots.
Watching this fight, Berlichik has to feel he's in a confined space and he just hit a hornet's nest. Because no matter where he goes, they keep coming on top of him, and Schilling is giving him zero space to move or breathe.
Fighting a good wrestler who's active on top like this is like fighting in an elevator or a phone booth. I mean, as much as you want to strike, you can't. This is a tall guy on the bottom, too.
Full
He's
mount.
looking, oh, wow. Now Schilling has his back. Schilling with both hooks in, but we only have 11 seconds left in the round here.
If you're looking for a rear neck and Jericho here.
Inside 10 seconds.
I don't think he's going to finish it now.
Armbar.
Yep, transition to the armbar.
Looking for a belly down armbar here, and I don't think he's got time to work. Berlichik is going to see the second round, but one full round of domination by Jake Schilling.
If there had been more damage done and Berlichik maybe stood up with some blood, that could very well be construed as a 10-8 round. He didn't land anything on the ground. There were very few strikes on the feet, but then he immediately saw the mat.
It was all defense there for Berlichik. I don't think, if a guy actually is having decent defense, normally a 10-8 round is if a guy is getting beat up and isn't defending himself. Of course, I think most of the time if you have a 10-8 round, the fight should be pretty close to being stopped.
Take a look at Schilling, and Dave, I ask you, what does Grossman need to do in this second round to change his luck around?
Or Berlichik.
Berlichik, I'm sorry.
He needs to keep this fight on his feet. He needs to not end up on his back, keep the fight on his feet, use the angle, step off, and stay off of his back foot, that's not something that I don't think he's going to be able to fix in 90 seconds in between rounds.
And perhaps try to send a message between rounds. Berlichik foregoing the stool, decided to stand the entire break here, and I don't know if he's trying to tell Schilling that I have more energy, or if it's maybe something he's not used to doing. But he opted not to sit down.
Jake Schilling looks like he just woke up. He doesn't look like he just fought 5 minutes. He's in excellent shape. And Schilling right away takes the center of the cage, shoots a double, and he looks like he's going to pick him up and takes Berlichik down.
And I think the game plan of Jake Schilling coming into this fight was very obvious. Schilling taking his back again here. It looks almost taking his back. Berlichik looking to get back to his feet.
Berlichik will square up here, but he's going to go down shortly again. Yep, there it goes. Now, one thing I like that Schilling does is he does move across the legs, which gets you caught in the guard, but he never seems to end up in full guard.
Berlichuk
He's always
giving
going
us back
from side
again
to
here.
half to side. And now one hook in deep for Schilling. Needs to get that left hook in as well. If he can push off the cage, he'll have the room to do such.
Going for the backpack here is Berlichuk trying to stand.
And there it is. He gets the room from the cage. He's got to get that left hook in. He needs to secure the lower half.
Berlichuk from this position as they stand up now, but he needed to put all of his weight, make Schilling carry his weight, which he wasn't doing. Schilling with another takedown.
3 takedowns in the first minute of the second round here.
And Berlichuk turning his head here, almost basically giving Schilling his back. Looks like he wants out of this fight.
Well, I think he's actually giving Schilling his back now because, one, he's safest there. You're not going to get hit very much if the guy's concentrating on choking you. And 2, he's only went for the choke half-heartedly at the end of the round. I think he feels safe by giving his back up, honestly. Here's where he's taking most of the damage. When he's squared up, getting brought down again for what will be the 4th takedown if Schilling can secure it, and just eating shots from the guard position.
And you're right, Schilling landed a couple punches on the way up for Berlichuk this last time, but for the most part, Berlichuk has prevented the damage to take place. However, not being real offensive here, and also not being able to take the sticky fighter Schilling and get him off of him.
Well, you can see here, it doesn't look like he's very much trying to disengage. It seems like he's just trying to avoid the takedown.
Schilling with his head a little bit low there. Kind of surprised Berlichuk wasn't looking for a guillotine, as Berlichuk once again trying to give Schilling his back, basically gift wrapping it here for him. Schilling not taking it though.
Berlichuk showed a moment of frustration as his corner, I'm sure, was shouting instruction, and he sort of threw his hands up as if he didn't know what to do or didn't have an answer for this kind of a swarm.
And that was what I was going to say. In between rounds, coming into the second round, Berlichuk almost looked kind of lost, like he didn't know what to do and didn't know how to solve this puzzle that is Jake Schilling.
Schilling is tenacious, relentless. He drops for another double and he gets it.
And there's the 5th takedown of the second round, and unless he finishes it here, I have to think Berlichuk lost the second round of 3 here.
Credit to Berlichuk, though. He has not stopped moving, not stopped trying to get to his
Has
feet.
the back again.
Now look at, Schilling does not, now he's trying to put that hook in, but I think he could have finished the fight earlier in this round had he done that when he had the first opportunity to.
Kyle, you believe he should have secured position before going for the choke?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he let Berlichuk back up. Oh, another big takedown.
Big slam.
This is the story of this fight thus far, Ryan Cavanaugh, is Schilling closing the distance, grabbing Berlichuk and not letting him go.
And something smart from Schilling there that I saw him try to do. He wasn't 100% successful, but turn Berlichuk as he's in the air to end up in side control. He did end up in half guard.
2 rounds in the books. Wash, rinse, and repeat. Jake Schilling taking down Russ Berlichuk. Berlichuk, to his credit, as I mentioned, never stopped fighting. But Kyle, I ask you this time, what can he do to change the momentum of the fight?
He needs to commit less, I should say not commit less, but strike smarter, more efficiently. Stay longer with jabs. Every time he goes to throw or goes to defend a shot, he gives his hips up right here. You can see he's very much a stand-up guy with a background as his hips are always forward. It seems that his shoulders are behind his knees to such a degree that he's inviting the takedown.
And Jake Schilling, Dave, is this what you expected out of him?
You know what I expected? Maybe a little bit more stand-up against a tough stand-up opponent like Russ Berlichuk. But I think that they're fighting this fight smart. Something we didn't mention earlier. Both Pinnacle matchmakers, Dave Glick and Joe D'Amore, kind of hinted that there may be a title shot on the line in this fight. And maybe Schilling's taking that to heart. Maybe we'll see him go for broke if he gets this title shot. Maybe we'll see him in the next fight go for broke.
You have a title shot or a #1 contender on the line. It means something. Schilling started round 2 by immediately shooting a double. We'll see if he does it here. Jake Schilling, red shorts. Russ Berlichuk in the black. Round 3 of 3, Pinnacle Fighting Championship 6.
You know, between the rounds, I wanted to see more desperation out of Berlichuk's corner. They have to think, and there he is, again, committing with that right hand before standing up with the jab. And that's exactly what I was alluding to between the rounds.
100% commitment there, and I was going to say he needed to come out and go for broke, which he didn't do.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to set it up at least a little bit. Here's the story of the fight again. Schilling plants him in the mat, and he has to have some desperation here. Berlichuk needs to win, or he's going to lose a decision.
For the second straight round, it's taken less than 10 seconds for Schilling to get his first
Schilling with his
takedown.
head low here. Berlichuk, I'm surprised he's not looking. There he is. He's looking for a standing guillotine.
That's
a front choke.
That is reasonably deep, but I do think that Schilling, yep, it was good wrist control here. Peeled it off and was able to turn him against the fence.
Wow. Berlichuk.
Good head position here for Schilling.
Giving Schilling something to think about there, guys.
Now he's got that half-tie collar there. He should have been throwing some knees to the body, the taller Berlichuk, but just finding himself absolutely in the thralls of one Jake Schilling, who was having his way here with the ground and the takedowns.
And Schilling again, using the head, controlling Berlichuk. Good knee by Berlichuk, but his posture, he's too high. He's letting the shorter, stockier Schilling, who lands a big slam.
And that's what I was talking to on the fence. You know, you want to lower your level and bend your knees more. Essentially, seems like Berlichuk, for all his experience, is kind of just content with forcing his back into the cage and putting his hips forwards. Now you watch here and see how he's still squared up. I mean, he's going for a submission. It looks like maybe trying to get a guillotine. Oh yeah, that's deep now. This is a deep standing guillotine right here. Schilling is actually in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble. Russ Berlichuk looking to finish.
Looks like
wow.
It's not fully under the chin.
Berlichuk has it underneath. It looks tight, but Schilling putting the hand over the shoulder to defend.
Yeah,
Schilling
it looked like it was on the chin just a tiny bit, just enough for Schilling to barely breathe there.
Big knee to the body, and that hurt Schilling. It
that
folded him
absolutely
up.
did. No, normally we'd be saying Schilling dropped for a takedown, but he just had a full knee right to the sternum from a full tie collar. Berlichuk now throwing some good elbows to the body, really trying to work the top position, and now gets reversed for his efforts and finds him back against the cage
Schilling
again.
still with his head low here.
Now see, this is what I was talking about though. Look at how he's not trying to bend his knees. He's standing straight up. Right here, he's going to take him down in a matter of seconds. He's not even attempting to bend his knees or lower the level. He's just trying to out-muscle Schilling right now.
Good elbow by Berlichuk.
And he made me eat crow right there as Berlichuk fights off Schilling. Excellent takedown defense. Oh, big knee.
Big knee to the body by Berlichuk. And another 10 seconds, though. Berlichuk needs a finish.
He needs to disengage and swing for all he's worth
Big
right now.
knee to the body. And this one's going to go to the judges' scorecards. It looks like Jake Schilling has done enough to defeat Russ Berlichuk in what may be a #1 contender match here at Pinnacle. Either of you guys disagree with that?
No, and apparently even with Berlichuk as he goes to his corner and punches the pad in the blue corner over there. I mean, it was just a very, very cut and dry first 2 rounds. With Schilling is absolutely dominating cage control. Really dictated the pace of the fight and where it went to, David.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that was, the first 2 rounds were, carbon copies of one another. And the third round, a little bit, we saw some life from Berlichuk, but I don't think anywhere near enough, especially considering we thought both of those first 2 rounds were close to 10-8 rounds.
Yeah, we needed, although, he clearly couldn't get enough room to land his strikes. He did threaten a couple times with a nice deep neck chokes on Schilling. One time I thought he had him in deep trouble, but Schilling fought through it.
That was a testament, again, to the wisdom of experience, not so much the number and age of the 19-year-old Jake Schilling, showing composure and just absolutely great standing jiu-jitsu defense getting out of that guillotine.
I think we're going to see Schilling move up to 5-1 and maybe become the #1 contender for what will be a vacant title at the end of the night. Whoever wins it between Rich Catalina and Jarrell Hodge, one of those guys is going to vacate it and move to the professional ranks.
Now, if that is the case, and we have Schilling in the next title fight, who would his opponent be here at Pinnacle? Do we have
we have a very interesting surprise coming up later on in the broadcast that may tell you guys who will be in that fight.
So it's not just purple shirts he's surprising us with tonight here, Ryan Cavanaugh. The snappy dressed David McKinney dropping some bombs on Pinnacle.
I'm scoring this one 3-0 for Jake Schilling. I'm scoring it 1-0 for Kyle right now as he gets you with the purple shirt comments. Well, those are called teases in Dave's business. Cliffhanger is making us stick around to find out exactly who will be the #1
That's right, you got to stick
contender
around the whole night.
We set it up to George Phillips. The fighters are in. The judges' scorecards are in for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the scorecards, a round of applause for a hard-fought 145-pound weight division contest. The final bell has rung and your judges have spoken. Judges Kruska and Rogers saw 29-28. Judge Lepezic saw 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing Fight Club Pittsburgh, Jake Schilling.
Jake Schilling picks up the victory. He moves to 5-1. We set it up to Dave Click, who's with the victorious Jake Schilling.
All right. I'm here with Jake Chill Schilling from the Fight Club Pittsburgh. He is from Pittsburgh. Jake, you walked in there You totally controlled the fight. This is your third or fourth fight for Pinnacle Mania. You're certainly making a name for yourself. Tell us how you're feeling after that.
Hey man, I feel good. You know, I don't think it's my best performance, but hey, they can't all be perfect. You know, came in there. I knew he was a striker and he had distance and length on me, so I figured I might take a chance getting hit. You know what I mean? I'm ugly as it is now, so. But I figured I'd just take him down and control the fight and get the win. You know?
Speak for myself in the crowd where I think it was a great performance. I don't think you have anything to be upset about that. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I would really like to thank my the Lamar crew out there, my work. Dave out there. Hey man, I just appreciate the job I get every day. You know what I mean? It's a blessing. I want to say thanks to my mom and dad, you know, for supporting me. My sister Chelsea coming in. You know, it's not every day that someone comes in to watch you fight. And my sister has done that, so I really have respect for her. And my coaches, everybody down Fight Club Pittsburgh, all that training we've been putting in to get to where I'm at.
All right, so in our 145-pound title bout tonight, we have Rich, the Raging Bull Cantilena, and he will be taking on Rel Hodge from Evolve MMA. Both these guys are going to be turning pro, win, lose, or draw after this fight. You are the man that we want to fight for our 145-pound title in July. Ethan Goss is the other guy we want to have fight for our 145 featherweight title in July. So we'd like to get a couple snapshots of you guys mean mugging each other. But who wants to see these fine gentlemen fight here in Pinnacle Fighting Championships in
There's
July?
your answer, Kyle.
And it's time to move into the title fights. We've got 3 big ones in the amateur division here at Pinnacle. We set it up to George Phillips to bring out the fighters in our first title bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds, and on the line, the Pinnacle Fighting Championships 135-pound championship. Introducing your combatants. First, the challenger. Fighting under the blue corner, please welcome Darnell Pettis.
Darnell Pettis, a bit of a Ronin in the MMA world, is not committed to just one camp. Kyle, he believes that he gets a better experience and he doesn't get used to training partners and their styles and thus mimicking their style if he bounces from camp to camp. Your thoughts on his choice of training strategy?
I can't argue. As somebody who cross trains a lot, you know, I have to agree with him. It's good to get those different looks and really explore and better different parts of yourself through different styles, but at the same time, it's my opinion that you do need to get home to go back to and it's a really solid camp to base yourself out of. I know it's a lot of grind to travel with it, personally.
Dave, I think the storyline for this fight is pretty simple. Darnell Pettis looking to land one of those huge bombs, and of course Davey Crockett looking to take him down and avoid those hands.
Yeah, a classic striker versus grappler matchup. Obviously, that's the way that both of these guys entered the sport of mixed martial arts. But interestingly enough, both guys, you know, pretty deep here into their amateur careers, and both guys have become very well-rounded fighters. The last time I saw Darnell Pettis, he was great. Ended up with a takedown. Ended up in mount. Actually ended up getting swept, but then locked in a triangle, almost submitted his opponent in that last fight. Darnell Pettis, no stranger to title fights. He is the UBC bantamweight champion. You know, one of the toughest 135-pounders in the state of Ohio. You know, looking to come in and win another championship here in PA.
Darnell Pettis said he's working with Rel Hodge on his wrestling for this fight, and of course, you know, everybody has a plan A and a plan B for how the fight's going to end. For Pettis, plan A is, I'm going to end this with a knockout, and if the ref stops it by TKO, so be it.
Well, the thing with Pettis' plan B is also knock the guy out. Plan C through Z are knock the guy out.
And his opponent. Fighting out of the red corner, please welcome the reigning, defending 135-pound champion, Dave Crockett.
Now making his way to the cage, Dave Crockett, the reigning champion here in the 135-pound Pinnacle Fighting Championship division. Both men here are stout individuals at 135, just absolute mavens of physical, I don't want to say perfection, but both these guys are coming in with rock solid abs, huge arms, and just an aggression that I would say unmatched in any other division right now.
I said to my girlfriend I want to give her a shout out real quick, Katie, but she was surprised that both of these guys are amateur fighters, and we look at the tail of the tape here, Kyle.
Both numbers, I mean, across the board, pretty comparable for both guys. The main thing that's going to stick out, I think, is going to be the stylistic difference. I mean, 6-1 against 7-3, not a whole lot of difference. 26 and 23, both men in the prime of their athletic age. 5'6", 134, 135 pounds. Everything is pretty even. You know, it's just going to be the absolute dichotomy of the striker versus grappler kind of nature.
Dave Crockett spoke about his record 6-1, and the one was a loss to Shane Valco, and he said he got hit in the nose. He got hit pretty good, and his nose started to bleed, and the ref stopped it because there was blood and it was an amateur fight.
Regardless, a loss to Shane Valco is nothing to be ashamed of.
Right, although I told him that the website should change it by KO due to nosebleeds.
Little Cage Kool-Aid.
But Dave, you mentioned your girlfriend thought was surprised both these guys were amateurs just because of their physical stature and build.
Exactly.
Neither of them look like it, and I'll tell you what else. Neither of these guys fight like amateurs. A lot of experience.
And Pettis also mentioning a lot of experienced amateurs on this card. Pettis said that this will be his last amateur fight as well. And I talked to his manager, said that their game plan is to take some time off after this fight, go visit some camps and find a place to really sink his teeth in and prepare for that professional career coming up here soon.
Pettis with the explosiveness, Davey Crockett with explosiveness as well, but it's a little bit different. It's a more attacking wrestling style. He's going to get in your face. Rusty Cage from Blairsville.
I would say Crockett's a bit more calculated of the two.
We send it up to George Phillips to introduce our fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for three-minute rounds, and on the line, the Pinnacle Fighting Championships 135-pound championship. Brought to you by Swiss Vale Auto Parts. Your championship referee is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, the challenger. This mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed in at 135 pounds. 10 MMA bouts, 7 victories against 3 defeats. Representing Titan MMA, he hails from Chillicothe, Ohio. Please welcome Darnell Achilles Pettis. His opponent across the cage to my right, fighting out of the red corner, the defending champion. This mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed in at 135 pounds. 7 MMA bouts, 6 victories against 1 defeat. Representing Rusty Cage, he hails from Blairsville, Pennsylvania. Please welcome the reigning, defending Pinnacle Fighting Championships 135-pound champion, Dangerous Dave Crockett.
It's Dangerous Dave Crockett defending his 135-pound title in the black with white trim, and it's Darnell Achilles Pettis in the Fairtex tie trunks.
Pettis actually from Twinsburg, Ohio, not Chillicothe.
Right, sure.
AKA parts unknown. Oh, and Pettis just turns down the early glove touch.
Good left by Pettis, and looks to be keeping his weight on his back foot here, perhaps knowing that Crockett wants to shoot.
And look at how low he keeps his hands. That's just the confidence he has in his boxing.
Pettis, a massive guy at this weight class.
Both these guys are huge. Ooh.
Wow, Pettis didn't commit to the leg kick and almost got caught in no man's land. Big right by Pettis.
Still a bit of a feeling out process. I think it's about to be done, though.
Pettis tests the beer to Crockett right away. Crockett walks through it. Pettis, cerebral, calm in the cage. Crockett looks to answer with the right, and Pettis fires off with a 2-piece. Both miss.
Both these guys are. I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think Pettis is respecting the wrestling of Crockett at all in this fight.
Dave, I don't think he's respecting the boxing either. The hands in front of his chest, relaxed, ready to fire.
Respect aside, it seems like there's no love lost between these two men either, as we didn't need the verbal, wow, good exchange. We didn't need the verbal lead up to this fight, but both men mean mugging, just want a piece of each other.
Dangerous Dave Crockett never took his eyes off Pettis before the fight, and as you notice there, Pettis went to the body a second time and lands. And right now it's the head movement of Pettis that's getting him out of danger as Crockett tries to counter.
You got to give Crockett credit. He is trying to counter, he is trying to throw, but he is out of the range of Pettis here. Pettis what looks like the longer reach.
Big left by Pettis to the face, and Pettis has done a nice job changing levels with
big
the strikes.
left hand there, lands on the chin.
Good lead hook by Pettis. Pettis is doing a great job at keeping that range, but as you said, David, Crockett staying in the pocket and throwing bombs back.
He's not backing up at all. In fact, he's the one who's pressing the action.
No, I think he's switching stance to look for a takedown. Ooh,
big knee to the body by Crockett. Left knee almost to the liver of Darnell Pettis.
It looked like it was going to be a lead body kick, but
nice.
It turned into a knee from the range.
Counter right landed there from Crockett.
And it looked like they almost banged heads after.
Ooh,
another big knee.
Pettis
I'll tell you what,
off.
you know, for
big outside leg kick by Darnell Pettis.
I was going to say Crockett actually looks pretty comfortable here in the stand-up against a very good striker in Darnell Pettis. Crockett is actually holding his own, throwing some counter shots here.
Pettis is swinging for the fences.
They both are looking for home runs, but you'll notice the calm, measured movements. Wow, good head movement.
Oh, big right hand there from Crockett, landed clean.
Lands. Absolutely, Dave. And Pettis
nice knee.
Stays in the pocket and answers.
A lot of people said that this was going to be a fight that stole the show, and I think already both guys coming out and bringing it in this bantamweight title fight.
Another left by Crockett. He's found a home for that lead left hook. Off the counter and starting off exchanges is Dave Crockett. And Pettis, if he didn't come in respecting the hands of Crockett, I think he's earned it now.
Crockett doing a good job with that short counter left hook every single time that Pettis is throwing. And this is where Dave Crockett wants this fight to be.
Oh, wow.
Grabs the guillotine. Nice.
Big guillotine attempt, but gets flipped for it.
Nice
10
flip.
seconds left. That's tight.
And he's got the back of the head. We're inside 10 seconds, and Crockett lets go of it.
Yep. Now Pettis is holding on for dear life. He's going to see the second round here.
Interesting how this is going to play out for the judges. One round in the books. I don't know if you call that a takedown as much as him jumping guard for the neck. I'm sorry, for the guillotine.
Yeah, I would not give a takedown to Pettis in that by any means. Crockett clearly had an offensive strategy in mind as he did jump guard for that guillotine. What I did notice, though, was the comfort level of Crockett. The first 2.5 minutes of this round, his feet and his hands were very busy. He wasn't moving a whole lot per se laterally or forward as in covering distance, but just a lot of subtle movements that maybe show that he was a bit nervous. Last 30 seconds, he started being a little more stoic, almost right in front of Pettis as if he no longer respected the boxing.
And Dave, do you think it's a case where he came in with all the hype behind Darnell Pettis in his hands, and maybe he got hit and said, this is no big deal? He doesn't have the power I was expecting.
I think that the confidence of Dave Crockett is growing as this fight goes along. And you know what? My confidence in Dave Crockett is growing as this fight goes along. He looked absolutely fantastic there with his striking in the first round. Pettis obviously landed some shots, but Crockett landed a couple of a nice clean left hand and a nice clean right hand as well, off of mostly counters, but these guys are going out there and throwing.
Darnell Pettis has yet to show any sign of any sort of emotion as we see Darnell Pettis Fairtex shorts. It's Dave Crockett, the champ, in the black shorts with white trim. Round 2 of 3, title on the line.
Now, see, here's what I was talking about. Look at these small feints and the hand motion of Crockett right now. It seems like he's almost nervous about the striking here. But in the latter part of the first round, that calmed down. That motion was gone, and he was throwing crisp and clean strikes.
Good jab by Pettis. Look at how light on the feet Pettis is bouncing around, coming in and out, as you said, creating opportunities.
Exactly what I was going to say. Pettis doing a great job bouncing it out. Crockett more flat-footed here.
Yeah, plotting, how I would describe Dave Crockett on the feet. However, he's not backing up.
Yeah, I want to see Crockett attempt a big overhand right here. It almost looks like it's open.
Well, everything's open upstairs. His hands, Pettis' hands are down. And there's a
big
right hand by Crockett. You know, when Pettis gets hit, and he's getting hit a few times, he comes right after him.
It's almost like an I tag you, you tag me back kind of thing with him. It's Dutch sparring watching.
Big right hand by
Big
Pettis.
right hand there. He did a great job of hiding that.
Oh!
Big knee by Pettis, and he thinks he's got him hurt. That right hand came off of the jab. He's throwing the jab out there to set up that right hand.
Switching stance again is Crockett. And back now to orthodox. Ooh!
Oh,
big body
nice.
kick.
That was low.
No, that could have been.
That was low. That was definitely low. It wasn't even close to not being low. That was low.
But this is good sportsmanship because I don't think the official was going to step in.
Yeah, I don't
and
think,
stop
once
it.
again, Chip Snyder making a horrible call wasn't going to stop it for a very obvious low blow there.
And for listeners at home, Chip Snyder's not actually setting Dave up like this. This is just happening organically, and it gives Dave an opportunity to talk about his favorite ref in the game.
Dave does show a lot of emotion here at cage side. He's known for being a dynamic
And I don't think
personality.
that Dave Crockett waved on that he was ready to go.
Well,
And Chip Snyder started the fight again anyway.
But we'll see how it goes. Would be Darnell Pettis who took the low blow, but actually it's Dave Crockett who stopped the action.
Truly. Ooh.
And there they go again. Crockett with the right hand again.
You know, Crockett's starting to breathe out of his mouth, though. If you notice, his mouth is getting wider and wider as the seconds go on here.
And there's some blood coming from the nose. There's a stiff jab from Pettis, and he's got Crockett on his bicycle moving backwards.
Yep, Crockett's in trouble. Pettis now throwing some wild hands.
Both guys exchanging. Dave Crockett
Pettis
is
stalking
hurt.
a big lead hook, big right hand.
That uppercut was nasty.
And Pettis pours it on. There's a jab. Crockett's face showing the wear and tear from Pettis.
I'm surprised Crockett not shooting here.
Big left by Pettis.
He's
got Crockett on the ropes.
I'm appalled that David Crockett has not dropped and changed levels for a double or a single, anything. There it is, almost on cue.
No more appalled.
But you got to set that up. That's the whole point.
Exactly, and he shot from a good 4 feet away and kind of telegraphed it.
And Crockett,
Pettis
this
now.
might be the beginning of the end here.
Crockett
lands.
Crockett
stagger. Crockett's done. He's out on his feet here.
30 seconds left. Crockett's hanging in there, but Pettis is stalking him like a wounded animal.
Pettis walking him down to left and right.
Come in with a big knee here, maybe.
Big right goes to the body.
That's one of his favorite moves, is to come in with a big jump knee as a finishing sequence.
Crockett is absolutely gassed. Right. Oh, eating shot after shot. He is all but done in his feet.
Pettis just stalking.
Big right by Pettis, and he's going to finish Dave Crockett, putting it together. Can he get a finish? Throwing him into the cage.
Pettis is absolutely throwing Davy Crockett, ragdolling him. I think Davy Crockett wants out of this fight.
We're nearing the end of the second round. Can Crockett hang on?
Crockett gets a takedown at the end. Oh, my God.
Double leg at the belt. Dave Crockett's going to see round 3. What a round of action.
Dave Crockett is exuding everything I want in a chin right now. He just ate at least a dozen hard fastballs to the face and came back to end the round with a solid takedown with Darnell Pettis.
And you got to wonder, Pettis was calm and reserved there a lot, but you got to wonder if he's going to gas himself out. As we look, we see the replay here as Crockett throwing some weak stuff out there, and Pettis with a big overhand right that lands on the big left.
That was like a tooth flew out almost.
And you just see Pettis stalking here as Crockett is all defense and Chip Snyder in the way there.
Right there, Pettis just stepping aside, throwing Crockett to the fence.
Crockett's one punch away from going out right here, and he was able to survive it here.
Saved by the bell, and then gets a takedown at the very last second.
Literally at the last
nice
second.
Power double leg. Walks through it on his knees, and actually passes the side control there.
We are in round 3 of a very exciting title fight, 130-pound division. It's Dangerous Dave Crockett, the champ in the black trunks. Darnell Achilles Pettit, the challenger, who's looking to take the title from him. Round 3, Ryan Cavanaugh, Kyle Rozeski, and Dave McKinney. It's Crockett who takes center cage. And now we'll see if Pettis continues to stalk him with his hands.
See a little bit of a smirk on Pettis' face, like he knows this might be the beginning of the end here.
I think Pettis is trying to let Crockett gas himself out in some big swings and then look to counter. He doesn't want to commit too much to a strike and find himself on his back again for the 3rd round. Although I do think Crockett needs to finish this. He's clearly down 2-0.
Something I wanted to say about Pettis is he has a great penchant of being involved in the fight of the night on whichever card he is. Maybe they need to change his name to the Show Stealer.
Right now, this is when Dave Crockett's the most dangerous. This is when he's going to have the most energy, and he's throwing that hard right hand. Still dangerous, and he catches Pettis.
And I think that made Pettis angry right there. That was a solid lead hook.
Pettis easily shrugs it off and then attacks a flurry, a right hand from Pettis, and he's got Crockett hurt again. Just throwing him around. David Crockett is the
1-2 out.
And Chip Snyder once again going to get somebody killed in the cage, not jumping in and stopping Darnell Pettis.
3rd round knockout. Darnell Pettis has taken the championship from Dave Crockett.
And a flash of an eye like that, Darnell Pettis steps in with a 1-2 combination and puts Crockett down and out. After what could have been a potential stoppage in the 2nd round, the lull at the end, followed by a takedown, led into the 3rd round destruction of one Davy Crockett.
Dave, here's some of the action, and you had a problem with the stoppage. Tell us about it.
Yeah, he's out here. Chip Snyder, very late reaction. I mean, he's out on his feet, or out on his back, actually. Chip Snyder way late in there. Chip Snyder walking away from the action.
There's a big
horrible positioning there from Chip Snyder. As a referee, you never want to talk about referees. You don't even want to notice that they're there.
To his credit, Darnell Pettis did not finish him with that hammer fist. It did not land. But let's talk about the knockout. Darnell Pettis had him on the ropes. He came into the third round, and he finished him in emphatic, dramatic fashion.
Exactly. I think that's what Darnell Pettis expected in that fight, and that's maybe why we saw that smirk there going into the third round, is he knew something that maybe everybody else didn't know, and that he was going to come out here and finish with a knockout to take the Pinnacle Fighting Championship title heading into his pro career, to close out his amateur career.
I really want to question the, I'm not going to call it the game plan, because obviously I said I don't believe in them, but in the third round, I think it would have behooved one Davey Crockett to go for that takedown for all you're worth and look for a finish on the ground. Clearly, he was not having success in the feet, and he probably should have gone down way earlier.
Crockett did look for a takedown late, but it was after he got rocked. Pettis easily shrugged it off. It seemed as if Dave Crockett came in wanting to stand with Darnell Pettis. That's usually a recipe for disaster. That young man, Darnell Pettis, improves every time you see him in the cage. And as Dave mentioned, a title holder in another organization, add the Pinnacle title to his mantle.
Very, very much improved on his wrestling defense. That was one thing I was worried about when I was trying to predict these fights, was, the takedowns of Crockett and the lack of takedown defense ability in Darnell Pettis, who just made me put my foot in my mouth, thankfully.
Something I wanted to say here, I think that the commission needs to strip Chip Snyder's referee license away from him. There's a difference between, everybody makes mistakes, but with Chip Snyder it's a pattern of behavior, and that needs to be corrected.
We've got a new champ. We send it up to George Phillips to make it official and put the belt on Darnell Pettis.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time, 55 seconds of round number 3. Your winner by knockout and new Pinnacle Fighting Championships 135-pound champion, Darnell Achilles Pettis.
Dave Klick is going to have a few words with the new champ, Darnell Pettis.
All right, I'm here with Darnell Pettis. Let's give a round of applause for that. That was an amazing performance. An amazing performance from both of these guys. That was so far a fight of the night, no doubt about it. Darnell, you don't have a specific camp that you train out of. You're an independent fighter. Man, you came in here throwing some powerful strikes. You kept your hands up. You had your head movement going. I thought it might be a long night for him, man. That was amazing. Tell us how you're feeling, getting some gold around your waist, man.
It's pretty good. I expected it. Not being cocky about it, just being confident. I think I trained for this ever since I've been my first loss. I trained for it. So it's nothing surprising to me.
Well, congratulations again. And is there anyone you would like to thank for this?
I would like to thank a plethora of people. My friends, Jarrell, Devontae, the whole Evolve team for allowing me to spar and come to their gym every now and then. My baby at home, pregnant with my baby. My mother. I'll be going on, but and most definitely my good friend Eric for cornering me with. I'm independent, so he got my back and I love him.
He's a former Pinnacle fighter. I got some respect for Eric. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the new 135-pound Pinnacle Fighting Champion. He is Darnell Pettis.
Darnell Pettis, huge knockout. What looks to be potentially the knockout of the night. And the good news is that's the first of 3 title bouts. Up next, it's Eric Bledsoe putting his gold on the line against Faudy Schumann from Mad Dog Fight Team. We send it up to George Phillips to bring out the challenger. George Phillips getting ready to bring out the fighters. Here, Riggs. This is going to be my favorite fighter of the night, Fadi Schumann. He is an absolute monster, and I call him, Kyle, a zombie as he walks through punches.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3-minute rounds, and on the line, the Pinnacle Fighting Championships 155-pound championship. Introducing your combatants. First, the reigning, defending 155-pound champion, Eric Bledsoe.
And I believe we're expecting Fadi Schumann to come out. Usually it's the challenger who hits the cage first. But it is Eric Bledsoe, the champion. This is almost like playing in the playoffs. You get to pick the color of uniform you want to wear, and maybe Bledsoe said, I'm coming out first.
I mean, I personally have always liked coming out second. You know, give that other guy some time to think about what's about to happen to him. It's a bit of a mental game, you know, like I said before, icing the kicker, so to speak. So I prefer to come out second, but perhaps Bledsoe has something else in mind.
I think this was actually a case of Fadi's teammate was in the other corner, so they put him in the red corner. Really, I think for most of these guys, it doesn't really matter all that much. Bledsoe says he's going to come out. That's not going to affect the way that he fights. And speaking of Bledsoe, the breakout star of Pinnacle Fighting Championships #5 with an absolutely thunderous knockout. We just saw that knockout, Darnell Pettis over Davy Crockett, was actually shades of Bledsoe's knockout over Matt Conahan at Pinnacle #5.
Bledsoe comes in. Not only is the champ, he's undefeated, fighting out of the bullpen in Wheeling, West Virginia, 4-0. Yet to taste defeat. And Dave, that was a new Eric Bledsoe, showing off the power a little bit and putting away what many believe to be the fastest rising prospect in Pinnacle.
Yeah, Matt Conahan was a guy who had a very deserved title shot, and Bledsoe coming in 3 submissions, and we were told he was a jiu-jitsu blue belt and that he wanted to grapple, and came out and was just absolutely amazing on his feet. Has a sneaky right hand that he hides great behind his left jab, and ended up getting the knockout.
And we're going to have George Phillips bring out the challenger.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, the challenger. Please welcome Fadi Schumann.
And here comes Ryan Kavanaugh's zombie beast, Fadi Schumann, and it is a very fitting nickname. I really hope that, actually, as an announcer, I should say, I do hope the fight goes this way, but as far as Fadi Schumann is concerned, I hope it doesn't. He just comes out, throws, stands directly in front of you. You could aim a missile at that man's face, and he'll be fine.
And Dave McKinney, we're going to take a look at the tail of the tape here and see how these two fighters match up.
And of course, Fadi with a 4-inch height advantage, 5-inch height advantage, and Bledsoe coming in 3 pounds under the 155-pound weight limit. Both very, very young guys. Fadi Schumann actually coming off of the first loss of his career, which is very interesting, to Nick Foxhuber in his last fight back in December.
Interesting, talking to Fadi Schumann about that, he said that Foxhuber was the first fight where he wasn't the underdog. He's a guy who embraces the underdog role. He comes in as the underdog here again. He said that's what drives him. And going back to, of course, he's known as the Prince. I call him Nate Diaz. I call him a monster because he walks through punches. Foxhuber, he admittedly said he rocked me. He said it didn't matter. I still didn't mind getting hit in the face. Fadi Schumann's in the cage. Eric Bledsoe's in the cage. We send it up to George Phillips with the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3-minute rounds, and on the line, the Pinnacle Fighting Championships 155-pound championship. Your referee in charge of the action is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, the defending champion. This mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighed in at 155 pounds. He is undefeated inside the cage with a record of 4 And O, representing Bullpen Fight Club. He hails from Wheeling, West Virginia. Please welcome the reigning, defending Pinnacle Fighting Championships 155-pound champion, Eric Bledsoe. His opponent across the cage to my right, fighting out of the red corner, the challenger. This mixed martial artist stands 6 feet tall and weighing at 155 pounds. In 5 MMA bouts, he has a record of 4 victories against only 1 defeat. Representing Mad Dog Fighting, he hails from the City of Champions, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Please welcome Fadi Schumann.
It's Eric Bledsoe in the black trunks with red trim. Fadi Schumann, black trunks, yellow print. Ryan Kavanaugh, Dave McKinney, and Kyle the Coyote Rzuski bringing you the action here at Pinnacle Fighting Championship 6. Lightweight amateur title belt on the line.
Chomping at the bit for this one. This was my pick for fight of the night right here. 2 guys who just love to swing and won't go down.
Outside leg kick off the right from Bledsoe.
That was something we didn't see from Bledsoe in the last fight.
Oh, good elevation after he caught Schumann's kick, and Bledsoe takes Fadi down now. And I can't tell from here, it looks like Fadi has recovered a full guard. Hammer fist now from Bledsoe on the bottom.
Prince Fadi Schumann has a sneaky guard. Very slick off his back.
It's something you see immediately here. His hips off the ground as Bledsoe looks to work some ground and pound.
Bledsoe just threw 5 punches and Fadi blocked all of them.
Body triangle by Fadi Schumann. Bledsoe trying to connect, and I don't think he's doing much damage there, Kyle.
No, I mean, this is one of those cases where it looks a lot worse than it actually is. You know, sometimes you hear the loud slapping of the glove or whatever, but even if you get a little piece of it on the way down, it hurts so much less.
Schumann really trying to control the wrist, and he's looking for a triangle.
Bledsoe landing some
those
shots
were
here.
landing, though. Yeah, there was no blocking those. But
Oh,
big right hand,
wow.
and Schumann's
Big
in
left
trouble. Referee taking a close look. Fadi Schumann survives. Wow.
And that is that zombie chin you alluded to earlier, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Big right hand
It
again, and Bledsoe is putting it together on Schumann. Can he
Bledsoe
survive the
pounding
onslaught?
Schumann here.
Bledsoe is building a railroad here and just putting
Framing
the spikes
his
into
head
the
and
dirt.
just absolutely
There's a-
pounding.
There's a
Great
huge
pass.
contusion over the left eye of Fadi Schumann.
Bledsoe looking for the guillotine here. Remember, he does
Oh,
have
he's got
3
it
submission
tight.
wins.
He's got it. He's got it tight.
That guillotine. Schumann looks like he might. Well, he's good so
He
far.
can survive chokes.
I thought he tapped there for a second.
No, and he's
he's
going
looking to
in.
fight wrist now. Fadi doing a good job defending this.
It takes a lot to put Fadi Schumann away.
He's still cool, calm, and
unbelievable.
collected here on
Yeah,
his back.
And he survives. Out of danger, at least from the submission point of view.
Fadi Schumann may be, in fact, a superhero that we just don't know about.
I'm not sure what he's made of. Right.
It's adamantium. I don't know, but man, that dude takes a beating and just does not
Bledsoe
stop.
good positioning on the ground here. Nice wrestling.
Bledsoe is exhibiting great control. I really enjoy how he. Oh, there we go.
Big
now he's
rights
popping
and
off.
lefts
Snap
from
guard.
Bledsoe, putting in work.
Bledsoe never really giving up the position to be aggressive here. He's making sure that he's got a good solid base before he starts being aggressive. And here we see a full mount now. And Schumann's in trouble in the center of the cage with no fence near him to help.
We've got 50 seconds, 40 seconds
Bledsoe
left.
high
Bledsoe
here.
in the mount, a big right hand.
Schumann looking to
A
buck
lot
him
of time
off.
left to be in a full mount here.
Taking the
Backhand
back.
Schumann gives up his back, and he's going to get
Nice
on
scramble
top.
here.
Schumann, fantastic defense from the bottom. Looks like Bledsoe setting up perhaps either a Darce choke or maybe even going for a necktie here, Peruvian, but Schumann pulling forward, trying
Bledsoe
to nullify
continuing
any
to sprawl
submission
out.
attempt.
Not letting Fadi finish that takedown. Nice knee to the body there on the ground.
What else? I mean, he's hit him with all the weapons. He's tried submissions. Why not a knee to the body? 10 seconds left. Can Fadi Schumann get out of this first round that he has? You have
Another
to believe
big right hand.
he
Big
can't
left
wait
hand.
for this to end.
Looking for that arm bar from the bottom. Time ends. That's 10-9 Bledsoe.
Now look at Schumann says, hey, good round, and gets up. And she said, now, if I was Eric Bledsoe and I just rained down the storm I did on Schumann that we just saw in these last 3 minutes, Does that up your confidence, or are you thinking, how in the world does this guy get finished?
Well, that was the same thing we saw with Fadi Schumann when he fought Izzy Williams, who's actually your teammate.
Yeah.
Izzy Williams hit him with everything he had to had in the first round, and we saw Fadi come back and get a submission in the second round. Maybe that was him kind of trying to play coy and see if Bledsoe is willing to punch himself out. But you're not. It's not necessarily a smart game to let a guy punch himself out on your face.
Fadi Schumann has always been known as a slow starter. For some reason, he can't. And look at this guy. Those were some huge punches. We had the benefit of having it right in front of our broadcast table. He was taking monstrous shots to the point where I thought the ref was going to step in, and he looks, other than some facial swelling, no worse for the wearer.
We have some ice in the cage now. I don't know if the ref has seen it. Oh, there we go. Now we're identifying it. I thought McKinney was about to have a stroke.
You know, Joe Rogan is a famous riff on ice in the cage, Kyle. So
spilled bag of ice.
You might have an opportunity to recreate.
It's a great Twitter account.
I would love to. If I had the success of Rogan, I wouldn't have to hang out with McKinney all the time.
Round 2. Eric Bledsoe, black trunks.
Schumann looks ready to
red
go
trim.
here.
Fadi Schumann. Here he comes. They touch hands.
Even spry as he comes out. Just bounces out to you. Ask what more you got.
And right away, Bledsoe looks to push him up against the cage.
Schumann
Fadi
shooting for the takedown here. And something interesting we saw from Bledsoe in the last fight against Matt Conahan. Excellent takedown defense.
I think a testament to that is his absolute strength. I mean, that wasn't a very technical. I mean, he didn't sprawl right there. He just kind of met him with the hip, got double underhooks on Schumann, and just lifted him up to where he couldn't take him down anymore.
Absolutely.
Looking for the ankle pick here.
But it's Schumann now putting pressure on Bledsoe up against the cage, making this an ugly fight. Fadi Schumann is durable.
You have to think, though, that the corner, despite how durable this man is, the corner of Fadi Schumann was telling him, change the game up a little bit. They weren't winning or scoring any points right there in the first round, so now we need a bit of a strategy update. And I think this is what it is. Go for the takedown, press him against the fence until we do get it to the ground.
Kind of amateur 3-minute round. We're already a minute through the round, fairly even. If Schumann's able to secure a takedown, and it's Bledsoe now looking for the takedown.
And same thing that happened in the first round. Bledsoe caught a kick, in this case a knee by Schumann, took advantage of it, closed the distance, and put him on his back. And now we're seeing again what we did in round 1 here. Schumann on the bottom looking to work. He's got to throw up some submission attempts, though.
Something interesting, you see Bledsoe's hands on the mat here, which that's day one stuff a lot of coaches will tell.
Fadi's really controlling that wrist of Bledsoe, though. I think he's looking for a triangle.
Bledsoe just landed a big right.
Fadi now looking for the takedown here.
Now, Bledsoe, I don't agree with this, the way he's holding Fadi's head. If Schumann can get behind him here, which he's working to, I mean, that's a tough position. Very precarious. Even with the jiu-jitsu knowledge of one Eric Bledsoe, I would have to stray away from that kind of emotion.
And he lets go of it, as if listening to his corner, Kyle Rzeski.
I've done that once or twice.
Nice head positioning here from Fadi Schumann here. That even though he's a taller guy, he's able to get his chin or his forehead under the chin of Eric Bledsoe and make him uncomfortable there up against the cage.
And honestly, as a taller guy, to get that position on a shorter man makes it even worse because you have that much room to stand up into. There's that leverage of
Nice
great takedown by
So
Bledsoe.
with the takedown inside a minute now as Bledsoe secures the second takedown of this round.
Easy pass.
And a lot of trainers, especially in amateur MMA, where they're not allowed to throw elbows, like half guard better than even full mount or side control, just because it gives you a little bit better angle to throw punches.
I have to agree with that as well. There's only so many options from a full mount, whereas here you have many targets in the torso, the head. You can go for submissions on the arms as well. I feel like full mount's almost limiting.
Randy Couture was infamous for preferring to be in the half guard. And for that reason, and I just saw an interesting technique from Bledsoe in the half guard, bringing the leg that wasn't trapped by Schumann up and kneeing the body. You don't see that a whole lot. And Schumann looking to isolate that arm again.
Oh, he's got the triangle. He's got a triangle up now. Bledsoe may be in trouble, yes.
He's got triangle, but he's got 10 seconds to work.
The smart thing here.
What a dramatic
Posturing
finish this round.
Fadi has it locked in.
Going for it. He's got to get that arm across.
He won't
Here
finish
it goes. Bledsoe's going to survive, but Schumann showing very game. There's a lot of fight left in the Mad Dog fight team member, and Prince Fadi Schumann.
Actually, as we get up here, I should say the two fighters stand up. Bledsoe takes 2 huge labored breaths and gets his mouthpiece out as quickly as possible, as Fadi Schumann takes his natural stroll in the park to the red corner. Now his hands are up in the cage. He's getting instruction from Mad Dog Dave.
And you see right there, Kimura carrying the round 3. She's one of the 100% violence, which is the slogan of the Mad Dog fight team. One of the 100% violence girls, Kimura, what a fitting name here, at a mixed martial arts fight. And I did not make that up, guys. That's her name.
That's right, we had the Triangle Sports Bar and Grill as well.
It's almost serendipitous here.
Absolutely. And what are they telling Foddy right now? What is the best advice you can tell him?
Right now, I have to tell him we're down 2-1. You can't come out to the center of the cage, then back up. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 rounds to none. Apologies. He has to have some desperation in here.
It looks like Dave is telling him in the corner, come out, throw some more strikes.
Well, he's got to finish him. I don't think there's any question about that. However, the closest he's come to finishing him is on the ground.
I think we might see a little bit more aggressive Foddy Schumann here in this 3rd round than what we normally do.
Prince Foddy Schumann, Eric Bledsoe. Bledsoe's title. He appears to be winning this fight. We come into the 3rd and final round.
I think we might see the striking of Bledsoe here, that nasty, sneaky right hand. Oh, big right hand there.
Nothing sneaky about that one.
He stuffed the shot and put one over the top.
Again.
Schumann definitely looking to go ground here. It seems like he is comfortable with trying to get a submission win.
And he's going to have to. The problem is his amateurs, the problem for Schumann, that is, amateurs, 3 rounds, we're already down to 2.5 minutes.
Exactly. Good point, Ryan.
If you're going to get a takedown, you're limited time. And it's Bledsoe who gets the takedown. 3rd straight round, he's been able to take down Foddy Schumann, this time half mount.
It was almost a judo trip right there in the way he turned his hips. Bledsoe now finds himself with second control. Schumann desperately looking to throw those legs up.
There's those rights again. Bledsoe raining down punches. But this is where Schumann's dangerous. He's good at the triangle.
Nice.
It's just going to be tougher now that both men get sweaty.
Scramble.
You know, as you hear a lot, it's hard to lock down submissions when both guys are greased up. You know, and as we get into the 7th minute of action here.
Look for Schumann to try and feed that
nice
left
pass.
hand.
Bledsoe's been cutting through that guard like butter.
Putting a lot of pressure there on the upper body, shoulder
Bledsoe
pressure.
From half guard here, he wants to get an underhook on that opposite side, which it looks like he was looking for, but Schumann doing a great job shrimping out here, looking to maybe get back to his feet, or at least the full guard.
Schumann now back to the full guard. Both men breathing a little heavier. I would almost think, Faddy now with an armbar attempt.
Halfway through the last round, and Schumann's got him in the armbar position.
Oh, but he lets go already. Wow, and 8 shots for his troubles. Now a triangle up again. Bledsoe is really just kind of putting himself in there.
Faddy is busted up here.
Blood pouring over the right eye of Foddy Schumann.
A cut has opened up, and there is Kool-Aid in the cage, my friends. Faddy leaking from his face to I'd almost say that is a spigot type of a frequency of water flowing from his was that his eye right there, Ryan?
Right over the right eye of Foddy Schumann. It's coming down. He's already wiped it.
Schumann still back to full guard again here.
Good look. Right in the outside of that right brow is where Bledsoe cut him.
Yeah, that is nasty. And even a zombie gets blinded, my friends.
For Bledsoe to throw that big right hand here. He tries to posture up Foddy, controlling the wrist.
And Foddy's not out of this, but he's got to do something. He's got the right wrist, he's isolating it.
He's looking for an armbar still here again.
If you're Eric Bledsoe, you might even want to stand up.
I was going to say, that's exactly what I was going to say, Ryan. If I was Bledsoe, I'd throw a couple shots and just try to stand up. Right here, he's in danger of submissions. He's putting like a triangle attempt again, armbar attempt now.
Going for an armbar. Foddy Schumann, he's up against the cage, but he's going to try and go belly down on that left arm of Bledsoe.
Now he's going to go to triangle transition, but he lost it, open guard, and we're going to see, I think, unless something dramatic happens in the last 10 seconds by Foddy Schumann, Bledsoe will retain his title.
And he can't even open that right eye. There's blood in it. See him barely opening it up. 3-round decision. Eric Bledsoe does enough in all 3 of our opinions, I believe, to retain this title against a very tough
Foddy Schumann pops up looking for a 4th round, maybe.
Unless there is a drastic optometry issue here in Pennsylvania, the judges should be seeing the same fight we did, and that is Bledsoe 3 rounds to none.
Foddy Schumann, you know, he said he's ready to go 9 minutes and he's going to enjoy all 3 of them. Now, we just saw him take quite a beating, and I still believe he enjoyed all 9 of those minutes.
I mean, look, he's the one standing up right now. Bledsoe is still gathering his breath from a crouch position.
Bledsoe, he earned it. I mean, he put it on him, but he earned that title defense.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, man, Bledsoe, for as impressive as his striking was in the last fight over Matt Conahan, his wrestling and his ground game was that much more impressive this time. A great 9-minute win. Was in control most of the time. Great job fending off those submissions. And even showed a little bit of the stand-up as well and a little bit of the power.
It was pretty evident how he scored the rounds, you know, from the opening bell to the last one here. But I think the fight really took that turn for Bledsoe when Faddy took that shot in the 2nd round and was so easily shrugged off. Just what that can do to a man mentally in the middle of a fight is really debilitating.
And that's an excellent point. And, you know, Foddy Schumann, He even came out in the third down 2-0. Clearly the game plan for the Mad Dog Fight team was for Fatty Schumann to take it to the ground and submit him. Absolutely.
I mean, that was really, I'm not going to say a last-ditch option, because when you have the chin and the athletic grace that Fatty Schumann does, there's always another option. Sadly here, Bledsoe just had better ones, and he had an answer for everything Fatty tried to get to him.
Fatty Schumann just went over to Bledsoe's corner. You see him in the screen to the right. He went over to Bledsoe's corner, thanked him, congratulated him, and then jogged across. Excellent fight by the Prince, Fatty Schumann. Kyle, rightfully so, giving him a round of applause.
You know, even I think the fight he had with my teammate, Izzy Williams, really put Fatty Schumann on the map, but that also made a fan out of me. And that's saying something. When you're fighting a guy I love, a man I call brother, and I'm a fan of you, when it's done, that's a testament to Fatty Schumann and his bright career he's got ahead of him.
Another testament to him is just the fact that you know, he's fighting tough guys, not afraid to take a loss as an amateur. You know, he's gonna drop the 4-2 now here, but he's gonna learn more from this loss than he ever could from any win.
He'll be a very high-level pro for a long time to come, and I look forward to seeing the career that he's gonna bring us.
And of course, there is a champ to talk about. Well, what we believe to be victorious. The official scorecards are in. We sent it up to George Phillips to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the scorecards, a round of applause for a hard-fought championship contest. The final bell has rung, and your judges have spoken. Judges Todd Kruska and John Lepsevic saw it 30-27. Judge Phil Rogers scores it 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision. And still, the Pinnacle Fighting Champion, 155-pound champion, Eric Bledsoe.
Eric Bledsoe retains the title, the lightweight division, and we send it up to Dave Click with some words with the champ.
All right, I'm here with Eric Sizzle Bledsoe from the Bullpen Fight Club in Wheeling, West Virginia. If you were at our last show, you would have seen a highlight reel knockout here from Eric. As soon as Justin Hastings told me about him, I knew he was the truth. Bullpen Fight Club always produces killers, so not surprised by this at all. Eric, congratulations on retaining your title belt. Walk us through the fight. Tell us how it went down.
Well, I knew everyone seen my last fight with the KO, and I figured I might as well mix it up. I know he's a good striker, and I just wanted to showcase Justin Hastings Jiu-Jitsu.
All right, anyone you'd like to thank, sir?
I'd like to thank all my friends and family that came out and supported me. Wild West V, showing love. I want to thank Team Scallywag, my sponsor Phil. He's a great guy. And my coaches and teammates, Juju, for helping me out here. All my fans in the
He is Eric Sizzle Bledsoe.
Eric Bledsoe retains the title. 2 championship fights in the books, and guys, it's time for the main event. Certainly of the amateurs and maybe of the evening. It's Rich Catalina and Jarrell Hodge. Final thoughts from you, Dave McKinney, before we get to this fight.
You know what? I think both guys are probably at this point just ready to get this one underway, and we're just seconds away here. We're going to go ahead and send it up to George here in a second, I guess.
We will send it up to George and bring out our first fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds, and on the line, the 145-pound championship. This bout is being brought to you by the Farmers Insurance Group. Introducing your combatants. First, the challenger. Fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Jarrell Hodge.
As Jarrell Hodge heads to the to the cage for this title fight. We have a very special guest joining myself and you, Kyle, as Dave takes a step back, passes the headset over to the one and only Ethan Goss, just named as the #1 contender in the featherweight division here in Pinnacle. He joins us because both of these fighters, Catalina and Hodge, this was their last fight. Thoughts about Jarrell Hodge as you see him coming out here tonight?
You know, I believe Jarrell is one of the most confident fighters that I've ever stepped in the cage with. I mean, the man has great hands. He has great wrestling. He's well-rounded, one of the most well-rounded fighters that I've ever stepped in there with.
Now, Kyle, you have an opportunity to train with Jarrell on a daily basis. Talk about the improvements he's made since his last fight.
Jarrell Hodge, in the last few months, has become that guy who will not leave the gym when class is done. It's been him, Devontae Smith, and myself who put in late hours, and Jarrell has been beating the crap out of all of us.
That's how Kyle is. He's not going to leave himself out of that equation. Make sure people know you're putting in work as well.
Oh, I have to explain my ugliness. You know, like McKinney's over here calling himself ugly, but the truth of the matter is I'm no prize payer anymore.
You're taking a look at the Evolve team pumping up Jarrell Hodge. You see his brother Dale there. Darnell Pettis with the gold. Remember, Jarrell Hodge, when Catalina won the title, Jarrell Hodge is the one who called him out, said, I want that strap. And look at the very calm, confident Jarrell Hodge. Hands in the air. All the talk, Ethan, and we're going to come right back to you about the talk of Catalina, a guy you know, and see how characteristic you thought of that. But the one thing that is kind of answering our question here, Jarrell Hodge hasn't been affected by it. Cool, calm as always.
It's hard to not be when you're a guy with that much confidence in yourself, you know, and he hasn't had much reason to doubt yet. He's had only one loss. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, only one loss thus far in his career.
And his opponent.
I can say Jarrell Hodge
Fighting
goes
out of the
no
red
emotion.
corner, the defending champion. Please welcome Rich Catalina.
Go ahead, Ethan. You're making a comment.
I can say Jarrell Hodge shows absolutely zero emotions while he's in the cage. I hit him as hard as I could hit him, and his face did not move.
How about Catalina? Can he take a punch?
Catalina can take a punch. I've hit him with everything that I had, and he took it, and he came right back at me and threw it right back at me. This is going to be an amazing fight.
Ethan, let's stick with your experience. As we look at the tail of the tape, Kyle, what stands out?
The height, absolutely the height. Right now we have Jarrell coming at 5'6", Catalina at 6'1". Now for those who are bad at math like myself, that is a 7-inch difference.
Going back to you, Ethan. Which one, dwell on your experience, which one of these guys hits harder?
In my opinion, I think Jarrell has more power in his hands. He's more explosive. Rich has power in his hands as well, but Jarrell definitely has more of the power in my opinion.
Rich Catalina, the champ. Rich Catalina coming in as the underdog in his own words. He's talked a lot. He now has the opportunity to back up that talk with his fists. He said he wants a stand-up war. He said Hodge can't knock him out. And he said come third round, he's putting his fist in Jarrell Hodge's mouth and he's gonna shut it and knock him out in the process. That young man has the opportunity to make good on those promises.
Well, it's the opportunity to make good or eat crow, and it's a 50-50 before you get in there. No one's going to know which way to lean until the first punches are thrown, Ryan.
Either way, packed house here at the Green Tree Sportsplex, and if everybody here came to see this fight, the roof of this building is about to come off, and we're only halfway through. We're at the amateur main event, and that man is to thank for Catalina, taking a page out of Chael Sonnen's book, has hyped the fight like we've never seen in the history of Pinnacle Fighting Championships.
It is kind of fun to see two perpetually nice guys, you know, kind of get atypical and talk some trash. It's kind of fun to me, you know. I sort of knew just by how these guys are historically and talking with them what was really going on, and it's hype.
Mouthpiece is in. We send it up to George Phillips to introduce the fighters for our championship bantamweight fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for three-minute rounds, and on the line, the Pinnacle Fighting Championships 145-pound championship. Your referee in charge of the action is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, the challenger, This mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed in at 144 pounds. 11 MMA contests, 10 victories against only 1 defeat. Representing Evolve MMA, he hails from Medina, Ohio. Please welcome Thundercat Hodge. His opponent across the cage to my right, fighting out of the red corner, the defending champion. He's a mixed martial artist standing 6 feet 1 inches tall and weighing in at 144 pounds. 16 MMA contests, 10 victories against only 6 defeats. Proudly representing Fight Club Pittsburgh, he hails from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Please welcome the reigning, defending Pinnacle Fighting Championships 145-pound champion, the babyface bull, Rich Cantolina.
The challenger, Jarrell Hodge in the black trunks. The champion, Rich Cantolina in the zebra shorts. This is the Bantamweight title fight, Pinnacle Championships, Pinnacle FC 6. We're joined by Ethan Goss, Dave, the Coyote, Kyle Rzuski.
Never call me McKinney again. You are joined by 2 of the best looking featherweights in the world right now.
Got it. Fighters take center cage. Let's see if we get the stand-up fight we're expecting,
There will
Ethan.
be no glove touch after all the harsh words leading up.
Absolutely not.
Small
Jarrell
inside
looks
leg
like
kick
he
by
wants fun of
Cantolina.
it.
He's trying to pawn that jab out.
Cantolina with the significant size advantage and reach. Hodge lunges for a left hook, misses.
Both guys respecting the distance and kind of feeling each other out for the first minute here.
Cantolina landed a right hand there.
Big kick by Jarrell.
Cantolina
Nice
is
side
going to
kick.
want to throw straight punches the whole entire time at Jarrell to keep him at distance.
Jarrell Hodge is headhunting. That's excellent, an excellent point there, Ethan. You have to use the length. It's good to be 6 or 7 inches taller than your opponent, but if you're not using it, it doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
And what a treat for us, Ryan Kavanaugh, is some people don't know, Ethan has fought both these men in the cage. So he's got some great insight for us that we might miss.
Rich was actually the first person that I did fight that had a longer reach than I had.
And some better shorts, too.
I'll give him that one, too.
Big right by Hodge. There's a left by
There's
Hodge.
that jab.
Testing the beard. A left overhand. And Cantolina's down.
Jarrell Hodge waded in with a big left hook that landed on the chin of Cantolina. Cantolina now finds himself face down with Hodge trying to bury his hooks and take his back.
Interesting to see if Hodge goes for the submission or if he beats on him.
This is Hodge's bread and butter, if you ask me. This is exactly what he beat me with, was his wrestling. He took my back every single round that we was in there.
And he has shown marked improvement. This is what he's really been focusing on in the gym, is working on these positions, being smart and efficient with his offense.
Cantolina right now covering
Very
up.
good
It looks
defense.
bad in the turtle, but these punches are not getting through. There's
No.
a couple on the ear.
Now Rich could take these for the full fight. Now Jarrell hops over on his back now. He needs to get those hooks in. Cantolina trying to stand up and doing a wrestling sit out. Jarrell now with a far hook. He needs to get that left hook buried in if he wants to create anything here. Oh, I'm sorry, the hook is out now.
He's got 1 minute to work. Jarrell Hodge looking to take the back of Cantolina.
And thus far, this round has been all Hodge on the ground after a nice little exchange and a feeling out process for the first minute.
And Hodge is out muscling Rich right now.
And Rich, actually, I have to give him credit, though. He's recovered nicely from that big shot he took that dropped him, and he's really putting up a fight here. Good roll out. He's looking to crucifix Jarrell.
Cantolina rolls out. It was almost like he couldn't secure the position he was looking for. It was awkward, an awkward scramble, and it's won by Jarrell Hodge.
He actually tried to attempt a Barambolo roll and really come out the better with a Kimura, but Jarrell used his hips properly. Oh, now Jarrell almost has Cantolina in an awkward crucifix position himself.
Jarrell absolutely has Rich, he has him locked up here.
Big right by Jarrell Hodge there to the exposed face of Cantolina. That one got through. 10 seconds, Cantolina covers up. Jarrell Hodge trying to get to the face, and you see the contorted face and neck of Rich Cantolina. Big round by Jarrell Hodge.
Absolutely. Now, Ethan, we touched on the striking power of these two men, but who was the physically stronger, more imposing that you've had to grapple with?
I would say I wouldn't say there's much difference. If I had to give an edge, I would give it to Jarrell. He definitely felt like he was more stronger with his natural strength. I definitely have to give it to Jarrell. But it's not by too much.
It could be just due to the compact nature of his build as opposed to the longer, more graceful frame of one Rich Canalina.
And as we look at Canalina in the corner, he looks just fine.
Oh, he's fresh. He's good to go. He's an absolute gamer, and that's why he's the champion here.
That's one thing I'll say about Canalina is that he has very great cardio. Whenever we fought, I mean, his cardio was better than mine, and that might have been the reason why he won the fight.
And here we're going to look at that left hand by Jarrell Hodge, I believe. Now both fighters trading jabs here. And here it is. Yeah, right on the jaw. Caught him going backwards.
Jarrell Hodge wades in, finds a home for that left.
Good bob and weave and left over top. For the taller fighter, Canalina. But Canalina's ready.
Round
the babyface bull wants some more.
Both guys are ready.
Champ Canalina down one, the crowd on their feet. Sold out. Green Tree Sportsplex, 5 deep, standing around, standing room only to see, plenty of them to see this fight right here.
Very good head movement.
So much hype so far, and the tension in the room is palpable. Oh, both fighters are swinging. Jarrell changes levels, goes for a takedown, secures a single leg. Now has Rich's back, one hook in.
Trying to get the second.
Both hooks
in.
Canalina's now flattened out. Rich, though, doing a good job of getting to his hip.
Jarrell seems like he's very comfortable on the feet with an orthodox guy.
And here we go now. Jarrell finds himself in full mount. Canalina hanging on.
Comes up real high. He's danger to get an upa there.
Absolutely, and that is still a shortcoming in Jarrell's game, is his ground, his submission, or his jiu-jitsu defense even. He's not as well versed in there as he might like to be right now, but he doesn't need it. Not right now.
Rich decides to roll over, give his back to Jarrell Hodge.
People need to understand how tough this is, though. What Canalina's doing is quite amazing. He's in a horrible position and really winning a position battle right now.
Hodge with only the right hook in. But position-wise, this is excellent. Canalina tries to stand up and carry him. But Jarrell Hodge, as you mentioned, Ethan, so tough when he gets on your back.
Absolutely. He's like a leech. It feels like a leech. When he's on your back, it's just like he's sucked to you. Like you cannot get him off of you.
And that's a frustrating feeling. It's like being in water when you don't know how to swim. It's just you're slowly drowning, slowly drowning. He's got to reposition, though. Jarrell Hodge getting too high on the back. Might fall off the side. Oh, now he's got a rear naked choke sunk in deep.
From the side. Can he finish Canalina?
Oh, he's got a palm on palm. That's deep.
That's very deep.
But if you look, I'm not sure it's under the chin.
Nope. Canalina's still got his chin. Oh, now it's under. Now it's under. Now it's trouble.
Is in a lot of trouble. Canalina fighting it.
Good wrist work.
Very good. Very good positioning for Canalina.
Canalina's got some great defense here. I'm very impressed with his jiu-jitsu defense on the ground.
Canalina's out.
Rail back to mount.
He's got an arm triangle waiting for him.
Yep. Take it.
Very good eye right, Kavanaugh, and now it's gone, but Jarrell can tend to stay in mount and maybe work a little softening here.
He is making Jarrell Hodge earn it, but Jarrell Hodge, as you mentioned, good analogy, Ethan Goss, like a leech all over Canalina, not letting him breathe.
He's wearing him like a coat of paint right now, I'll tell you what.
That might be a better analogy.
Absolutely, he's that tight on him. We're down to 20 seconds in the second round. Can Canalina survive? Excellent submission defense, an excellent defense to not take a large amount of punishment while being in clearly a tough position throughout this entire round.
What I've noticed thus far in the fights, we haven't had a submission yet.
Jarrell
landing heavy punches.
Closing out round 2 with the furious Jarrell Hodge.
Wow, I gotta have that score.
I would have to say the champ's down 2 rounds right now.
You got both 10-9, 10-9 across the board, I think, here at the booth.
Now, Ethan Goss, if you're in the corner of one Rich Canalina right now between rounds 2 and 3, what are you telling him?
I would say to keep it standing. Keep working his jab, throw straight punches, throw leg kicks, keep him at bay, keep him standing. One thing with Rel is he's a very good wrestler. If you throw a kick too high, he's going to look to catch it, to take him down.
And I was actually...
Go right ahead and help us out here with what you would tell Canalina, being the corner man you are.
If I was in Canalina's corner right now, it'd be pretty much almost the same thing, but except I would get rid of the kicks entirely. I would probably go out, throw a couple big missiles at Jarrell's face, maybe attempt a shot of my own to kind of make him think, at least if the level changes there, look low, punch again high. But no matter what, he's got to stop kicking. He's got to stay off his back.
He's got to stop him in this round is what he has to do.
Absolutely. If he doesn't win this, he's not going to win the fight. He needs to finish here or he's going to lose a decision. Jarrell Hodge.
Round 3 of 3, bantamweight title on the line. Jarrell Hodge looking to unseat the champ, Rich Canalina. We've got it 2 rounds to 0. Jarrell Hodge. Canalina, 3 minutes to defend and retain his title.
Hodge looks a bit tired. He's a little flat-footed right now.
Trying to bounce, but
I think that is one problem of Hodges is that his conditioning isn't quite as good as it should be.
He is plodding and walking in the cage, and the ring round just started.
He is. He's kind of covering up now with his back to defense. Canalina definitely has a middle.
Canalina with
just
the
ate
right.
a big
Nice.
right.
Almost as if Hodge is hurt. You know, it looks like that, like a broken rib on the left side. Big right by Hodge, and he's going to get the takedown.
And there's the story of the fight still thus far. This is where Jarrell needed to go to keep himself safe. Now, Rich here needs to explode. I know he might be tired himself, but he needs to expel some energy to get in a better spot here.
Too high, he's going to shrug him off over top. Canalina is going to get Hodge off of his
Jarrell
back
is
here.
going to look for 2 underhooks on this.
Jarrell Hodge grabbed the leg.
That's something new to me, Ryan Cavanaugh. I've yet to see that.
And this is a guy in Kyle Rozeski who trains with Jarrell Hodge all the time, and you've never seen it. And Canalina
Canalina's still fighting like crazy from a bad spot, and he is a tough kid.
He is very tough. One of the toughest guys I stepped in there. Both of these guys are the 2 toughest I've stepped in there with.
Canalina's on top of Hodge.
With a reversal.
Crowd
Great sweep.
making noise. They see some life here out of the hometown, Rich Canalina. Can he finish? He's got a minute and a half to do it.
Jarrell Hodge is very tired right now. You can see it visibly on his face.
Clearly Canalina the fresher fighter.
Cardio wins fights, my friends.
It does indeed. Your techniques might be stellar, but if you have the energy to throw them, they don't mean a thing. Now, I'd like to see Jarrell let go of the overhook on the head, or maybe a stand-up from a chip. We did see it earlier out of the Kimura position. I don't know why here.
I think he's definitely going to want to try to walk up the Jarrell's back up to his feet.
Canalina's got to do something here to prevent himself
He looks
from
like he's going
getting
for a
taken down.
guillotine. Canalina's looking for that standing guillotine on Jarrell Hodge. Jarrell needs to finish his takedown and get the side control to avoid his neck being in jeopardy.
I'm not sure he's got the power. Oh, and he gets it right on cue. He pushes forward, explodes, and gets a takedown.
Almost like they're trying to prove us wrong tonight, Ryan. Canalina, good scramble. Jarrell with the scramble pass. It's a great fight.
This is your typical wrestling scramble right here.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Jarrell Hodge, 35 seconds to another title.
Canalina has to roll for a knee bar, reach for a Kimura, something here. He's on short time, and he's got to be in a desperate way. He has to know he's down.
Canalina knows it, but there's nothing he can do about it. Jarrell Hodge elbowing the body, the right ribs of Canalina. Canalina holding onto the left wrist of Hodge. And Hodge looks to have a little bit more energy here as the 10 seconds of the championship round near. Jarrell Hodge is going to hang on. Big slam on Rich Canalina. That's the exclamation point.
Canalina, I think, knows he got up.
I think
He's trying to talk Jarrell right now.
I think we're going to see a new champ.
Absolutely.
We get a fist bump from the fighters. Jarrell Hodge, hands in the air and exhausted. Jarrell Hodge, we believe, did enough work. Ethan Goss, is this the fight you expected?
Yeah, absolutely. I expected it to go this way. I mean, both these guys are tough guys. Rich has great submission defense. I threw a couple subs at him when we fought. He defended them all. Jarrell, the biggest thing with Jarrell is that he gets tired, and he slows way down.
When I looked at the highlights, when Jarrell maybe didn't have as much energy he could have, still took the back of Rich Canalina, and there's that strange inverted underhook, I don't know what else to call it, where Canalina was looking to sit out from a bad back position, and Jarrell reached under Rich's leg and hooked it out. It was the strangest takedown I've seen, Ryan Cavanaugh.
But outstanding. I was predicting, I'm saying, Canalina's going over top.
Yes.
Or Rell, I mean, coming out the bottom, Rell is too high. He somehow reaches back, hooks the leg, and keeps him on the ground. Amazing. Jarrell Hodge learning in the cage and teaching us things as well.
Two fantastic athletes in here.
These guys are going to make 2 great professional fighters when they jump to the pro ranks. There's no doubt in my mind.
Well, it sounds like both of them are moving on. Jarrell Hodge taking the title with him to the pro ranks. Another one for the belt. And there's Rich Canalina showing some class. Fist bumping. John Cook, head of Evolve.
And our striking coach, Steve Tracy.
Steve Tracek, of course. That's a coach that Rel Hodge singled out in preparation for this fight.
Steve Tracek has done wonders for Evolve MMA.
With Jarrell and Rich both looking to go pro.
We've got the fighters in the cage. Let's send up to George Phillips for the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for a hard-fought championship contest. The final bell has rung and your judges have spoken. All three judges saw the contest the same. 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision. And the new Pinnacle Fighting Championships 145-pound champion from Evolve MMA, Rel Thundercat Hodge.
And now the fight's done, I can be biased again. Congrats to my teammate, Jarrell Hodge.
Dave Click is with the winner and new champ, Rel Hodge.
All right, I'm here with the Thundercat himself, Jarrell Hodge from Evolve MMA. He's the current national champ representing the NAAFS, and now he's the new Pinnacle Fighting Championships champion. If you follow Pinnacle Fighting, you know that there was a lot of talk and a lot of trash talk about this fight coming into it. As soon as that cage door closed, it was all over. All right, Thundercat, get back here. Jarrell, like I said, there's a lot of smack talk for that fight. You were kind of quiet. You came in here and you did your thing. Tell us about what your thing is.
You know what, that smack talking on the social media, I was bored one day, and he kept sending it, and I kept seeing it, so I thought, why not entertain myself and say something back? I just want to know.
That's the story for that. Great fight, man. You came in here and you imposed your will, whether it be on the feet or on the ground. Talk a little bit about that.
Coming in here, I know he had the height. He was 6'1", I'm 5'6", so he got the reach on me. So game was take him down, get up under his jabs, try to work the body, but that didn't get it work. So I do what I had to do to win.
What's next for Jarrell Hodge?
Hopefully, go pro. 11-1, that's a good record, so why not?
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my team Evolve, my coaches John Cook, Steve, Master Splinter, Steve, a.k.a. Goodnight Christmas, Cancel Christmas, all my families, my friend that came out from Ohio. I'd like to thank Pinnacle for giving me that title shot today.
Congratulations, sir. You deserved it.
It's time for the professional portion of the card. We send it up to George Phillips to bring out our first professional fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your professional portion of tonight's card. Our first bout takes place in the 145-pound weight division. It is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds and brought to you by StandThemUp.org. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Chris Dunn.
Professional fighting action bantamweight division, Chris Dunn, and once again, Pinnacle Fighting Championships has a very special guest joining Kyle Rzeski and myself in the booth. It's the man who was just in the cage, one of Pinnacle's favorite sons, and featured in the main event for the first pro title fight, the man himself, Cody Garbrandt. Cody, welcome to the broadcast station.
No Love joining us here. We get a lot of love from Cody when coming on to Pittsburgh every time. Very welcoming man, awesome fighter, amazing athlete, and great human being on top of that, Cody. Good to have you here, bud.
Oh, it's wonderful to be here. So Cody, you got to tell me, what kind of words were exchanged between you and Mr. Porter and with the announcement of the main event fight?
Excuse me. And you know it's going to be, he's a really well-rounded fighter, comes from a good camp. I don't really know what he said to me. Just told him that's my belt, and I think he just said good luck.
I thought you were saying that Jericho's glasses were way better.
Speaking of well-rounded fighters, look at one, Chris Dunn, one of the hottest fighters in Ohio, coming up here to Pennsylvania, 5-fight win streak. What do you know about Chris Dunn, Cody?
I was actually scheduled to fight Chris Dunn, my professional debut, and he came over 13 pounds over. Ended up not being able to take the fight with him. We took another fight on a day's notice. He ended up fighting Mark Cherico. And since that defeat from Mark, he's been on a 5-fight win streak, like you said. Very athletic, very explosive. Mixes it up very well on his feet with his kickboxing and wrestling. Very athletic.
I just threw it out there like, Cody, no love, what do you know about him? And like, we talked about this for weeks and be like, hey, I need you to be ready to talk about Chris Dunn.
Hey,
great stuff, Cody, great stuff.
It's a preparation or sedation thing. Cody came prepared where I'm about to fall asleep.
Yeah, you know, I think the reason that he's so successful in the cage is he prepares like he did for this fight.
Oh, he's taking notes and studying.
And we're going to bring out Cody. We're going to bring out Chris's opponent right now.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome Francis Healy.
Francis Healy, Mad Dog Fight Team. Cody, let's see if you can do it again. Tell us about Francis Healy.
Very tough, pushes the pace forward, you know, very resilient in his attacks. You know, after his loss to Kama, he came out, had a 9-month layoff, came over and won over first round armbar over Jeff Smith. Very good off his back. He needs to work here, work his submissions here against Chris to win the fight.
If I may,
let's take a look at the tail of the tape, Coyote. Tell us what stands out.
I was going to say, if I may say so, I think Francis is a bit of a disadvantage in the height, particularly. It's only 2 inches, but Francis is a thick guy with shorter arms, so I think Chris is going to be able to get rangy, maybe establish a jab, but the toughest, dare I say, grittiest man in PFC is Francis Healy.
Well, he's Irish, and right away that gets points right there for being tough.
I'm a bit biased to the pale, I guess you want to put it that way. If you're orange and green, you're probably mean.
Very true. He's fought some his pedigree is very tough. He's in the amateurs. He's fought a lot of the top amateurs in in this region. You know, with beat Brandon Poindexter, Justin Steve, Mark Cherico, the Common Worthies. He's been in the cage with all of them. So this is nothing new. You know, giving Chris the more experienced fighter here and record-wise, but Francis has fought some of the tough guys in the area.
Sometimes it's not about how many times you walk down that aisle, but who you're walking down the aisle against. And of course, Mad Dog Fight Team, for this fight, Healy did a little cross-training, got involved with some of the other gyms, got some different looks in camp, and he said that's had a real positive impact on his preparation. We'll see if that cross-training pays off here tonight and we see a more improved and what I would say dynamic Francis Healy.
I have to agree with that move for him. I mean, it seems that he is the general of sorts of that fight team. And when you're the man on top, it's tough to go and compete with everybody below you.
Speaking of making that walk, Healy's made the walk into the cage. We send it up to George Phillips to make the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds and takes place in the professional 145-pound weight division. Brought to you by StandEmUp.org. Your referee in charge of the action is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a mixed martial artist standing 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing in at 147 pounds. 10 professional bouts, 7 victories against 3 defeats. He represents Team G-Force and hails from the Queen City of Cincinnati, Ohio. Please welcome Chris Kid Dynamite Dunn. His opponent across the cage to my right, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist standing 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighing in at 146 pounds. 3 professional bouts, 2 victories against 1 defeat. Representing Mad Dog Gym, he hails from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Please welcome Francis Healy.
Francis Healy, Chris Dynamite Kid Dunn. Bantamweight action, professional, Pinnacle Professional Fighting League here. Chris Dunn, crouched, ready to go, an explosive fighter.
This was my pick for the most violent fight of the evening.
Very excited for this fight. When it was announced on the card, later in the card was already done, they announced it. I'm like, this card couldn't get better, and they come out with this.
Both men kind of feeling it out, looking to get the distance. Healy starts out with a nice leg kick.
Outside leg kick by Healy. I'm not sure he committed fully to it. That inside one he did. Chris.
Low.
I was saying, he threw the leg kick out, but I'm not sure he fully committed 100% to it. It lands, but
Interesting side note too as well. I thought it was funny that Dunn, didn't actually end up getting to fight Cody. He also was slated to fight myself, and I ended up fighting Anthony Darnell, your teammate, Cody.
Correct.
I kind of feel left out.
Well, we can all fight you after this if you want. Cody and I against you, Ryan.
Yeah, great. I'll be in the parking lot with the doctor hiding.
Chris Berry is very unorthodox with his striking. Right there, he's setting it up. Very explosive though. He gets in range, he's getting his range, and with Francis, he comes in, his head's in the same plane, so he comes forward. He's going to get counter shot a lot, like he just has been done.
It looks like Chris so far has had a couple success with the left hook and the right straight there, landing at Healy's head, and good body kick by Chris.
Nice one too. Follow up with a kick to the body.
Oh, wow!
Nice.
Just missed a spinning hook kick to the head of Francis Healy.
Very explosive, very athletic fighters in here.
And Healy got in on a single leg, and Dunn shrugs him off.
Which you don't see a whole lot. Francis Healy is a thick dude. He's very strong. I've grappled him before, and he's definitely got some strength.
Needed the body by Dunn. He's mixing it all up, using all the weapons.
He looks to be the more comfortable of the two right now.
No. Keys to victory for Francis is if he's taken down, be active off his back. 2 of 3 losses from Chris Dunn have been submissions, so he can't get caught in the submission.
Cody, what do you do when you face a fighter who comes out throwing these dynamic, wild strikes, kind of emptying the arsenal on you earlier? Do you wait for him to calm down?
Right, exactly. I feel him out, with a lot of jabs, low leg kicks. Nothing too, overzealous here. Let him see what he's going to come with. He's very explosive. That'll die down later in the rounds.
And this could be that dying down moment as Francis Healy gets him down, and now is looking to take his back.
Correct.
Dunn stands up and turns in beautifully, though.
Working the cage very well is done. Good pressure with the Francis.
Good trip takedown.
He's staying on it, yes.
I feel like Dunn may be the more physically imposing of the two, but Francis is probably going to be the more seasoned and cage savvy.
Like Dunn came out with Mark Cherico. It came out very explosive, got Mark, was getting him on the feet, took him down, was giving Mark a fight, and then Mark, he died down, and Mark took advantage of it and got, sunk in the submission for the win.
I'd love to see Francis actually work to take that back. He's had several opportunities here, and he seems content with just going with that single leg drag down and then maybe to cause some damage. Oh, looking for a knee in the face, but got caught and slammed for his efforts.
That's the drawback of trying that sort of move. You're leaving yourself open for, and especially against an athletic fighter like Chris Dunn who can capitalize in a hurry.
Not just athletic, but a taller athletic fighter. It's easy for him to open his hips up and just step over into a mount position that we just saw him land and do, but Francis Healy very, very good at getting back to a half guard.
That was a very good scramble, got back to half guard. Now Chris is on top looking to do some damage. This is where Francis needs to be very active. There he goes.
Oh, yeah.
Not take too many punches there. Hands up.
Healy.
Francis is looking tired.
He just did breathe pretty heavily.
Heavy.
And I don't know. It's obviously Francis has good cardio, but I think he excites himself when he's in an offensive position and he doesn't breathe all the time with his strikes.
He certainly looks like the tenser fighter in the stand-up.
Oh.
Nice kick.
Dunn missing a front kick to the face, falls, but pops right back up.
Francis said Healy came in saying he expected a lot of head kicks from Dunn, and so far Dunn's given him what he expected.
Oh, that was a low one right there. Healy now on the receiving end of a crotch blow.
They're even now.
Right.
Yeah, it's 1-1. Now the next move is to actually bump cups.
Francis Healy talking to him about the improvements and changes he made for this fight. He said he changed things up after the Kama fight. He said you're going to see more control and a change of attitude. He's going to be less crazy and less aggressive. Do you think we've seen that so far?
Yes, he's been very hesitant. He used to be really open with his strikes. Come forward, a lot of hands down. That brawling type style. He needed to tighten it up, and Kama really exploited that with him, and that's how he got knocked out. He got counterpunched with wild punches while the fighter was throwing straight punches.
A lot of times the education for a fighter does come through a loss. I know myself, it takes you to actually get defeated to kind of move the ego aside and learn.
Francis Healy went for an outside leg kick with the
right knee.
He's hurt.
Dunn just need him hard in the body. Yeah, Francis seems like he's wobbly on his feet right now.
Taking some huge breaths is Francis Healy. Dunn not giving him any room to take those deep breaths.
Him very good. When you have someone hurt, you see the blood, you go for the kill. This is what Dunn's doing.
And look at Dunn moving his feet. Healy circles to the right, Dunn shuffles, staying in front of him, cutting the angles and cutting off the cage. I like what Dunn's doing.
And again, as a taller fighter, it's easy for him to cover that distance. Francis takes 3 strides to his 1, going laterally.
Francis Healy looks to be just staying away right now. He needs to get to the end of this round, needs to get
go to the second round, figure him out. Hopefully he wears down. That's what his game plan was going in. Wear him down and then go in later in rounds, because Chris has fatigued in a lot of his fights.
Chris has definitely slowed down. I don't know if he's just measuring or if he actually is starting to feel the cardio effects here of fatigue. But there is a marked difference in the speed of the fight right now.
Spinning back kick.
Francis Healy said about his cardio, it's excellent. I've been killing it in camp.
Yeah, it's, you know, training's different, you know, than a fight when you get in here. You know, the crowd, the nervousness, the anxiousness, they're getting punched in the face, like another fighter coming at you.
Trying to
you know, he
kick
looks
your
really
head
well.
off.
And
Right,
again,
yeah.
I think Francis does have great cardio. If you notice when he gets in this scenarios, you don't see him breathe when it gets tight.
Inside 5 seconds of round number one. Big right by
hand.
Healy.
Very nice
Good
first
way to end
action
the round.
Very nice. Very explosive.
Great round by both fighters. Cody, we're putting you on the spot here. 1 round in the books. How do you score that round?
I'm going to have to give that to Chris Dunn. He was more effective on his feet. He got the takedown. You know, Healy got the takedown too, but he was more effective on his feet. He also reversed him, stayed on him a little bit longer. Had him hurt. He landed some more power shots than Francis and stayed busier. You know, stayed busy with the jab. Very accurate with his jab. So I'm going to give that to Chris Dunn.
Coyote, are you in agreement?
Also going to Dunn, just due to the fact of the control. He had the center of the cage the entire round. Healy was always backing up. You know, you have to give it to the guy right there. Now we see in the replay, Dunn kind of took Francis' offense and turned it around on him. Francis went for a high knee, Dunn underhooked the leg, took him down, punched him in the face for it.
Very good scramble into that. I'm excited for the second round to see who comes out, who's fatiguing, who's going to wilt this round. This round right here will win the fight.
This is the man maker.
Chris Dunn in the red. Francis Healy, yellow trunks. Pinnacle Fighting Championship 6. Ryan Kavanaugh, the Coyote, and No Love, I Need a Nickname.
We'll find you one by the end of the night, Ryan.
Chris Dunn takes center cage. Fighters touch gloves. Let's see if Dunn regains some of that explosiveness he showed at the beginning of the first round, but didn't have so much at the end, and it's Healy who throws the first punch, overhand right.
Acknowledge that right hand by Francis.
Healy looks actually spry right now. He looks like he's got a bit more spring in his step after this.
Definitely.
Committed to that kick, that's for sure. Didn't land.
You know, toe chopper. Dunn is looking for that head kick.
I'd like him to set it up more. It's there. It's definitely
say,
there. He got it. He has a very fast front leg kick. If he comes with the setup, he already got Francis once in the first round with it.
Well, the problem is now is if you show that strike early on, the guy knows what to expect for the rest of the fight.
Yes.
That's obviously the one you're looking for. So unless you set it up properly, you're probably not going to hit it again.
I feel like Healy has not closed the distance enough to get into his striking range. He's throwing leg kicks and arms, fists that are just not getting there. Cody, you agree?
Yes, he is. He's mauling his punches. He just brings his feet with his hands. He's just throwing shoulder punches, really. He doesn't want to get in Chris's range. He needs to bring them together.
Big right by Dunn.
Very true.
I will say this is the fastest I've ever seen Francis Healy look.
Yep.
But as you said, there's no proper distance closing. I'd like to see him feint a little bit, then get inside. Oh, great takedown.
Good takedown. Very good.
And he's got his back.
Put
one
the
hook
hooks in.
He's got
trying to get that left hook in,
both
and he
hooks
does.
in now. Oh, this
Both
is
hooks
trouble
in,
for Dunn.
yep. This is where
That choke
he's
is
not very
deep.
good.
He's flattening him out, and it's
Two of his
Francis
fights.
Healy looking for a submission
He
win.
needs to go palm to palm here, though. He can't go for your standard rear naked choke from this position. It's incredibly hard to finish him there. He needs to go palm to palm to get the proper leverage. Now, see, that's tough right now. Dunn isn't even there. Now he's fighting
now
the
he's
handoff.
got it.
But if Francis went palm to palm and got that right elbow underneath the chin more and cranked it up on a 90-degree angle, this fight would have already been over.
Looking for 2 in a row to stop his 5-fight win streak here.
Absolutely, Dunn's 5-fight win streak on the line, and he's in a bad spot with Francis Healy on his back looking for the rear naked choke.
3 minutes ago, he's in a very dominant position. He's working.
Believe it or not, he's actually safer going belly down again than posturing up. Because the hip position will give Francis that leverage if he does try to stand up.
There it is. It's tight. See, there you go.
He's getting, wrong way. Dunn almost had an out, but chose to dive the wrong way and now ends up in a bottom position of half guard.
When I was training, we scheduled the fight for Dunn. I watched a lot of his fights. He's had a lot of amateur experience, and he has been caught in a bunch of submissions, but has been resilient and fought out of them. And really deep rear naked chokes like that, he would give up his back and feels very comfortable there. He just fought out of it really well and gutted it out.
Lands some nasty elbows from the ground.
I'm surprised they didn't cut Francis there.
Right.
But I did say,
Nice
I wish
elbow
Francis
from
would have gone palm to
Francis.
palm there. He could have had this fight done with a minute ago.
He had double boots in and a very good angle of the cage.
And we'll see if it's something that Francis Healy looks to regret here.
Oh, great pass by Healy, though. Awesome pass.
Watch the Kimura.
Dunn's way out of position to get that, though. Francis could take his back here again.
Nice scramble. Very good scrambling. Yeah.
Dominant side control here. If somebody's bleeding. I see some Kool-Aid on Healy's shorts
He's
there.
going to take the back again.
Works a good job of shrimping out and keeping that to a half guard scenario by Chris Dunn. Well, now we're in side control again. Healy looking to rain down some punishment.
Mad Dog Healy staying tight, staying very compact, putting a lot of pressure on Chris Dunn.
And that will wear on a fighter, you know, later in the rounds. You know, you have
Absolutely.
someone on pressuring you the whole time and trying to get off fight to get out. That pressure will wear on you.
Chris Dunn looking for a takedown of his
There he
own.
goes, yep.
Healy working that whizzer though, and
Very
is
nice,
going to stay safe. He might even get his back from here if he can step around. And he's going for that wrestle hook with his right leg. It's a weird, almost inverted leg hook, you know, as opposed to a standard jiu-jitsu where you're going outside the hips. Both fighters back up on their feet now.
What a round. Chris Dunn stalking, walking down Francis Healy, looking to put those hands to work, which has given him so much success so far in this fight.
Under a minute to go in the second round. He
Oh,
goes for a
good
takedown
setup.
himself.
Good sprawl though by Healy.
Excellent
Nice.
entry.
Excellent turn. That whizzer is really paying him
tight,
dividends.
very tight.
Stepping
Yep.
over the
right
mount.
to full
Yes.
mount. Oh,
Pushes
half
him,
guard.
trying to regain half guard, quarter guard.
Very good pressure by Francis and mat awareness, you know, on the takedowns and the wizard. Very, very, very good pressure.
I say it constantly, fighting a striker has more dire consequences, but fighting a wrestler, a good grappler like this, has more frequent consequences. Chris Dunn needs to land a big strike to end it, but Francis can sit here and grind you out for a full 15 minutes.
Yep. Knee on belly.
Knee on belly looking to pass, and actually I think
Great
he wanted
elbow.
knee on
Nice
belly
elbows.
just to control the position and land some strikes.
Second, I have to go knee on belly, and it's very more control there with the elbows.
Oh.
Just really land those elbows, that left elbow to Chris's face.
Those are landing flush. Dunn looks like a fish out of water right now.
Down to 10 seconds in round 2.
He's going to survive this round, and we're going to go to round 3.
Francis Healy pouring it on as we near the end of the round.
Hooks again.
We will see round number 3. Francis Healy and Chris Dunn. I'm coming back to you, Cody.
I'm going to give it to Francis. He was very controlling of his pressure all rounds, you know, and all the scrambles. He won the scrambles. Give it to Francis Healy.
I agree. I have 1-1 right now, but as they both get up, both men look absolutely exhausted.
Very, very tired.
As far as fighters, both of you guys have been in there and done it. What's more difficult, being the guy on the bottom trying to get up or trying to hold him down like Healy was here?
Well, I can't ever say that I've taken somebody down in a fight and really worked that top
Accidentally
position
you've
too much,
gotten there.
but accidentally I have.
Yeah.
But as far as from the bottom, that is rough. Now right here is that choke I was talking about. If Francis could just switch it from a standard rear naked to a palm to palm, this fight would have been right there, right there. I mean, that chin is up and exposed.
Yep, very true. He would have got that sub right there in a second.
Now, Cody, top or bottom, what do you think is better? Or
I
more
think so. You know, in training, I get more tired fighting out of someone. You know, when I can hold someone down because I've wrestled my whole life and I've been on that grind. So holding someone down there has been a problem with me. It's getting taken down and working your way back up. I feel is like more exertion to your body.
Speaking of the grind, it's grind time right now. We enter the last 5 minutes of a 3-round fight. It's Chris Dunn right there in the red trunks. Francis Healy in the yellow. We've
3.
got it 1-1 coming into this
Absolutely.
round.
And now to touch on that point further, Cody, I think it is subjective as far as what tires you out more. A striker always looks like he has great cardio if he stays on the feet. You put him on his back and he's gassed. Wrestlers tend to gas out when they're boxing. Oh, big knee to the
combos.
head.
Nice.
Chris Dunn just hit Francis Healy with a left knee to the head.
It was timing as Healy looked like he was dropping his head to the right, and Dunn brought the left up, hit him with the knee.
But Healy
Francis
again
staying active with those elbows, very, very, keeping the pressure and throwing those elbows. That was 4 unanswered elbows.
Now, see, that's got to be frustrating for one Chris Dunn to throw a head kick, have it land, and then find yourself in your back.
Came out very strong that round. You know, came out firing on all cylinders, got taken down, and now Francis is it's tied up here. You know, those points that he just scored just got taken away.
I kind of feel like when a wrestler's on top of a striker, it's like a check engine light. Something is wrong, but you can't identify what right yet. And it takes a long time and process to get through to that if you don't have an educated ground. Right now, it's very evident Healy is better on the ground than Chris Dunn.
Right, I was looking for Dunn to control that left wrist of Healy there.
And he did have a sweep there, Ryan.
Right.
Side control weighing down, look, knee on belly again. He's found him very successful against Chris. Chris needs to shrimp out the other way, put pressure, hands in the hips, and get up.
It's the left elbow. How much
There we go.
pressure is he putting on?
There
And
we
Dunn's
go.
back to his feet.
Yep. Both fighters looking tired.
Oh, yeah, hands are down. Francis still
Francis
moving
backing
better,
up.
though.
Yep, nice 1-2.
Stiff left there from Dunn, followed up.
I would love to see Francis throw some feints.
Yes, definitely. Chris's hands are down low.
Now we've seen Dunn shoot for the takedown, but I think he wants to keep this standing for the last 3.5 minutes to win this round.
To win the fight, yes, he needs to pick his shots, keep moving. Don't overzealot. Don't come up rushing over with punches. Just pick him apart here on his feet. He's a better striker.
Left from Dunn lands. Healy's
switching his leads back and forth.
This could be a classic case of hubris in the first round. Chris Dunn showing an amazing array of striking talent, but now he's gassed himself out, and now we're seeing the standard 1-2 jab kind of thing.
As tired as Dunn is, that's what he's got to do. He landed the right and then got out of there. He can't land the right and hang around for Healy to close the distance, clinch, or take him down.
That's exactly right. When you're fighting a grappler or
Nice
a
kick,
grinder like
nice
Francis
kick.
Healy, you have to be guerrilla style in and out.
Nice block. He needs to return fire.
So
Healy
often in
lands
MMA, you see a technique used and the opponent will try to get you right back. with
It is an ego thing. Every fighter, I don't care what they say, myself, Cody, anybody who's coming here tonight has an ego.
Oh,
and when somebody hits you with it, you want to return that back to show them, like, you're not getting off on me kind of thing.
Guys trading leg kicks now because of that. Back and forth.
Dunn needs to stay busy with his hands. 1-2, pick him apart like he is, and he'll win this third round and win himself to a decision.
The jab has all but gone out the window here in the third round, as we aren't seeing too many setup strikes, just a lot of bombs thrown.
And Dunn's using that leg kick to keep him at distance. He's using the longer weapon of the kick. Nice right hand there by Dunn.
Chris is doing his 1-2 very well, you know, when Francis comes in.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, he needs to stand back up.
Great level
Dunn,
change.
It's Dunn with the takedown. We're back in a scramble, and Healy's going to win it. There's 2 minutes left.
Oh, nice scramble.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
And Healy's in
Great
that
hips by
bar.
Francis Healy,
Very
and
good
again,
hips.
that left elbow is telling the tale of this whole fight.
You can definitely tell Francis this camp has definitely switched it up a lot. His wrestling looks very good. His pressure on top. He knew coming into this fight what he had to do in training and preparation for Chris Dunn. Executing the game plan very well.
And as far as that cardio we spoke to right now, Francis does look fresh, and his comfort level where he feels good in this position. He does not seem to be short of breath at all right now.
Francis Healy still controlling it, and Chris Dunn's got to find a way to get out from underneath, or he's going to lose this round, I believe.
Sure, he needs to get up. He needs to feel like he's drowning. He needs to get up. Every time, you know, a wrestling coach said, you're taking down, feel like you're getting drowning, get up.
Yep.
He has no urgency to get up. He's laying there and taking elbows and punishment he doesn't need to do.
Now, do we think between the two of us, Ryan and Cody, that there's enough time left in this fight for Chris Dunn to steal this round and effectively steal the fight? Or
He would
does
have to
need
get a
finish it?
knockout. He would have to get a
He's gotta
finish.
finish, you
He would have
think?
to get a finish. You know, he had a very close first round. Give it to Dunn. Francis came out, was a dominant second round, third round, very dominant. So goes to the scorecard to look for a decision on Francis Healy.
Coming up on the 32nd mark of this fight, Francis Healy dominating Chris Dunn on the ground, controlling the position, using that left elbow. Is Healy going to go for the finish, or is he going to be content to just keep wearing him down? He's putting a lot of pressure on Dunn as this final bell comes upon us.
Why go for the finish? If it's not broke, don't fix it. Right now, there's nothing broke about Francis Healy's fight.
Dunn looks like that just doesn't think he had the position or enough energy to pull
Yeah,
off
he's
a
definitely
sweep there.
gassing out.
10
Someone
seconds,
grinding on you
Francis.
for the past 2 rounds, you know, it definitely shows. Good fight, good win for
Very
Francis.
telling story.
Oh, good cage walk and sweep by Dunn, but not enough.
Nice. Very nice.
Great fight.
You see it.
3 rounds in the books, and the Mad Dog Francis Healy throws his hands up. He feels like he got enough done. Coyote, No Love, do you guys feel Francis Healy did enough in this fight to win it?
I got 2 rounds to 1.
Yeah, second and third round, Francis came out and really pushed the pace, and he used the areas that he needed to win the fight. You know, he stuck to a very good game plan and won this fight against a very game opponent of Chris Dunn.
As we look over at the replays now, we see, the telltale elbow of the fight. I should say the last 10 minutes of this fight, really. The final 2 rounds that we saw Francis Healy dominate was in this side control half guard position, and the left elbow really just painting the face of Chris Dunn.
Now, crazier things have happened. We understand it's going to the judges, and that means we don't know what's going to happen. However, if Francis Healy pulls this off and Dunn loses, for me, the turning point of the round was with 140 left in the third, when Chris Dunn shot for a takedown. Francis Healy won the grappling exchange. Dunn was winning on the feet. I think if he kept it standing, he would have won the round. What do you guys think?
Very true. That was a very good point you brought up. He was winning, you know, he was winning on the feet. He took a desperation shot. Maybe he didn't think that he was up on the scorecards and wanted to go for a shot and didn't commit to the shot and took a risk and it ended up not working for him.
I don't understand that move myself. I mean, if you are winning clearly in one aspect of it, why switch it up?
Absolutely. Great fight by both guys. Like all the fights so far in this card, everyone that's gone to a decision has been action-packed from the first bell to the final bell of the last round, and these two went at it.
Yes, they did. You know, Joe D'Amore and Dave Clicker, you know, very good matchmakers. Make up matches that are exciting for the fighters to fight. They want to fight, and the fans.
We've gone 3 rounds. The scorecards are in from the officials. It's time to send it up to George Phillips and find out the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for a hard-fought professional 145-pound weight division contest. The final bell has rung and your judges have spoken. All three judges saw it the same. 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision from Mad Dog Jim Francis Healy.
No surprise there, Francis Healy fighting his way to a hard-earned decision win. And here's Dave Click with your winner.
All right, I'm here with the Mad Dog himself, Francis Healy. Me and Francis have been doing this together for a long time, I'd say 5 or 6 years, so we are no strangers to each other. This kid progressively gets better each and every single time he steps into the cage. He came in here and he imposed his will and he fought a very, very smart fight. Francis, I know you're happy to get a win here in the Pinnacle cage. Talk a little bit about the fight and tell us what might be next for you.
I mean, Chris Dunn's tough as nails, man. He's coming off 5 straight wins. I knew he was going to be tough. He's got twice as many fights as me, amateur and pro. But I just kept pouring it on, and the takedowns ended up winning out.
Yeah, it worked out well for you. Chris Dunn is definitely no joke. Came in here with a 7-3 record, like you said. His last loss was to Mark Cherico at Pinnacle Fighting Championships 1. Since then, he's been on an absolute tear. The kid's a beast. With that being said, anyone the Mad Dog would like to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank my fight teams. Mad Dog Jim, of course. They've been my, since the beginning, they've been there. Matt Factory, new addition for my last 2 wins, and they're huge for my success. I want to thank all my family, friends for coming out. Thanks everybody for supporting me. All my sponsors, you checked out my banner in the beginning. Thanks a lot, thanks for the opportunity.
No problem. He is the Mad Dog, Francis Healy.
It's an outstanding win by Francis Healy and an outstanding job by Cody No Love Garbrandt by stepping in. Cody, on behalf of myself, Dave, and the Coyote, thank you for dropping in. Good luck in camp for the 24th, and we can't wait to watch you perform.
I can't wait to get back here in the Pinnacle Fighting Championship and get that bantamweight title. It's going to be amazing. Camp heading out to California with Team Alpha Male. Finish up camp here at Fight Club Pittsburgh, and I'll see you May 24th.
Cody, when you're out there, as of this card, I dubbed Fight Club Pittsburgh Alpha Male East. Check with them and see if that's cool with them.
Yeah, we were talking about with the Riot Favorite, we were talking about doing an East Coast Alpha Male. Maybe in the future, we'll see.
You got it. All right, Cody, best of luck.
Thank you.
Pinnacle FC 6 rolls on. It's time for Kama Death Star Worthy to take on the Blazing Persuasion Jacob Butler. We send it to George Phillips to bring out the fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout of the evening is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. It is one of our co-main events of the evening. It's brought to you by Metcon Photos. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Jacob Butler.
Gentlemen, Jacob Butler, as David McKinney coined it, the wild, wild west of MMA. That's the state of Michigan. Those guys up north, and Jacob Butler comes in a bit of an enigma, and the reason for that, the pro record sits at 2-1. If you go online and look, his amateur record sits at 2-1. In reality, 20-1 as an amateur. He's well-traveled, is Jacob Butler.
In the jungles, the perils of amateur MMA, that is the unsanctioned parts of this country, it is an absolute mystery as to what could happen, what has happened, what will happen. Even if you look for any kind of ink, black and white proof from this man, it's not online. It's not anywhere. You have to do your research, and we can only hope that Kama Worthy has done the same.
And I believe that it was Kavanaugh who called Jacob Butler somewhat of an enigma. The videos that you can find of him, though, he definitely has a game plan that he wants to implement. Come out here, and he's a very good test for a guy like Kama Worthy coming off 3 straight wins.
I spoke to him about fighting Kama Worthy and his striking ability, and he said, I'll take a few to the head. I'm not worried about Kama hitting me. Speaking of Kama, let's get him out here to the cage.
and his opponent. Fighting out of the red corner, please welcome Kama Worthy.
This is the Death Star Safe Zone. Kama Worthy, fan favorite, Fight Club Pittsburgh product, comes through the Pinnacle Fighting Championship walkway.
Kama is, to coin a phrase, worthy of all the praise he's getting here as he comes down to the cage. Hometown boy with a record to back it up. Kama, I like to call him a character fighter, if you will. Much as there's character actors, he's got a specific style of fight, and you need to train specifically to fight him. Tall man at 5'11" in the featherweight division, he stands 5 inches taller than his opponent, Jacob Butler.
You know, one thing about Jacob Butler, I spoke with you guys on the Coyote Ugly show. I compared him to Leonard Garcia. I threw that at Butler, and Butler said very accurate. Why throw a punch if you're not going to try and knock him out with it?
That's a very good point. If you're going to pitch, it might as well be a fastball in MMA.
Jacob Butler, one thing that stands out where he may have an advantage is the strength. Get this, guys. In high school, Jacob Butler was squatting 350 pounds for 10 reps.
That's still less than Kyle.
And he deadlifted 715 pounds.
Yeah.
Wow. And when you see the thighs on Jacob Butler, you can understand why.
I haven't lifted that in total.
Right. You know what, though? Very similar to tattoos, lifting weights doesn't beat people up, so he's going to have to defend himself in here against Kama Worthy tonight.
Something I wanted to mention real quick, I think the key to Kama here is going to be those counter punches off of that leg kick that Jacob Butler loves to throw. He drops his hands every single time. I've seen a lot of videos, and that's not something you fix overnight or even in one training camp. Obviously, I know that's the game plan here for Kama Worthy. We'll see if he implements it coming into this one.
Significant size and reach advantage for that man, Kama Worthy. Butler knows he's got to close the distance. He's got to get inside the punches in the range of Kama Worthy to do some damage.
Easier said than done on the Death Star.
Absolutely. Speaking of the Death Star, he's making that walk into the cage, pumping himself up. Wow, getting the crowd on their feet.
Hulking up.
Staring across at Jacob Butler. We send it into George Phillips with the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your co-main event of the evening. It is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds and takes place in the 145-pound weight division. Brought to you by Metcon Photos. Your referee in charge of the action is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, this mixed martial artist stands 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed in at 144 pounds. As a professional, 3 MMA contests, 2 victories against 1 defeat. Representing Coon MMA, he hails from Big Rapids, Michigan. Please welcome Jacob Blazing Persuasion Butler. His opponent across the cage to my right, fighting out of the red corner. He's a mixed martial artist standing 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighing in at 146 pounds. 6 professional bouts, 4 victories against 2 defeats. Representing Fight Club Pittsburgh, he hails from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Please welcome, come on, the Death Star Worthy.
It's fair to say that people came to see the Death Star. Crowd on their feet for Kama Worthy. He's in the black trunks, tight spandex, and it's Jacob the Blazing Persuasion Butler in the tie shorts, Hayabusa.
That's right? A cool. Let's break down who wins the nickname contest.
Very tough.
Oh, Blazing is pretty sweet. You have to be Blazing to do that.
Oh, they're coming out southpaw.
Combination of African American and Korea.
Oh, and there's that leg kick you talked about, David, with the hands down, no less.
Kama Worthy reaching out with that left, keeping Butler, which immediately backs him up.
I think Kama saw that leg.
Oh,
big left hand that drops Butler.
Down. Worthy. And this fight is over. Kama Worthy.
Wow.
All over him, and the referee stops it first.
Big
round knockout.
win.
Kama Worthy.
Counter punch off the leg kick, folks.
Unreal. Kama Worthy, true to form, waits for the counter, keeps it long, and absolutely puts Jacob Butler away. Fantastic left hand started. I'm sorry, lead right hand started it all. I'm waiting for this replay. We need to see this replay.
What a performance What a performance by Kama-Worthy, 30-second knockout. The time is ticking down, but it doesn't matter. This one is over. Kama-Worthy, very excited. Just when you thought this crowd couldn't get any louder, Kama goes in, drops the hammer, and the fans at the Death Star go crazy.
They are much appreciative of their banner man here, throwing down for his hometown. Kama-Worthy showing love to Pittsburgh through his right hand.
And of course, making sure he gets some camera time there as well.
If there's one thing Kama is afraid of, it is not a camera.
Doctor in the ring to check out Jacob Butler. You know, Jacob Butler, you guys mentioned it, through the leg kick. He left it out there. Kama jumped all over it, landed huge bombs.
It looks like Butler might have a nose issue here. He's still bleeding and his eyes are swollen. He might have a broken nose.
You couldn't blame him if he did. That was a lot of thunder. And Kama-Worthy, double bicep flex.
One thing I love about Kama, I don't mind saying this, is he's a nerd just like me, so he's one of my favorites for that.
There you go.
Nerd on, Kama.
Guy who is not a nerd is George Phillips. He's
George Shepard Phillips.
He's with the Kama-Worthy. Do you give us the official announcement?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time. 26 seconds of a round number one. Your winner by TKO due to strikes. Come on, the Death Star Worthy.
Big win for Kama-Worthy, 30-second knockout in the first round. We've got Dave Click to hear from our winner.
All right. I think we've done this a time or two before. I'm here with the Death Star, Kama-Worthy from Fight Club Pittsburgh. I'm just going to give it to you.
Man, first of all, I want to thank Jacob for stepping up and taking this fight, because my original opponent, it was his time of the month, and he stepped out and didn't fight me. So I want to say thank you to Jacob for taking the fight. And I just want to say thank you to all of my coaches, Master White Fang, my man Bob, my boxing coach Bob, best boxing coach in the area, man. I want to thank Mike Conahan for really helping me out with my wrestling, even though I didn't have to use it. Oh, snap. I want to thank all of my little students at the Fight Club. You guys are awesome. You inspire me. I want to thank all of my sponsors, everybody, man. I'm so high right now. You can see the sponsor, man. I got some sponsors here out of the cage. They got their band over there. Little Bruiser Fight Gear as well. Pittsburgh Kettlebell. I mean, everybody. I want to thank everyone. 720, Cordoba. Woo, they got me nice and lean. My man Big John. All the little kids for coming out. Everyone for all the fans for coming out. I don't know. I'm forgetting something.
The Death Star, Kama-Worthy.
Hey, listen, my boys Joey Holt and Mark Chirico up next, but my official after party is going to be down at bar 1311 in the south side. So once my boys get in here and tear it up, I want y'all to come out there and party with me, because y'all know I don't get out that much, so better take advantage of it.
Keep your eye on this guy. He's not going to be on the local scene much longer.
What a win for Kama-Worthy. Puts it on Jacob Butler, and it's now time for the co-main event of the evening. Rob Hanna, Joey Holt. What can we look for in this one, David?
This is one that, I think everybody was talking about yesterday. Obviously, leading up to the fight and all the preparations for the fight, Caitlin and Hodges' fight everybody was talking about. But leading into this one yesterday, everybody was talking about Hanna, because Hanna basically wasn't afraid to go out and say that he was going to stand with Joey Holt in this fight.
We'll see if Hanna's true to his word. It's time to bring out the fighters. In the co-main event, we send it up to the one and only George Phillips to bring out our first fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your co-main event of the evening. It is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds and takes place in the 155-pound weight division. This bout is being brought to you by Triangle Bar and Grill. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Rob Hanna.
Rob Hanna from EFS Fight Team in Dayton. It so happens to be his own gym, new gym owner running his own program. Rob Hanna 3-0, 1-0 in Bellator, coming off a big win over Rocky Edwards in Bellator, but it's been a while, 17 months since he's last competed.
Now, I picked Rob Hanna as my dark horse for the night, the most underrated fighter on this card for sure. One thing I cannot condone, however, is switching up your camp style when you're on a streak like that. Why? I mean, I'm sure there are many reasons that are justified for him to be running the gym now as well as training. But if you want to be a professional fighter and concentrate on it, you should concentrate on just your training. But Rob Hanna is known to surprise people, and I mean, he's just, in my opinion, the toughest guy on this card. I really believe that.
He said he's coming in more patient, more mature, and he seemed that way, Dave, as we spoke to him yesterday and today talking about this fight.
That's right, a very cerebral Rob Hanna was a guy at the weigh-in, and Rob Hanna is kind of a guy that's been known for 3 words, and those 3 words are just win, baby. He has come in with he hasn't lost in a very long time. He was a 13-2 as an amateur, won 6 titles, and he said he's coming in a massively improved striking game, and we'll see if he makes good on his promise to stand with Joey Holt in this fight.
I don't know if it was a promise, but he said he's going to test himself. I have a feeling, much like Julian Lane and Joey Holt. Julian Lane said, "Let me bang, bro. We're going to stand up and throw punches," and as soon as he had the hitman across from him, plans changed.
It's hard to sit there and say you want to box with somebody when they hit you as hard as Joey Holt can hit you. That's just, I mean, I don't want to get in a car accident. I understand how hard that can actually be. I also been watching the fights to know that Joey Holt's right hand is a car accident inside a glove. Simple as that.
The man, Rob Hanna, walks the steps, enters the cage. We send it back up to George Phillips to bring out Rob's opponent.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome Joey Holt.
Joey Holt, one of the true gentlemen in the sport of mixed martial arts. That all changes when he gets in the cage. As I mentioned, a big layoff, 2-year layoff prior to his last fight. He boxed professionally, came away 4-0 with 3 knockouts. This is a man who knows how to throw hands.
That's right, yeah. Joey Holt, unfortunately made his return, his triumphant return back to MMA, back on Pinnacle FC 5 in November. Unfortunately came up short, but comes back. He lost because of wrestling. Julian Lane was able to hold him down. Maybe that's why he comes out and wants to face a tough wrestler right off the bat here again, and a guy like Rob Hanna. I think we're going to see a very mean, very focused Joey Holt with a guy that has something to prove.
We take a look at the tail of the tape here as Mr. Holt gets ready to enter the cage. What stands out?
I think the biggest thing is that these guys are pretty much even in every way on tail of the tape. So it's really going to come down to, whether Rob Hanna actually is going to stand and how long he's going to stand. Hanna always likes to look to use that clinch game against the cage to get the fight to the ground. We'll see if, how long Rob Hanna stands with Joey Holt in this fight.
To his credit, Holt said he spent 70% of his camp working on his wrestling. Smart move to dedicate so much to an area that you're expecting to use.
Absolutely. I mean, the quote-unquote answer to Joey Holt's offense is don't let him punch you. And the best way to not get punched, put somebody on their back. Julian Lane did that very effectively, I would say, but he did it out of desperation. As you mentioned, Julian wanted to stand up and strike. As soon as you get hit by Joey, you don't want that anymore. So as David said, I think it would behoove Rob Hanna to take him down early and not try to test that water. Why not go to a place you know you're comfortable in and advantageous?
The cardio of Joey Holt will be tested. You know what it's like to have a wrestler grinding on you if that's how this fight goes down. Joey Holt's brother, Kyle Holt, in his corner. He's a strength conditioning coach, also a fighter, so he knows what it's like to be in the cage. Joey Holt, the hitman, walks into the cage. We send it up to George Phillips to introduce these fighters in our co-main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your co-main event of the evening. It is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds that takes place in the 155-pound weight division. This bout is being brought to you by Triangle Bar and Grill. Your referee once again, ladies and gentlemen, is Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants. First, Fighting out of the blue corner, he is a mixed martial artist standing 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing in at 155 1/2 pounds. As a professional, he is undefeated inside the cage with a record of 3-0. Representing EFS MMA, he hails from Dayton, Ohio. Please welcome Rob Hanna. His opponent across the cage to my right, fighting out of the red corner, he is a mixed martial artist standing 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighing in at 156 pounds. 4 professional bouts, 3 victories against 1 defeat. Representing Team Impact, he hails from East Liverpool, Ohio. Please welcome Joey the Hitman Holt.
This one should be a barn burner.
Co-main event, Joey the Hitman Holt in the long black trunks. Rob Hanna, short
Also,
black trunks.
Only fight on the card with 2 Ohio guys featured.
Dayton versus Liverpool. Fighters are ready. Can't wait to see how this one develops. Holt takes center cage. Leg kick by Hanna, keeping the hands up on those leg kicks. Chin down. His corner right before it was telling Hanna, putting the hands out, saying relax, take it easy.
One thing I'm seeing already that I would like to see Hanna do better is recoil his strikes. They kind of sit out there a little bit too long, and I think it's going to give Joey a lot of room to counter.
That's that dirty boxing, the clinch that Hanna's so good at. Big right, and
there it is. That's what we're
Holt
talking
has
about.
dropped Rob Hanna.
Yeah,
Going for
big
a
shot there
guillotine
from
now.
Holt.
What a shot, and Hanna is not out of the woods. Big uppercut, another
Uppercut
one.
from Hanna.
How is Rob Hanna staying on his feet?
And
I think that last
the,
uppercut lifted him.
Yeah, I think that's
A left
standing
by
against-
Holt. He's head hunting Rob Hanna.
Oh,
big
knee.
And Hanna is staying on his feet.
I don't know how he's still up here.
Good Lord.
Wow, Rob Hanna has a chin of granite.
That first minute just made me
Joey Holt
mess
yelling
myself.
at Chip Snyder. I'm not sure what he said, but he didn't look very happy.
Rob Hanna, 2 black eyes and a bloody nose already. Bull rush at Joey Holt.
Another big
a
knee.
and Hanna is still on
Grabbing
his
the
feet.
shorts. Hanna, unbelievable.
Big knee to the body here.
Joey
And Holt
Holt.
looking to settle in here. Maybe big left hook, right hand. And Hanna just kind of winging punches. Another
Hanna
big knee.
waiting in. You know, Joey Holt has hit Hanna with 2 knees that he finished Clint Musser with,
You know
and
what,
Rob
this-
Hanna is still pushing forward.
And this is Rob Hanna's bread and butter here. Clinch against the cage, looking to get it to the ground. This is what I said. You know, I thought this was eventually what Rob Hanna was going to do. I don't think it's going. Joey Holt ends up on top.
Tries a toss, but it's Holt who ends up on top. And I think Hanna is just too gassed from the amount of punches he took to finish that toss.
I don't know if he's gassed or so much hasn't gathered his wits about him yet because his punches are coming
That
wide
mountain's
and
there
looping.
for Holt if he wants it.
Well, I mean, Joey would rather not choke you out. Joey would rather posture up and just punch you until you quit.
Trying to pin down the left arm of Hanna. Crucifix position. Hanna getting it out.
Hanna needs to find the cage and needs to start working back and forth kind of motion with his hips. He can't stay on his back and expect to win a round.
This is one of the most impressive performances I've seen through a half round. And I'm not talking about Joey Holt and his punching. I'm talking about Rob Hanna's ability
I agree
to
fully.
take abuse.
That's a great point, Ryan. Like, a lot of people aren't going to see that as much as, you know, the more educated fans of the sport will. What Rob Hanna has done already and is doing now, and, you know, actually showing danger off his back for a submission attempt, he just walked through fire, people. If you aren't here and you aren't lucky enough to be in the Green Treat Sports Complex, Rob Hanna just weathered a storm of magnet proportion.
Hanna
I mean,
going for an armbar. Hammer fist by Holt.
Hanna throwing big punches again. Or, I'm sorry, Holt throwing big punches.
I think Hanna still rocked. That armbar attempt, his knees were super wide. Didn't really look like he committed to it.
Yeah, and this is a position that very few people expected, that if it did go to the ground, Holt would be on top.
If you had told me Joey Holt would be on top and Rob Hanna's guard right now, I would have told you you were drunk.
Look at Hanna working to control the posture of Joey Holt, which is a good idea. Big elbow by Holt.
Hanna just grasping at straws at this point. Now they're back up,
Well,
and this is dangerous for Rob Hanna.
I think Hanna was going for
uppercut
for
by
bump
Hanna.
Hanna
Pushes
now
him
pushing.
in, goes for the double, and he gets
Double
it.
leg.
Rob
on
Hanna
top now.
taking the back, and he has a burst of energy. Energized Rob Hanna
That's, I
after
guess,
the
his second
takedown.
win.
I want to thank Rob Hanna for making me look smart. When I said he's the toughest guy in this card, he's proven it now.
He's the toughest man in the state of Pennsylvania.
He is the toughest man in America right now.
Hanna now with Joey Holtz back against the cage.
Oh, Joey grabbing the cage
grabbing the
there.
Cage, pretty obvious there.
And Hanna just going to impose his will now. Can he do enough, though, in the last minute to win this round?
That's what I was going to ask you, Ryan. Unless he causes some severe damage right now, and I mean to the point where Joey goes back thinking about going to the hospital, then he probably is still going to lose this round. Even if he gets another takedown, secures position for the next 58 seconds, I still think Joey Holt has done enough to win this round.
But you know what? It's all about momentum sometimes. And
Indeed, David.
even if he just does enough to barely lose the first round, maybe that gives him the momentum going into the second round.
And that's a great point. You don't have to win the round to be winning the fight necessarily. It is a mental game as much as a physical game, and if you end the round even if you're on top, just sending your opponent a message can pay dividends later on. Both fighters back up to their feet now.
Holt against the cage here, unable to do much against Rob Hanna, who's doing a great job. I think Rob Hanna's finally recovered from those big shots that we saw early in the fight.
I think you're right, David.
We have 20 seconds left in the most unbelievable first round I've seen in a fight in a long time.
Crazy. You said that this was going to steal the show, and so far it has.
Wow. And we've had some great fights tonight, but this one, and Rob Hanna's pushing the pace. He's controlling the action here as we get inside the final 10 seconds. Hanna looking for another takedown on Holt, working the knees.
Wow. Wow.
End of a dynamic and crazy round one. Coyote claps for both guys. Dave.
I broke out the applause.
You've seen over 200 fights. You've been cage side. Have you ever seen somebody take those kind of shots from this dangerous of an opponent and survive? Watch this.
Oh, a big straight right hand. I thought he was out there. I thought the referee, I'm surprised the referee wasn't closer to the action here because it looked like, and the interesting thing was, when Holt landed those big shots, I'm kind of surprised that he actually was looking to grapple there and that he didn't just try to pound Hanna out. That gave Hanna just a split second to recover, and he was able to.
From our broadcast table here, ladies and gentlemen, we get to see the replays.
Another
the first
big left
right hand Joey Holt landed just took the head and / body of Rob Hanna off the screen.
You could actually see the leg of Rob Hanna wobbling there with that second big left hook that Joey Holt landed.
Based on that footage, I would not think the fight or this round ended the way it did. Rob Hanna is a beast.
Round two, Rob Hanna. Black trunks, red print. Joey Holt, the long black fight trunks.
The face on Rob Hanna now is completely different. I mean, it's just his air, his disposition is changed.
Slap gloves. There's a lot of respect between these two, and most of it was earned in that first round.
Absolutely.
Inside leg kick by Hanna. He looks to have cleared the cobwebs. But if I'm Hanna, I'm bull rushing him again and trying to push him up against the cage.
That's when the knees come, though, man.
No, but I'm not saying shoot. I'm saying get in his chest, push him back, and use the clinch right here.
Right
here. See, exactly. Yeah. He just ate a knee for that.
Well, again, that knee happened in the shoulder. You know, like no matter what coming in, you're going to get struck. It's just a matter of closing that distance intelligently, and now Hanna's starting to do that.
There you go. That was smart.
There you
Follow
go.
your punches in.
But he's just got to bull rush him in this area. Had success.
Good knee by Hanna.
And Hanna's turning the tide in this fight.
Let's not underestimate
the fight he wants to win. He wants to have to win.
I don't want to downplay the strength of Joey Holt too. He looks like the physically much larger fighter, and Hanna is got to push him around.
Now, see, I would say aesthetically, Joey looks to be the more in shape of the two, but I think Rob is the bigger of the two guys.
Thicker.
Larger core. You can see it here. Just he gets his shoulder underneath Joey's shoulders. Joey cannot even spin out the cage right now.
Yeah, good point.
And another big thing, Rob Hanna doing a fantastic job against the cage of head position.
Body shots by Joey Holt. He's one of the best in the business at the body shots. And Hanna doing the tie clinch, looking for uppercuts.
Oh, big right hand there. Just misses as Rob Hanna ducks under it.
Rob Hanna's got to close the distance. His striking does not look to be on the level of Holt, and he's in the danger zone.
And he's looking to follow those strikes in.
But Holt's slowing down.
Absolutely. And I think that's a testament to the ground style. You know, like Joey has his best cardio when he's boxing, when he's kickboxing. Right now, Rob is just grinding it out of him with the shoulder and the lungs.
For the ankle pick takedown here.
Talking to Rob about his cardio, he says, look, I embrace the grind. When you're on the grind, you're always in good shape. Wrestling makes you be in good shape, and we're seeing it here.
Good head positioning again. Every time Rob Hanna, he's like a machine. Every time he gets Joey Holt against the cage, that's how Joey Holt's not going to be able to turn against him, as he's putting Joey Holt's face into the cage with his forehead. put his forehead under Joey Holt's chin, make him uncomfortable there. You're not going to.
And importantly, Dave, he's scoring points.
Yeah,
not doing a lot of damage, but he's putting his fist in Holt's face, and with the judges, that's scoring points. That's an uppercut that just missed.
Joey's still throwing big shots.
That's an north.
And now it looks like a little bit of blood coming out of the nose of Joey Holt.
Joey looks extremely tired now. His hands are down, his mouth is open.
And Hannah coming in with
Hannah's
the
still
Superman
aggressor.
punch with the right, and he's digging deep again for a double leg. This is going to wear Holt out even more, having to fend against the pace.
There's the head positioning again.
Of Rob Hanna.
As we talked about with Cody Garbrandt in the last fight, like what's better, being on top or bottom? It's a clear answer here. Against the fence or being the guy pushing, you want to be the guy pushing. Rob Hanna gets to lean on Joey Holt while Joey Holt has to support Rob's weight.
And you have to wonder how much energy Joey Holt spent trying to finish Rob Hanna.
I do. Joey's got great cardio. You know, but when you get excited, adrenaline takes over, and it does what it wants to do. Your body is no longer yours.
There from Joey Holt against the cage.
And I don't know how much that landed. It didn't hit him in the face. And I mean, it doesn't matter if it hit Rob Hanna in the face.
And he just walked through it.
And this is the type of fight you said, Dave, ugly wrestling up against the cage. Randy Couture style. This is actually reminiscent of how Couture wins his fights.
This is what I still expected, even though Rob Hanna said he was going to come out and stand with him.
Well, he didn't lie. He stood with them, and then he felt the power, and he decided to go back to this.
This is the fight that I did expect that we would eventually see.
And Hanna looking for the takedown.
High,
high single leg. Can't get him down. Good takedown defense by Joey Holt.
In that position, I want to see a guy switch to the high crotch, get the gable grip, and elevate a guy. And that's Rob Hanna. You know, he always says he doesn't have.
Oh, good combo by Joey
nice
Holt.
Combo.
Good body shot. That's what started it.
And Rob Hanna says he doesn't have a ton of classic style amateur wrestling experience, but just his MMA wrestling, his Greco-Roman wrestling against the cage, is very dominant against a lot of guys. And Joey Holt really is feeling his wrath, the wrath of his Greco-Roman grinding style here. And this is not the type of fight Joey Holt likes to fight.
Rob Hanna's a blue-collar style of fighter, and I mean that as a huge compliment. He's going to go in there. He's going to get in your face. It may not be the prettiest, but he's tough.
There will never be a capoeira highlight video of Rob Hanna fighting. At the same time, I'm not too sure I'd ever want to fight Rob Hanna. I mean, Joey Holt has hit him with everything, and the kitchen sink, and maybe the shower head too. Rob Hanna's still grinding on. That
grinding head position that Rob Hanna has become to be known for is just absolutely fantastic. And a thing of beauty, one of the things about nice shooting for the single here.
We're coming up on 10 seconds, Dave, and I think if Hanna could get this, it certainly would secure the round for him, although close round, I'd say.
I think he won the round anyway.
Right. All over. Rob Hanna comes back after that first round. The fighters embrace. Dave, we start with you. Who wins this round?
I think it was very clearly Rob Hanna's round. Like I said, he had the momentum heading into the second after, kind of winning the second half of the first round. He looked very good in the cage there, and I think he definitely won that round.
Mr. Coyote.
I'd have to give that one to Rob Hanna as well. He controlled where it went the entire round, the entire 5 minutes. Even though he got up and went to the wrong corner because he might be a little dazed, I think his adrenaline's going to carry him through to win.
And the doctor came over to check on him. You'll see the doctor here at the left of the screen. Trying to take a look.
See, that's never the thing when you get up and go to the wrong corner. The doctor's immediately worried that you don't have your wits about you.
Absolutely, but but I don't think what we just saw from Rob Hanna, there's any reason to think that doesn't have his wits about him. He's controlling the fight.
Again, it's those in the know and those who are trying to nurture. You know, the doctors are here to keep us safe. We're here to see good fights.
We got 5 minutes left. What we believe to be one round apiece. It's Rob Hanna with his hands out. Yeah, and he's ready to go. Rob's putting his hands out like, I don't want this delay. Joey Holt, Rob Hanna, co-main event at Pinnacle FC 6. We got 5 more minutes of this epic battle. They shake hands and they give the hug.
That's cool. I like seeing that.
A lot of respect, and let's see.
These are two guys, two of the most respected guys in this sport.
And that's a left by Hanna. Credit Hanna.
Nice.
All right, he is standing with Joey Holt.
Hanna looking for those body shots again. Or Holt, I'm sorry.
Big left by Rob Hanna on the way in.
With a 2-3-2.
that's a weird combination.
I was going to say, that's
for
a weird
MMA.
angle he's starting with that right hand. It's not even an
He's
overhand.
Yeah, he's throwing the.
And it's Holt
the
who shoots for the
overhand
takedown.
Wow, Joey Holt going for a double.
They went to. They may not have gone to the wrong corners, but they came out with opposite game plans.
I think Holt knows. You know,
Oh.
he won the first round. You know, for as much as
there's
dominant
that
as Rob has
three
been.
again.
Hannah's liking that right-left-right combo. We start with a 2, but it's a weird 2.
It's like a shovel jab.
It's like an inverted uppercut. It's a down cut. I don't know what else to call it.
It's
a strange angle, but it's working for him.
Yeah, it's right. It's some
The unorthodox striking duck under there, the hook.
right under that big right of Holt. We're back in the clinch.
Rob Hanna is one of the most aware fighters I've ever seen. He just always seems to be moving his head just slightly or positioning his arms just slightly to take the least amount of damage possible.
Holt ducking under that
Joey
left.
Holt looks really tired.
He
Rob
does.
Hanna goes for the elbow, just misses on Holt.
Oh, big knee by Hanna.
And that's high clinch.
3.
Hanna stays Holt, and Rob
Another
Hanna's
kick.
looking to knock
Oh,
out Joey
big
Holt.
left hook there from Joey Holt.
Wow, Rob's throwing that elbow now.
Another
A left from Hanna.
That down cut has become an elbow.
I did see that nasty cutting elbow.
Body shot by Holt, and Rob Hanna.
More knees are coming.
Knee,
Oh.
and Rob Hanna walks through it.
It's not pretty, but he wins. That's kind of Rob Hanna's motto. Even with the head position as he's backing up.
Just barely missing knees.
Nice knee there to the body.
Hanna lands one, got the tie clinch
Tie
again.
clinch.
He's got a half collar tie and a good left knee.
And Holt is tired.
Oh my
Big
God,
body
big
shot.
knee from Hanna.
Body
Holt now
shots
throwing
from
some
Holt.
hands. This is a crazy fight.
And Hanna landing to the face of Holt.
Halfway through the final round here,
Nice
pretty
right
much.
hand there from
With
Hanna.
2:40 left. Joey Holt's
Hanna.
looking to disengage and throw.
Holt looking for that big right hand. You can almost see him telegraphing it here.
Both.
Oh,
Spinning
spinning elbow.
Spinning back elbow. Hanna's actually
hook
getting
from
off.
Joey Holt.
He's getting off first and hitting Joey Holt.
Kick
Head
from
kick.
Hanna.
And he's
There's
looking for that right
That's
standing
the
elbow.
elbow that he's looking for.
This is a crazy fight.
This is an unbelievable fight halfway through the third round.
Big knee
Hanna,
there from Hanna.
Rob Hanna all over Joey Holt.
I am burning calories of excitement just talking about this fight right now, Ryan Kavanaugh. I'm losing weight sitting next
Hanna
to
with the
Dave McKinnon.
clinch. Hanna, oh,
Wow,
big left
Holt
hook. That was
returning.
nasty.
The crowd
Big
chanting
knee by
Hanna,
Hanna.
knees from Rob Hanna.
The crowd should be chanting for both of these fighters. This is an amazing fight. Big right hand there.
Wow.
Rob Hanna, nasty.
We
Hanna's
got a
still grinding.
Minute 40, left hand
Oh,
takedown.
big takedown.
He has his back.
That is going to be huge to score this fight right here. That could really be the turning point.
Well, and
That's a tick mark. That's a point for Rob Hanna.
The question is, does Holt have enough to get back to his feet and get out of this position? And he bounces back up.
Joey needs to knock him down or get it taken on his own to even this round out and then improve on that.
I think there's a minute 23 left, and I think Rob Hanna's winning this third round. Holt going for a
Holt
takedown of his
double.
own.
Driving.
He got it.
Gets it.
But
Hanna
Hanna
back up.
sprawls
Nice
back.
Ball by
sprawl.
Hanna, he's back up. Good exchange by Rob Hanna, still looking like the fresher
Hanna
fighter.
looks no worse for the wear, and he wants his corner to tell him how much more time.
Hanna,
He-
big standing elbow by Hanna,
Big
followed by an
uppercut from
uppercut.
Wow, Rob Hanna is an absolute marvel.
This guy is a monster.
Hanna 5 hours from home. He wins over the crowd, has the crowd chanting for him here.
We're in the Green Tree Sportsplex, and half of the arena is cheering Hanna, the other half is cheering Joey for good reason. These guys have laid it all out there in the cage. 14 and a half minutes, Joey Holt defending the takedown from Rob Hanna, who's trying to seal this round in the win.
Another big knee there. Hanna still grinding.
I think if it continues this way, Rob Hanna's going to find himself a 29-28 decision win victor.
14 seconds left in this fight.
Big knee by Hanna, Holt answers.
Both guys.
We're down to the final 10 seconds.
Hanna pushes him off. Here we go. Big left hook. Holt looks for the shot.
Wow.
I don't know if Holt dropped him or it was
No,
a
that,
slip.
that was more of a slip. We just hope the judges see it the same way. What a fight.
That was a war, absolute war.
The fighters embrace, well deserved. Everybody in the arena should be on their feet for what these two gentlemen just did as my
What a
broadcast
treat.
partners put their hands together in admiration and appreciation for Rob Hanna and Joey Holt. What a fight. Joey Holt comes over to us, looks down and says, I got that.
I got that.
I'll tell you what you got. You got the fight of the night. That was amazing, Joey.
Joey Holt, give me some shout outs. You gotta love him.
Joey Holt see the elbows here from Rob Hanna. And Joey Holt shooting for a takedown. This is the one, I think that this is the one Hanna stuffed.
What a fight.
Both guys just absolutely delivered. And, you know, it was kind of after that first fight, we thought it was going to finish within the first 10 seconds of that fight, 10 or 20 seconds. Hanna just absolutely, you know, a warrior in there. Comes back to win after almost being put on Queer Street and knocked out and sent to the hospital with a massive right hand and then a left hand from Joey Holt early in the fight.
If for whatever reason you saw the first minute of this fight and had to go to the bathroom, David, if you coming back, you probably thought Rob Hanna would be on his back looking up in the lights. Instead, we may see him win right now.
Guys, the official scorecards are in. George Phillips has the decision. Let's find out which fighter's walking away with a victory in this epic battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for a hard-fought co-main event and for the sportsmanship both these fighters have shown throughout the fight. The final bell has rung and your judges have spoken. All three judges saw it the same. 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision, Rob Hanna.
Wow. A dejected Joey Holt is mad about it, but he understands the decision. I think show him respect to Rob, but clearly upset about the decision.
Tried to take off, but there's one person he's not mad at about that decision, and that's Rob Hanna. These two guys came in with a lot of respect, and they're leaving with even more. We sent it up to Dave Click, who is going to sit and talk with our winner, Rob Hanna.
All right.
I think Rob Hanna was trying to decline the
Rob
interview.
Hanna from EFS MMA in Dayton, Ohio. Rob came in here into hostile territory, and he weathered one heck of a storm in that first round, and he came back and he showed what a true champion and a true heart can do. Rob, walk us through the fight, man. Tell us what you were feeling after that first round and how you came back and were able to do that and get the W.
I'll be honest with you, the first two rounds are a little cloudy, man, but I trusted my corners and the advice they gave me, and they told me we were ahead, and let's finish strong third round.
Good corner advice, heck of a fight. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank all my sponsors. Intimidation, I want to thank Stick 'em Up signs and decals. James Anderson for helping me out. I want to thank Local 534. I want to show some love to our gym, EFS MMA. We founded that, we just started that about 6 months ago, man. That's out in Dayton, so I want to thank everybody. I forget anybody, Nate. I forget anybody.
All right.
Let me thank my corners, Nate Gray, Mike Parsons, Bucky Boom Boom. Mike's the doctor in the military. He's going overseas in 2 weeks. He's going to Afghanistan. So I'm glad he could be here with me. My hero right here. I look up to this guy, man.
Rob, we'd be very lucky to have you back. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Hanna from EFS MMA.
Main event time here at Pinnacle FC6. It's Mark Cherico, undefeated, taking on Brady Hovermail from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Rob Hanna clears the ring. I send it back up to George Phillips to bring out our main event fighters.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, are you ready? This is your main event of the evening. It is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds and takes place in the 145-pound weight division. Brought to you by Triangle Bar and Grill. Introducing your combatants. First, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Brady Hovermail.
Coming down to the cage at 9-3, standing 5'10" inches tall, Brady Hovermail A young man at 22 years old, already with 12 professional fights in his career.
Interesting, he was with Hollywood MMA, but for this fight, you know, much was made of him going down to alpha male and training with Uriah Faber, Cody Garbrandt, one of Jericho's teammates, but most of his time was spent in the gym, in the garage of Bill Kilgore, formerly of Hollywood MMA, and that's one of the gentlemen cornering him tonight. So a guy who spent a lot of his time training in the garage, but a traveled veteran at only 22 years of age.
I mean, it's absolutely crazy to think, you know, this kid could have potentially just got out of college, but he already has a career's worth of MMA fights under his belt at a professional level. Absolutely ridiculous.
Coming out to Heartache tonight, so maybe he is trying to send a message to all the fans here in Pittsburgh that it's going to be a heartache tonight for them, all the Mark Jericho fans in the audience.
If they're trying to send a message, they're not getting it because they're singing along with it. That's the type of fun these fans are having here. So Brady Hovermail has been a wrestler since he was 6 years old. He worked on his wrestling, and talking to him about this fight, he said Jericho is going to feel his power, then shoot for a shot, and he said, I'm going to stuff his takedowns all night. Big words from Hovermail, but he was amazingly confident all week leading up to the fight.
Well, being amazingly confident before you go and fight and being confident while you fight are two different things. You can't knock the guy, though. I mean, say what you want, bold, brash, you know, whatever. He's going to come in and try to back it up, and maybe he will.
And his opponent, fighting into the red corner, please welcome Mark Jericho.
The pride of Bloomfield, Mark Jericho makes his way through the Pinnacle Fighting Championship signs with a 5-0 record, never been to the scorecard. A lot on the line for Mr. Jericho.
Yeah, I think fans are patiently waiting or in anticipation. I think they just want to see which glasses he's wearing more than anything. Mark Jericho, ever the showman, it has a ton of fans. A lot of these fans here are Mark Jericho fans. That's why none of them have left leading up to this main event. We go to the tail of the tape here, Kyle.
We have Jericho coming in at 5'7", 145.4 pounds. Brady Hovermail, 5'10", 145.3. Mark is 5-0 right now. Looking to continue the streak, keep it going alive. Brady Hovermail, 9-3 though, no slouch.
5 years, the elder is Jericho, but he comes in with less experience inside the cage than Hovermail.
Jericho's always been kind of a patient guy in his career. He's always said, my goal is to get to the UFC. So I'm not going to go out and fight every 2 weeks because that's not what you're going to do in the UFC. You know, Jericho definitely, and he's never tasted defeat, is a big story. People might say he doesn't know how to lose inside the cage. That's a big bonus. You know, Brady Hovermail has tasted defeat. Jericho's never tasted defeat inside the cage, especially in the Pinnacle cage. Mr. Pittsburgh, ready for the main event.
Sending up to George Phillips for the official introductions for our main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pinnacle Fighting Championships proudly presents its main event of the evening. It is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds and takes place in the 145-pound weight division. This bout is being brought to you by the Triangle Bar and Grill. And your referee once again is Mr. Chip Snyder. Introducing your combatants first. Fighting out of the blue corner. A mixed martial artist standing 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing at 145 pounds. 12 MMA contests, 9 victories against 3 defeats. Representing Hollywood MMA, he hails from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Please welcome Brady Hovermail.
Jericho telling his fans not to boo Hovermail.
Across the ring to my right, fighting out of the red corner. Standing 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 145 pounds. A perfect professional record. 5 victories, no defeats. Representing Fight Club Pittsburgh, he hails from the City of Champions, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, please welcome the pride of Bloomfield, Mark
After that introduction, I think it's safe to say the only thing preventing Mark Cherico from being the mayor of Pittsburgh is his shorts.
Brady Hovermail in the long black fight shorts. Cherico, black spandex covered in decals from sponsors. This is the main event.
Hovermail looking to sprint across the KO, maybe not.
3 5-minute rounds. Cherico takes center cage.
Ooh.
They meet in the middle with their shins.
The shin to shin is always painful to start. Hovermail, the rear leg teep you don't see.
Hovermail, a big height advantage, but arms don't seem to be that much longer than Cherico's.
Cherico bit left, and then the entrance on the single leg, and Hovermail concedes the takedown.
Hovermail kind of thought he was in too deep and decided to pull guard there. He was looking for some jits from the bottom.
Very active guard is
I was just
Hovermail.
going to say, moving his hips quite a bit, really not being stagnant at all.
Hovermail in some of his fights I've seen, he's been on his back before, not afraid to be on his back, is very active.
I think this is probably a good spot for him being the way he's built. You know, those long, graceful limbs can climb up the back pretty easily. But that back is Mark Cherico, so. Cherico looking to pass, not really throwing a lot of strikes right now, but trying to get a better position first.
And Hovermail's landed 2 of those elbows. He's doing a nice job of controlling where Cherico is, not letting him get up too high, and it's opening up some spots for those inside elbows.
And I don't know if he did it on purpose or not, but Mark just moved Brady's head into the fence as opposed to on the pad, which is a big difference in comfort.
And Cherico looking to land the grazing elbow. But cutting it right across. That's how you cut somebody. It certainly
Cherico has Hovermail stacked a big up kick there.
Wow, yeah, Cherico doing a great job. Cherico using the fence very intelligently.
Well, he's a cerebral fighter.
He is.
Cherico, in preparation for his fights, not only spends a lot of time watching his opponent, but he watches himself and his last fight to learn where he can tweak his game and get better. And he did that after the Donnie Walker fight.
One other thing that's very underrated about Cherico is how strong he is. Now Cherico has the guillotine here.
Good takedown by Hovermail, returning the favor.
But Cherico looking for that bump sweep.
Cherico on his back, not a position we've seen a lot throughout his 14-fight career.
Absolutely.
Historically, Mark is a top position kind of guy, really enjoys making you suffer. But here, he's got to work some jits or at least get a sweep out of this.
Solid wrist control, though. He's working. Strong, obviously, is Mark Cherico. Expect him to butt screwed up against the cage, wall walking, get up.
Looking to throw up some submissions. He's really doing a great job, as you said, controlling that wrist.
Knees, yeah, looking
trying
for
to throw
triangle maybe.
Well, I mean, that's going to be a little tougher with his stature. Mark is a strong guy, but he does have short limbs. And his game is the wrestling and the striking, you know, and jits is...
Whoa.
Maybe he's, there we go. That's
what I'm talking about. Look at that wrestling scramble. Those hips are incredible.
Nice scramble.
Hovermail quickly getting to the back, and Cherico controlling the wrist, but Hovermail looking to get the hooks in.
And he's got Cherico's back here. Mark, though, looking to bridge and turn into that elbow that he's got a control of. Oh, lost it, though. Hovermail now throwing a body triangle in from the bottom position, but he does have Mark's back.
That makes it so much harder to breathe with that body triangle. And Cherico's big goal here is going to try to make Hovermail carry his weight.
Hovermail very skilled, very technical on the ground.
He's got some good control and great composure, not overdoing it, keeping his spot here. Just trying to ride out Cherico until his neck's exposed.
Cherico looking to stand up with Hovermail with the body triangle locked in on his back.
That's how strong of a guy Cherico is, just absolutely stood up with the guy on his back.
Beast.
Cherico maybe looking to slam his way out of this, or maybe just going to try to fight hands.
Now, believe it or not, like, it's not that much lift with the legs here, but Cherico can actually tire out Hovermail by leaning back into him and cutting off his lungs' ability to expand and you know, really taking big breaths.
And we'll look to see if he tries to slam Hovermail.
Now, it's hard. You can't go forward and spike your opponent on your head.
No,
you can't do that, but you can jump to the back or do a full front flip. I prefer to hula hoop. It seems to be the safest thing. Ryan, your opinions?
Cherico looking to turn into Hovermail here.
Certainly, I was looking for him to do more of a backdrop, put his weight on Hovermail's. He's got the body lock out, and they're back to their feet. Front kick by Hovermail.
That's a lot of riding time there for Hovermail, though.
Yeah, I could have tired out his leg muscles for all we know. He's now kicking with his hands down, and I don't know if that first one was out of disdain.
His left hand is way down.
But yeah, I mean that lead hand is definitely like below his chest level at this point.
Right hand.
Right hand, and again, entrance with a single leg.
I think it's really his bread and butter. There's nobody better that I've seen recently that throws takedowns in behind his punches so smoothly as Mark Cherico.
Cherico's got to do some damage here before the end of the round. This is a close first round.
I don't know how to score this one. I was actually just thinking about that.
Leon Belly trying to separate, but we're going to go to the end of round one. Very close fight. We'll start with you, David. How do you score that fight?
A little bit more of a cerebral fight than what I anticipated, I got to be honest with you, but I think Cherico did enough at the beginning of the round, and at the end of the round, you got to remember, the entire round counts the same. So even though it looked at points that Hovermail was winning the fight, I got to give a very slight edge to Cherico here.
Kyle, take it away.
I would have to agree. It's hard to argue with the back control of Hovermail, but as we see in the replays right here, Cherico just all over in the beginning.
That up kick, as we watched the replay, when I first watched it, I thought it landed. It just barely grazed.
Yep. Cherico just got a free shave from Brady Hovermail.
See Cherico here with the nice positioning from top. He used the pass. He had a full mount there for a second at least. That was before Brady Hovermail stood back to his feet.
What a round. And fans wanted to see Mark Cherico in a fight. They're getting it right now.
This is a great test for a guy like Mark Cherico who has UFC aspirations. If he wants to get to the UFC, he's got to be able to beat very tough guys like Brady Hovermail.
This guy is. Fighters touch hands. Start of round two. Cherico with a big looping left hook just misses.
And Hovermail throwing that push kick there for about. He's been throwing that a lot in this fight. Oh,
big
Cherico
right
has a
hand
big right
again.
hand.
Cherico's so quick with that looping lead right hook.
That overhand.
And it always sets up the double leg.
That was an interesting level changer. I just saw a couple what looked like 12-6 elbows from Hovermail. That was very close to being a legal strike, and there were 3 of them.
Now Cherico, this is where he excels, positioning, control on the ground, but I don't recall ever seeing him against an opponent who's so active off his back as we've seen from Hovermail.
Well, we could say Hovermail was active off his back in the early stanza. As of right now, he seems content to be in the bottom and just prevent the pass. We really need to see him do more if he has any hopes of winning this fight.
Cherico putting it on him with the elbows. He needs to continue to do this, score some points, frustrate his opponent.
Good positioning by Cherico here. I think he's looking to get to the mount.
Cherico's so strong, and
it's very underrated actually how strong he is, because you don't really ever see him having to use his strength. He grinds out with great hips and wrestling.
Nice knee on belly there.
Smart strikes.
Nice
Hovermail does not want to be mounted. You can tell he keeps putting that left foot on his right knee.
Going for an Americana.
Oh wow, inverted triangle. And wow, Hovermail now trying to lock up a triangle.
Cherico's past that, looks like.
Yep.
Sure is.
That's a
and
good
Hovermail
way.
cannot recover.
Throwing up a lazy triangle is a good way to have your opponent pass you.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how lazy he was. Cherico just reacted very quick.
And you have to think that my Stone Cold Stunner's got him prepared for this fight.
Absolutely. And there's a guillotine attempt.
Guillotine attempt by Cherico. He's going to look to take. Oh,
he rolls into mount from that.
I thought he was going to be taking it back from
half
there.
Guard now.
Yeah, Hovermail recovers to a half guard. Hovermail seems to be very good at surviving, but I haven't really seen him threaten much from his back.
Very good back and forth chest mount.
There's a choke by Hovermail.
Oh wow,
now
he is
Cherico
going.
does have the full mount.
It doesn't threaten.
Well, I mean, it's not a threat to be choking from a mount.
This is Cherico's bread and butter here. He's going to look to feed Hovermail to his
He's going
back.
for an arm. Hovermail looked to be giving him an arm. Great body control, balance, staying on top of Hovermail. But credit Hovermail getting out of the mount from Cherico.
But you're totally right, though. I mean, just to be able to stay on top of somebody bucking like that, it really is tough. And Cherico was sitting on him for half a second.
Hovermail doing a nice job preventing those elbows from landing by covering with his right hand, but now Cherico's cleared it.
Cherico needs to get a little bit busier here. I mean, before he was looking to pass first, strike second. Now it seems that he's kind of comfortable just striking. He is attempting to pass. You see his left foot pushing down on the thighs and get his right leg out.
That right leg out, yeah.
But if he did just posture up, I think, and throw 1 or 2 effective strikes and then really work to get those legs free, it'd probably pay him dividends. And the Pro Jericho crowd gets active once again here at Green Tree Sportsplex.
Big elbows by Jericho. It's been the story of this round. He's landing the left elbows. Watch out for that up kick, just misses.
Jericho, good recognition.
Perfect timing by Jericho.
Now, see, here's one thing I don't like. I see a lot of highly skilled fighters do is go for the mount when their opponent's back is in the cage like that. It's very easy to get turned. I don't think mount's the proper position for that. I think you should grab the legs, suck him away from the fence.
Half guard by Jericho, getting the underhook on the opposite side.
Just my opinion.
And Jericho, listen to he's dropped down, settled for half guard.
It's almost like I know what I'm talking about sometimes, Ryan Kavanaugh. And I see some
Jericho
blood
there.
coming out of Hovermail, left side of his head there.
Yeah, that elbow just opened up.
Right in the hairline there.
If you hit him with enough elbows, eventually one of them's going to cut you.
We can only hope that's why I'm so pretty now. Another guillotine attempt possibly here by Jericho.
That's going to be tough as the shorter guy to get a standing guillotine.
Exactly, David.
Intelligent by Jericho to abandon that immediately, drop a level, and dig
big
for
elbows
takedown.
there.
Look at Hovermail landing the elbows, absolutely. Trying to get those hands
Jericho
together.
elevates and gets a takedown.
Hovermail did nothing to stop that either. I think he kind of accepted the fact that Jericho had a hold of his hips.
Half guard here again.
But that's something we've seen from Hovermail in the past. He allows himself to be put in tough positions. 30 seconds left in round number 2. Mark Jericho grinding down Brady Hovermail. It's been the story of round 2, the takedowns, the top control, and the elbows in the face of Hovermail.
Hovermail has got to move. He's got to scramble. Spend a little bit of energy you don't have just to save yourself from getting put away.
Jericho showing no signs of slowing down.
He never does. And Hovermail now exploding up. Well, there's a tight guillotine.
Choke.
Looking to finish that guillotine here.
Cranking on it, but we're inside 10 seconds. Hovermail says, I'm
gives
okay.
a big thumbs up.
Jericho looking to finish. Guys, very close fight so far. Round 2, clearly Mark Jericho. But if you're the corner of Mark Jericho, are you telling him you got to go win this round?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you got to win every round if you want to win the fight.
Now, is he being told to finish the fight or win the round now? Like, I would advise him to kind of ride it out. I mean, as it's going, the momentum is slowly shifting in his favor. Why would you go and sacrifice that with a home run hit that makes you take it down?
Let's take a look at some of the first round action here, Dave.
Big elbow.
These are the elbows from Brady Hovermail. Jericho didn't really look too worse for the wear after those nice elbows from the top from Brady Hovermail. Ends up getting a takedown here, back into half guard. And he had already done this once earlier in the round, half guard beating Hovermail up a little bit.
I think the better question I should have posed is, does Hovermail have to look to finish the fight?
Oh,
Clearly
absolutely.
He lost round 2. Round 1, close.
Now, see, I would say just because of the way momentum's going, he is slowly but surely losing this fight if it keeps going this way. Ground, tons of elbows. Yeah, he needs to stop getting elbowed.
The takedown's where it's at, but Jericho's had success coming in with that looping right hook.
Truly.
And he lands it and sets up the takedown. Hovermail pushing forward this time.
If I'm Hovermail, I cover up, wait for that level change, and just throw a knee. Just pray.
Body change.
Hovermail, Carlos Conde Jr.
Right, absolutely. There's a likeness to Carlos. Leg kick, and Hovermail kind of has Jericho up against the fence, kind of guessing.
Doing a good job of backing Jericho here.
Big left hook. Now, so far we've seen Jericho take down from left and right hands immediately afterwards. He's so good at that.
Pinpoint accuracy on those hooks.
Absolutely.
I mean, right on the button, and immediately after hitting it, he's already in on your hips. Deep entrance, looking for that takedown. Very impressive.
He's very good at marrying his movements, and I say that and like moving forward and down at the same time.
Butter here, the rear naked choke.
Jericho's never been to the judges' scorecard. Can he continue that streak? He's got 4 minutes to work to put Hovermail away.
Big elbows there from Jericho.
Holding down the right arm of Hovermail, landing big right elbows.
Good wrist control here by Jericho from the top. Basically taking Hovermail's right arm out of the equation and throwing a couple of big elbows on the top here.
Notably in attendance.
Oh, nice. Big elbows from Mark Jericho. You heard those in the back.
Solid.
Wow. Reverberating through the entire Green Tree Sports Complex.
And Hovermail touching his head there.
Jericho looking to pass.
Those are the kind of elbows that will immediately
Hovermail regains guard though here. Half butterfly guard.
Hovermail's tough.
And those are some solid elbows, Ryan Kavanaugh.
Well, he certainly knows what he's doing when he gets down there, and bad intentioned elbows.
Now see, here's where I want to see Jericho pass again. That guard's wide open.
As you know, you have to have
nice
the
look
open
for
guard.
elevation there from Overmill on the
Overmill,
bottom.
Yeah, going to the butterfly on the left side, trying to raise him up, and we get a stand-up. Kyle,
Not a
looks
bad
like you
stand-up
disagree
there.
with that.
Mark was just, oh, big right hand by Mark Jericho.
Overmill answers with an uppercut that just misses.
It just seemed like Mark was getting ready to pass, and then it was stood up.
I'm
And
never really.
Overmill's in a firefight here, coming at him, swinging wild.
Jericho actually looks a little tired right now. I've never seen that before. But it could be just him playing possum as well.
Ooh,
Left hand there.
Behind the ear,
Another
he
left
lands
hand.
another
Another one.
left. Jericho has pinpoint accuracy with that left, and he continues to find a home on the side of the head of Brady Overmill.
Now here's that position I was talking about. Right here, I don't know if it's good for Mark to step over and take that full mount. It really puts his hips above Brady's, and Brady can stand up. Now right here, I think grind in more of a forward angle as opposed to a downward.
Brady looking to post there on the ground and stand back up. Jericho doing a good job of grinding and keeping the fight on the ground.
Oh, he's got his back.
2 minutes left here.
Mark Jericho has...
Nice knee!
Big knee by Jericho. Overmill takes it, a scramble. Overmill throwing punches. We're going to see the
Jericho
cardio
better
of
put
Jericho.
his hands up here.
It's the longest he's
Gets the
been in a
cage.
fight.
Big left hand there.
This is without
Both
doubt
guys look tired.
the deepest water we've seen Mark Jericho in.
Absolutely.
Good
Shoots.
sprawl by Overmill.
Wow, but Overmill wasn't back up to his feet in time. Jericho with an uppercut, and now back in side control.
Just as we question the cardio of one Mark Jericho, he bowls him right over, and Overmill finds himself on his back in trouble with 1:20 left in the third round, and this pretty much has been the story of the fight.
Good elbow by Jericho.
That half guard or side control to that elbow. The short little shots that are really winning this from Mark.
I think the biggest part of this fight, the story is that Overmill, I think, came in expecting to be able to stuff the takedowns of Jericho, and he really hasn't stuffed too many of them at all, if any.
We're coming down to the final minute of our main event. Mark Jericho riding it out on Brady Overmill. The crowd in the Green Tree Sportsplex on their feet, chanting Jericho, cheering and bringing the hometown boy on to victory. Pride of Bloomfield looking to go 6-0 as a professional. Brady Overmill has got 40 seconds to finish this fight, but first he's got to get off his back.
And he needs to shrimp in right now, turn toward Mark Jericho, and just throw submissions up. Right now, he needs to scramble like he is about to die.
30 seconds left. Jericho, dominant position. Side control.
I don't know if Brady has anything left in his tank right now. Mark's laying on him, and he's not doing much to fight it.
Again.
Goes some more elbows, rapid fire by Jericho. Jericho looking to finish.
And we're seeing the cardio of Mark Jericho here. Definitely tested, but he's passing that test.
Absolutely.
Flying colors.
Rapid fire right elbows again. Inside 10 seconds. Our main event is going to go to the judges' scorecards. Mark Jericho, Brady Overmill go the distance. Jericho raises both hands as he seemingly believes he's won this fight. Hard fought win, points to his heart as if to say, all heart. And there's a somewhat dejected Brady Overmill into the cage.
You can see it. I mean, body language does really speak volumes, especially inside the fence. And Brady Overmill right now is not acting like he won that fight.
Doctor's checking out Overmill. Jericho, both hands up.
That was an absolute masterpiece. Mark Jericho's going to look back at this fight, even though it wasn't his prettiest. I think he's going to look back at it as one of the most important fights of his career. When he makes it on to bigger and better things like the UFC, I think he's going to thank Brady Overmill for giving him this test.
What impressed me so much about it, he won it with the takedowns, the grinding, and the elbow, the ground and pound, but it's the entrance with the hands, as we're going to see here, that set it up, pinpoint accuracy.
Everything he threw was spot on, hitting the chin, hit behind the ear, and he was just money all night.
Very impressive. I wouldn't call it, especially when you consider the defense, both on the feet and on the ground, a complete performance by Mark Jericho.
Absolutely. He really put it all out tonight, and in a very, very impressive fashion.
I think we're going to get a chance to see the left hook here by Jericho. That sets up the takedown again. There it is, short left.
Absolutely marvelous performance by Mark Jericho tonight. And he's really got a lot to be happy about right now and proud of. So good for him. You know, excellent performance tonight over a very tough opponent, Brady Overmill.
Very happy, Mark Jericho. Brady Hovermail gave Jericho all he could handle. The official scorecards are in. We find out, did Mark Jericho move his professional record to 6-0? George Phillips has that answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for a hard-fought main event here at Pinnacle Fighting Championships. The final bell has rung and your judges have spoken. Judges Phil Rogers and Todd Kruska saw it the same, 29-28. John Lapskovic saw it 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision, and still undefeated, the pride of Bloomfield, Mark Jericho.
Mark's got to go get his costume. Hold on. All right, I'm here with the pride of Bloomfield. You know him as Mark Jericho. I've been following Mark's career pretty much the whole time, and I can tell you that this was probably one of his tougher fights. Brady Hovermail came in and gave him hell, and Mark showed what Mark's made of, and Mark does what Mark does. Mark, talk to us a little bit about the first round and talk about the fight in general.
I don't know what I did there. He was starting to get up, and I watched a lot of his fights. You know, and him getting up, he's very dangerous. And he left his head down, so I tried to snap for the guillotine, and I ended up missing it. I don't know on the screen he got my back, but I got like quadzilla in my legs. I gotta thank Scott Umberger for that. So I just stood up and let him sit on my back. It really didn't take anything. Oxidate squats I wouldn't make beasts like this. And you gotta feed the monster. I got a lot of people I gotta thank. First and foremost, my wife and my little daughter Audrey. She's not here, my wife is here. You know, I put a lot of time and effort into training, and I don't get to see them as much. And usually, when we get to fight them, I'm super grouchy, and she's completely understanding. So, baby, I love you. Thank all my sponsors, Unseen Armada, Out of the Cage Clothing, Giant Eagle, Reaction Nutrition, Pop House and Green Tree, which is the official after party. So coming out, we're gonna get White Girl Wasted. Critter Control, Torque, Toast, Qdoba. They got the best steak tacos around. You gotta hit them up. Rivertown Brewing, which is selling beer here. I know you love it because I've seen a lot of drunk people here. You can continue drinking Rivertown Brewing at the Hop House. They got drink specials there. Addicted Salon, EAS Roofing, JSK Flooring, Fight Club Pittsburgh, all my teammates. High Voltage, your energy partner. Look for someone to broker your company. Help you get cheaper energy bills. Hit them up. Synergy, and of course my manager, Chainsaw Charles McCarthy and Guardian Sports Management. He takes care of me. He got me down to the American Top Team. I love you guys. Faction Mouth Guards. I think that's it.
I don't know anyone that can talk off the cuff like this guy. Unbelievable. What else you got for us?
I just want to thank everybody for coming out. Hopefully I can make it to the next Pinnacle either in May or July. You can see me continue my winning ways until we get to the UFC. So everybody have a good night. Drive safe. Hope to see you in the Hop.
Mark Jericho. Drive safe, everybody. Thank you for attending Pinnacle Fighting Championship 6. We'll see you back here in Green Tree on May 24th. It's only getting bigger, and it's only getting better.